Chapter 1151, Coordination. Sect Leader Ling, right this way? In the boundless snowfall, a dozen people traced the sky. A middle-aged man with a split mustache held a smile as he sucked up to the elder next to him. This time we caught a Central Area spy. Bailey Jingwei must be itching to crush us. The elder frowned. I still thought it would be one of his envoys to settle things. Didn't he go after Devil Palace so far? Why can't he just lay his ambition to rest for our lands and instead send more spies? Sect Leader Bu, it's thanks to your cautious nature in not letting your guard down against Central Area all these years. Putting you in charge of Northern Land's defenses was the right choice. See, bright Sect Leader Ling, you're too much. It's the Sun Sea Sect's responsibility, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed in pride. Due to Bu Xingyun saving the 4 lands leaders at the right time, he had gained Ling Yunshan's trust the past century. Northern Land's 5 sects, besides Sea Bright Sect's domain, were all left to the Sun Sea Sect's supervision, which meant more than half of the land's matters. Adding to that the fact they were close to the border, he also dealt with its defenses. Sun Sea Sect's track record was impeccable the last century, with no slip-up, making Ling Yunshan trust him even more. Bu Xingyun had now run to Ling Yunshan to apologize for finding a Central Area spy infiltrated in their home, taking full blame for the lax watch. The spy was also under interrogation, and that he held important information about Bailey Jingwei's actions. Ling Yunshan requested to examine it at once. Bu Xingyun took Sect Leader Ling to this frozen wasteland, where he found the spy to look for more clues. But what welcomed them was a mass of white in every direction, yet no spy. Ling Yunshan frowned. Sect Leader Bu, where is he? Yes, where? Bu Xingyun looked around skeptically. Ha ha ha, Sect Leader Ling, isn't the spy you're after right here? Whoosh tilde 3 powerful men jumped in front of them. One wore a sinister smile as he glared. Another held a wine gourd with a red nose taking a sip now and then, and the last was a cold youth with an empty sleeve, drifting in the winds. Bailey Yuyan, what are you doing here? Ling Yunshan gasped. Why hasn't there been any word that a Sword King crossed the Northern Lands border? Bam! Ling Yunshan was sent flying as he left a trail of blood. Behind him, Bu Xingyun's voice dripped with malice. That's because I let them in without being seen, ha ha ha, you. Unable to believe the betrayal, Ling Yunshan gnashed his teeth, choking on words. Bu Xingyun cackled. Ling Yunshan, I never liked you since a century ago. Why must the Sea Bright Sect be the leader of the 5 sects? Why should we listen to you? I'm a sect leader just as well, so why should we scrape like dogs catering to your whims? Humph, weren't you so eager to know the spy among the 4 lands? Well, you guessed it, me. You. Precisely, a shame you old coot thought yourself so clever, letting me handle the search. I just had to find a scapegoat, and that's that. How can a dotard be worthy of leading Northern Lands? Ha ha ha. Bu Xingyun mocked. Ling Yunshan was outraged. Why save us all those years ago? You sure are delusional. You think I wanted to, Bu Xingyun scoffed. If it weren't to save the Sword Star Empire's backbone, the Patriarch, to give the order and stop the assault, I wouldn't even have tried looking for you. Here's the cold, hard truth. There was no other way. Prime Minister Bailey needed you alive to hold talks. Ling Yunshan's face twitched, his heart a mess. It was all Bailey Jingwei. But the old men were too blind to see the truth, even treating this vile beast as their savior, handing Northern Land's safety to him. Ling Yunshan's heart was torn in regret. Did Bailey Jingwei also plan for Bailey Yuyu to destroy your sect, just so you could slip into the Sea Bright Sect? Well, Bu Xingyun's face shook, blushing from being put on the spot. Bailey Yuyan laughed. Ha ha ha, Sect Leader Ling, you're wrong there. Only recently we acted and learned of Sect Leader Bu, with Prime Minister Bailey the only one aware of his identity all this time. That was a total misunderstanding, the Sun Sea Sect taunting Yuyu and ended up being put in their place. Even though the Sun Sea Sect was fine, Sect Leader Bu entering the Sea Bright Sect is only logical. What's the use of such a huge sacrifice? His mission then was to break your barrier, but Zhuo Fan made a mess of things. Ling Yunshan understood while Bu Xingyun was ashamed. feeling overwhelmed each time he recalled that rotten luck of the past, so he switched topics, not wanting to face it. Sword Kings, Ling Yunchen is caught now. Should we begin the Prime Minister's plan? Right, Prime Minister aims for speed, a swift victory? Bailey Yuyan nodded. With Ling Yunchen hostage, the Sea Bright sect is headless. We will straight up raid Sea Bright sect and finish it. When it falls in our hands, the other sects are nothing by themselves. Don't forget the guardian experts in the Sea Bright sect, the Snow Peak Four Elders. And Aoyang Chanking as well. We know, that's why there's 3 Sword Kings handling this operation. Bailey Yuyan glanced at the one-armed youth. Jingshan, you beat Aoyang Chanking in the last war. You might have lost an arm, but he shouldn't pose a problem. Ian Wine's Sword Immortal will handle the elders. We'll help you once we finish them off. Bailey Jingshan shook his head. No need, I can handle it. That settles it. Sect Leader Bu, get your men ready to welcome our army. Work with them to take down northern lands. Then you'll be its king? Right. Bu Xingyan's eyes shone as he cupped his hand. Fooling Sea Bright sect disciples into opening the barrier, the Sword Kings brought their central area's elites inside and started killing. The howls and cries rang across the sky as everyone ran for their lives. The Sword Kings searched and searched, yet there was no sign of Aoyang Chanking nor the 4 elders. They were just gone. In the eastern land's Shangyuan clan, savages stormed it, led by a woman and Sword King Feiyun by her side. Seeing the ghost town, Shangyuan Feiyun demanded, Monyang, where is everyone? Why is it empty? I'd also like to know. The woman gnashed her teeth. My son's killers have slipped away. Did you get too eager and tip their scouts off on your coming here? Shangyuan Yulin rolled his eyes, then glared. Shangyuan Monyang, you think I'm luckless as Shangyuan Yulin, full of disappointment? I led my men for a raid. They could listen to the wind and still couldn't scatter so fast. What of you then? Did you double-cross us? I heard Yanner has been close to you for the past century and you are quite trusting of her. She just feels guilty for my loss. Shangyuan Monyang raged. They killed my son. I'll have revenge even if I have to search the farthest depths. Second cousin, you have to help me. Annoyed, Shangyuan Feiyun waved her off with scorn. Don't let what you see blind you. This is a national matter. Stop thinking only of revenge. We need to take eastern lands. Guard, send word that the Shangyuan clan is empty and that the eastern lands are headless so the army can march in. We'll coordinate and we can take down the eastern lands in a week. Yes. A man bowed and was off to send his report. Shangyuan Feiyun's eyes shone with excitement. I'm the king of the eastern lands at last. The same occurred in southern lands, with the Murong clan being overrun by an army led by the dragon-cleaving Sword King. He then worked with the outside forces to sweep the entire southern lands. Bailey Jingwei's plan to cut the head was highly effective. Their inside men were in charge of the border, letting Sword Kings slink in with a crack force. They reached the heart of the territory where the command was. By taking them out, the rest were stragglers powerless to resist. And since it was only to handle one group, the attack force could be kept minimal, helping at hiding its movements. By coordinating with the outside forces, they spread out from the inside, taking down all resistances. This made the border defense pointless as 3 lands fell practically overnight. The western lands were alone. Chapter 1152. Devil Palace's actions. Whoosh tilde 1 white and 1 black figure landed in a valley, the exalted double dragons. Looking at the distant wooden house, exalted High Ran looked bleak. A report said Luo Alliance's young miss made contact with Bailey Jingwei here. The source is good, so it must be true. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. We've taken harsh actions, but it's still a shame that the Luo Alliance would take such a path. For Luo Yunhai, they'd even side with Bailey Jingwei and betray the western lands. Regardless, there's no tolerance for betrayal. Let's see what they have to say when they're caught red-handed. Exalted High Ran stared in front. The door to the house opened, with Luo Yuncheng peeking her head out and looking around. She made a sign to make a hole for her to slip through, followed by Zhuge Changfeng and the rest. They made sure to close the seal back. Exalted High Ran's words dripped with hatred. They must have something to hide for even have a barrier to be in place. Humph, the house is beyond suspicious. The Central Area's spy must be inside. I agree. Let's go and catch him. Exalted by May shot forth with Exalted High ran behind. Whoosh tilde the two blocked Luo Yuncheng's group as they left, startling them. This only worked to cement their doubts. Luo Yuncheng held a bright smile. Exalted, you gave us a shock appearing out of nowhere, ha ha ha. Of course you'd never think we'd come since you didn't want your evil plan to come to light. Exalted High ran scorned. Luo Yuncheng's eyes rolled around in confusion. Why does Sir Exalted mean? I don't understand. Then let me make it perfectly clear. Exalted Bai Mei spoke sternly. Your brother is in the hands of the enemy, so you wanted to make a deal with them and sell out Western lands for Luo Yunhai's life. Am I right so far? This house must have Central Area's spy? Luo Yuncheng's mouth shook, but then she snapped, raving like a banshee from hell. Yeah, I want Yunhai back alive no matter the price, even your precious Western lands. Can you blame me? My brother had toiled hard for Western lands, loyal and honorable. Now that a crime was pinned on him, you didn't do crap, letting the enemy take him. Now you show up accusing me of selling out Western lands. You sold out my brother first? Luo Yuncheng, you're narrow-minded. The Central Area framed Luo Yunhai, not us. For the good of Western lands, he honorably gave his life. And what do? You disgrace his noble sacrifice. Would he be happy to be rescued like this? You have no brother, so how can you tell he won't be glad to be back? And another thing, his honor and decency don't mean he has to kill himself for some fools like yourselves. Stop trying to tie him down with honor and righteousness. The Luo clan's noble and righteous character is within our heart, and not medals on our chests. When honor becomes our clan's shackle, our unjust crime, that will be the day we will switch tactics, laying waste to everything in sight. I won't give a rat's ass about the Western lands people. Anything to get my brother back. You can survive, but we can't. Luo Yuncheng laid out all the pain and sorrow in her heart. Exalted Bai Mei held up his hand in fury. I'm not here to waste words on some petty woman. I have come to catch the Central Area spy, and you all will be coming to Double Dragon Manor as well to show all of Western lands the truth. Exalted Bai Mei went to the door and shouted, Listen up. Whoever you are, come out at once, or I'll make you come out in pain. Ho, Western lands exalted are so feisty. Anyone can take the throne with no real contender, I see. You two have to work together to fight a sword king, but are worth nothing in the Central Area. While in Western lands, you strut like kings. Western lands is a lost cause, ha ha ha. Ding tilde, the sounds of zither were heard as a harsh words came out. The Exalted's heart sank, turning grave. Who are you? The zither became louder and the wooden house exploded with sword energy shooting at the two. The two worked as one against such onslaught, putting all their power in front to resist. But more swords remained, slicing forward and straight into the heavens, making them rumble. 7 notes obscure sword, the two cried out. Zither sword king, Liu Mubai. The music became mellow as Liu Mubai smiled, playing the zither. But his smile held disdain. You flatter me. What happened to your earlier demands? Didn't you ask me to come out or I'll know pain? Ha ha ha, well here I am. How will you make me suffer, I wonder? The two shook in silence. The spy they were after turned out to be a damn sword king. Fighting Togheather would only end up in a draw, unable to take him down. Luo Yuncheng, you have some nerve to bring a sword king into the Western lands. Do you not realize the risk? Exalted Bai Mei glared. What have you done? Luo Yuncheng's rose an eyebrow, sneering. Zither Sword King smiled. As Sword King, all acts have heavy implications. I have came here not to squabble, but for you too. Be nice and die, ha ha ha. Just you. The two scoffed as they showed all they had and more. Zither Sword King said, Oh, not just me, with the Luo clan's help as well. Since I came in, others followed, ha ha ha. To be frank, I brought 1 million hardened soldiers deep into your home to raid Double Dragon Manor. Once it falls, the Western lands are headless, easy pickings for the 10 million army outside as we coordinate to take down Western lands. This is Prime Minister Bailey's plan to immobilize the head. How long do you think it will take? A week? Maybe less? What? Exalted Double Dragons cried out in shock. having the time to curse Luo Yunchang. "You dumb broad! You doomed us all!" The Exalted ran for the Double Dragon Manor, hoping to preserve Double Dragon Manor's strength before the plan succeeded and assemble the western lands to defend. Zither Sword King watched them go, just as a raging golden fires blocked their path. Another Sword King. The two's hearts sank, finding before them someone familiar. "You! Ultimate Clarity Sex Yilin at your service." His eyes shone with golden flickers as Yilin exploded with terrible power of Zither Sword King's level. "Exalted, it's been a while. If you were wondering, I was the one who leaked information about the Luo clan having secret talks here." The Exalted glanced at Zither Sword King behind and at Yilin in front, knowing they were set up, and fear crept in. "You drew us out here to hold us and let Bailey Jingwei succeed?" "That's Prime Minister Bailey's plan," Zither Sword King snickered. The Exalted were in despair, turning to Yilin in confusion. "You've been gone for 100 years. How did you end up helping Sword Star Empire again?" "Exalted, I've never done that." "Why stop us then? It's the will of Devil Palace, Lord," Yilin grinned. "I'll come clean. I am one of Devil Palace's 3 emissaries, the Sun Devil Emissary. And this is Devil Palace's action, independent of Bailey Jingwei." The Exalted shuddered, their eyes dazed with doubts. "Blast it. Bailey Jingwei wasn't enough. Now we have Devil Palace stepping in. The largest underground force and the largest known force act at once. And for what exactly? Chapter 1153. Capital in Turmoil. Who told her it was a pitch-black night, with not even the stars and bright moon out to shed some light in this abyss? The only signs were the faint candles on both sides of a valley in neat rows. This was a perfect night for murder, for violence. A man wearing a black robe with stars on his back shivered under it, betraying his mood. There was a huge crowd in front, all wearing black robes. They hung their heads in silence, like eerie ghosts, with only the wind whistling and the candle lights flickering. A cup appeared in the man's hands as he raised it above in respect. Darkness comes and the sword star wanes. The devils rise under the Palace Lord's lead. Devil Palace will replace the Empire, establishing a new world order? Roar tilde. The crowd raised their right and roared 3 times, silence soon returning. The Sword Star Empire's armies are split in 4. Their core is defenseless, the best chance for us to seize the imperial capital. The man turned grave. Cut the head and the rest will follow. With imperial capital ours, the empire will be in chaos, paving the way for our rise. The world will be ours. The plans unchanged, attack when needed and block when explained. I offer this cup to the heavens, may our effort bear fruit. He drank the cup and smashed it to pieces. The group had their own cups ready, their toasting a rumble, for our efforts and the unstoppable devils. Bang tilde all smashed their cups afterward, their eyes shining with battle lust. Devil Palace was coming into the light, to usher in a brave new world. Star Devil Emissary, will the Dharma Kings be joining? A thin man in front raised his hand. The Star Devil Emissary glanced at him coldly. Since when did Devil Palace have to answer to you? Shrinking, the man was silenced, with only his eyes shifting around. Disobedient fool. Star Devil Emissary said, "Worry not, people, we have complete confidence in success. From our intelligence, Bailey Jingwei had sent some sword kings in the lead of an army each to take the heart of every other land, while the rest would provide support from the borders. There's no one guarding the central area. With our strength, taking imperial capital will be a piece of cake. There's no use of doubt, not when the devils are sure to win. Devils will win. Devils will win." The crowd went wild as they roared, their battle spirit aflame, a sharp contrast from the eerie silence before. The Star Devil Emissary gestured, "Move out." With one last howl, the crowd went quiet, moving in the darkness like hunters, precise and quick. Boom tilde, the tranquil imperial capital suddenly boomed an hour later as their gates were splintered. The black robes formed neat ranks as they stormed the imperial palace. The patrolling guards started and moved to stop the tide. But the black robes didn't have just numbers, but also strength, with 10,000 in the Genesis stage and 1,000 at peak Genesis stage. The guards stood no chance against them, blown away to bloody pieces, their screams echoing in the night. Many vital cities, tactical locations, and trade centers of the Empire suffered the same fate. The Empire was crippled, blocking any means of even calling for help. By the looks of it, 3 days would be enough to destroy it completely. The higher one went, the harder the fall. Cut the head before the rest. Devils kill all royalty and officials, destroy them so they'll never see the light of day. The Star Devil emissary's robe fluttered in the harsh winds as he stepped on corpses and bloody ground, going for the Imperial Palace and giving orders. He knew they were all valuable officers of the Empire, and just one of them slipping away would mean bringing reinforcements. Before he got to the Imperial Palace, they had to purge and remove such risks. Slaughter began with a touch of screaming as they went door to door and leaving no lavish manor unstained with blood. The devils looked possessed with their bloodshot eyes, wanting nothing but death as they exacted judgment even to 5-year-olds. As thugs, they had to act like it and not leave anything to chance or future. No one liked violence, but no one could deny how effective it was. There was no resistance in the face of such brutality. Cries and shrieks came from all over as the imperial capital started to burn. It was hell. Wu Randong looked up with a smile, but then it slipped away. How nice it would be if it's like this, but it's merely for my own amusement. Boom. A sudden surge of mighty power engulfed the skies, followed by blinding lightning webbing the clouds. SSS tilde all of imperial capital gasped in shock. Sword King. Russell tilde then the rain of blades came, striking down at the Devil Palace disciples, pulverizing most of them while leaving others to howl from the missing limb. Devil Palace, you're here at last. A cold voice came from above as a pair of cold eyes stared down on them and sent fear into their core. Frigid Rain's Sword King, Bali Yuyu. Emissary, they have a Sword King. Will the Dharma Kings come? All pleaded with Wu Randong for help. Wu Randong was stunned as well, then gnashed his teeth and barked, "Retreat! Leaving already? Think again, ha ha ha." The sinister cackle came as they turned tail, only to find the gate sealed with elite soldiers, led by Bailey Jingwei himself. Bailey Jingwei smiled. One of Devil Palace's 3 emissaries. Ha ha ha, sorry, but the same move won't work on me. You made a mess of things last time while I was away. Such a mistake I won't ever make again. Sword Kings are supposed to be attacking the 4 lands. Why is one still around? Wu Randong stared, then mocked. Bailey Jingwei, what use is one Sword King? Our uprising isn't just in the Imperial Palace. We may lose here, but other cities will fall. Your empire will be crippled beyond your imagination. Bailey Jingwei nodded. The Empire's military, trade, and transportation will be damaged, along with who knows what else you might destroy. But what makes you think I haven't taken precautions for those areas as well? Wu Randong flinched. Prime Minister, my task is complete and I have returned. A thin guy next to Wu Randong walked to Bailey Jingwei and bowed. Wu Randong shuddered. You, Star Emissary, I thank you for all your care these years and for making me your deputy, but I was always with the Prime Minister. The man bowed with a smile. Wu Randong's eyes twitched in anger. Bailey Jingwei laughed. Did you really think I only just noticed you? I've been aware ages ago, being patient for the spies I sent among your higher ranks, but I must say, Devil Palace sure is tight. After so many years, my spy only got up to deputy emissary. I knew that was the limit. So I no longer waited and acted. Your uprisings have all been accounted for, fended off with Sword Kings. In fact, the forces attacking the 4 lands aren't Sword Kings. That was fake info I gave you and you fell for it. Chapter 1154, World Order. Bailey Jingwei, Wu Randong howled. Devil Palace disciple, kill them all. Yes, sir. The men charged at Bailey Jingwei with the intent to kill and break the enemy lines. Wishful thinking, especially when they came prepared. Bailey Jingwei grinned and stepped back as he signaled. The soldiers behind charged, using this chance to end all future uprising with this one. Blood flowed once more, the clamor deafening, only this time it wasn't a one-sided slaughter but a bloody battle to both sides, and all were driven to kill the other. Devil Palace disciples were elites in their own right, making even the thinned Empire's armies have a tough time handling them. But with a sword king around, Bali Yuyu, raining death from above, the Devil Palace side could only howl in pain as they were butchered. Star Emissary, where are the Dharma Kings? We can't take on a sword king. Star Emissary, call a Dharma King to help. Just where are they? Star Emissary, why isn't a Dharma King showing up? What of Palace Lord? Og. Wu Randong's ears were drowned in the screams of his brothers, but his face was hard, his eyes closed. Zhuo Fan's words played in his mind. You'll have to endure for a bit. Humph, what's so bad with a bit of pain? As long as the Empire falls, I'll even accept being cast away. Wu Randong roared with fury, joining the fray without any qualms for his life. I want him alive. Bailey Jingwei singled out the crazed Wu Randong, then looked around. Right, just where are the 5 Dharma Kings and Palace Lord? Besides the Sword Star Empire's imperial capital, many vital cities had uprisings, but unlike a century ago, they were all snuffed out. 3 days was all it took to take them all down. All dissidents were either killed, wounded, or in custody with hardly any real damage. The underground society in the Empire was thus purged. Even the scouts and spies were soon caught thanks to the betrayal of other spies. Devil Palace had been removed from the central area, down to the last man. A week later, Devil Palace's deputy star emissary was in the Imperial Hall, reporting, Your Majesty, Prime Minister, from what I've seen, the Empire is free of Devil Palace. I ask that you confirm this. Jingwei, the Empire is at peace. Emperor Bailey Jingshi nodded. The Empire's heart has been in constant unrest for an entire century from Devil Palace's meddling. Now the Empire is whole again. They've used the weaknesses after the war and slipped in, but in just a few days, all were removed. While I refrain claiming that every single one got caught, they can hardly be of worth and unable to affect us. Devil Palace is so secretive, the deputy emissary knows hardly half of its affairs, but by drawing them out and along with the deputy emissary's info, the devils hidden in the Empire were driven to extinction. Bailey Jingwei was in a good mood too. The Empire has order once more. I can send the armies without worry the Empire might come under another uprising. With internal affairs resolved, it's time to focus on external matters. Bailey Jingshi eased as well after a century of deep worry. We now have to wait for news from the 4 lands, ha ha ha. That side should be fine. Let's talk about this one first. Bailey Jingwei nodded and said, Has the identity of the Devil Palace star emissary been found? Who is he? The deputy bowed. Prime Minister, I've been looking into him these few days and found him to be Serene Shores Trading's second young master, Wu Randong. It's really him? Bailey Jingwei sneered. Humph, I just knew the survivors of Serene Shores Trading started the unrest 100 years ago. Only they had the grounds to connect to the entire world and create such a huge faction. The deputy bowed. I am in awe of the Prime Minister's insight. Since Devil Palace is a cover for Serene Shores Trading, why is he just a star devil emissary and not the Palace Lord? Ignoring the blatant bootlicking, Bailey Jingwei huffed. Did you find anything about Palace Lord, the kings and the other emissaries? The deputy deflated. Prime Minister, Devil Palace Lord is like a shadow while the kings barely show themselves. The other 2 emissaries are also secretive, hardly in contact with other disciples. The star emissary is also secretive, but far more familiar to the disciples, and handles most matters of the palace. He united the disciples in 3 lands and had great power. And, apart from Star Devil Emissary, none in Devil Palace knows who those 8 people are. Bailey Jingwei shouted. Let's go to this second young master and find out just how great Serene Shores Trading's master really is. Bailey Jingwei flicked his sleeve and left with the humble deputy. They went through the dark jail and many gates to arrive at a dim cell. Wu Randong sat with his sealed cultivation on a straw mat with eyes closed. Clap tilde? Ha ha ha, the second young master looks settled in, gone is the fire from a century ago. Being Star Devil Emissary helped smoothen those edges and made you grow up. Bailey Jingwei clapped and laughed. One thing I don't understand is, since Devil Palace was once Serene Shores Trading, Why would you leave this big project in the hands of someone else instead of leading it yourself? Wu Randong mocked. The seat of power has always been taken by the able since time immemorial. I have not the skills to fill it and thus let it go. It's fortunate, too, not harming everyone like this. What are you saying? Bailey Jingwei fixed his eyes on him. Wu Randong held a snicker. Palace Lord warned me when he entered seclusion for me to be calm, resuming the plan when he came out. But anger got the best of me and seized the chance to act without permission. As a result, the toil put years after years into the central area was ruined. I'm sad but also glad. For I am not the palace lord, and only the central area's side was destroyed instead of the entire Devil Palace. Don't you think I was close to getting everyone killed? Ha ha ha. Now I see why only the star emissary attacked. You disobeyed. The deputy nodded. Bailey Jingwei stared hard, his eyes shining. You think I'd buy that? Can't you be honest for a change? Believe what you will. I lament my impulsiveness and not doing it to inform you. You'll probably forget my words, trying to guess my mind instead, ha ha ha. Wu Randong, you've gotten sharp, unlike the old and rash second young master. Bailey Jingwei said, Who is the palace lord and the 5 Dharma kings? Wu Randong sneered. The deputy raged, showcasing his lap-dog personality by trying to make him talk to get a pat from his master. But Bailey Jingwei waved him off. I never use violence for confessions because anything said under pain can't be trusted. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Guard, announce that Serene Shores Trading, the current Devil Palace's star devil emissary, Wu Randong, is to be executed 10 days later by heavenly punishment. Let all lands know. Wu Randong scorned. Threatening me? No, only telling your palace lord to come out. He is shrewd and decisive. He won't fall for such an obvious trap. Wu Randong chuckled. Bailey Jingwei snickered as well. I know anyone could see the trap from a mile away, but some traps can't be avoided. What? Gossip is dreadful, Bailey Jingwei said. Devil Palace is built on Serene Shores Trading, which means there are many elders from it. By giving everything to him, if he doesn't help you in time of need, could he still stay a palace lord? He has no choice but to come. My people are sensible men. Just how I witnessed my family being killed, the elders won't stir. Wu Randong's eyes grew red, recalling the tragedy. They know what's to be done. To you, maybe, but to an outsider like Palace Lord? Humph, Bailey Jingwei huffed. In any case, I don't need to know who he really is. In 10 days, I'll have him reveal himself instead, ha ha ha. Chapter 1155. Bestowal. Wu Randong's eyes shook and clenched his fists. He was trying to hold it in, but the bloodshot eyes betrayed his anger. Bailey Jingwei gave a winning smirk. A guard rushed in and bowed with 4 jade slips in his hands. Prime Minister, reports from the lands came in of the completed operations. There are only stragglers fleeing. The Sword Kings are sending the soldiers to deal with. Overall, the 4 lands are seized. Truly. Bailey Jingwei lit up and snatched the jade slips. He read them and exploded. Ha ha ha, a new world order. My nation rules all the lands at long last. Next remains handling the 2 dissidents. With them out of the way, humph, Bailey Jingwei smirked and shouted. Have all officials assemble in the imperial capital. His Majesty will bestow rewards and titles to celebrate this momentous occasion, ha ha ha. Yes, the guard looked pleased as well as he ran to carry out the order. The deputy emissary glanced at Wu Randong with mockery, then slammed the cell door shut. Their steps echoed in the distance, leaving Wu Randong in solitude. Wu Randong grinned. Palace Lord's cunning is flawless. He had me practice emotion and facial expression control. It took all I had not to laugh in Bailey Jingwei's face. Ha ha ha. Wu Randong let out a carefree laughter, sharp like a crow's that sent a chill down one's spine. 3 days later, Zither Sword King sat in double dragon manners heaven-reaching pavilion as he played a soothing tune matching the scenery. A ruckus sounded out of nowhere, disturbing the peace. Zither Sword King's hand halted and he sighed. Uncultured Philistine. Zither Sword King shook his head, finding Lai Jingshan bringing her thuggish venerable along with a bow. The Luo clan has blockaded western lands and is hunting down the stragglers. How might we be of help? Zither Sword King, having called us. Zither Sword King gave them a look. Like a service clan, you're not a good fit with me. Music is wasted on you. They shared puzzled looks. How's the hunt going then? Even if some escape, they can never be allowed to leave Western lands. The Luo clan has lived the military way and is more than efficient in this. Those remnants won't escape us. Zither Sword King can rest assured. Luo Yunchang spoke with pride and a smile. Zither Sword King eased and took out a jade slip. Prime Minister Bailey sent word, calling all ministers and officials to the imperial capital for bestowal. You've helped make things easier by working with us and have most credit for this achievement. You shall come with me. Bailey Jingwei will release Yunhai. Luo Yunchang was stern, snatching the jade slip and looking at it with hope. Zither Sword King nodded and resumed playing. In northern lands, see Bright Sect. Bailey Yuyan took the highest people to Sect Leader Hall, coughing. You've done well, everyone. Report. The past few days were spent with the Sun Sea Sect working with the 3 Sword Kings and the central area's 10 million soldiers at the borders to clean the northern lands. Without the Sea Bright Sect leading, the other 3 sects were aimless, killed off so easily. But many people are hiding and scared. We couldn't find them. At the moment, we are conducting a wide search to root them out and leave nothing for the Empire to suffer later. Bu Xingyan was the first to stand in front with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Only Aoyang Chanking and the 4 elders have yet to be found, posing problems. As Sword King-level experts, Bailey Yuyan waved him off. Ha ha ha, leave it be. What of it anyway? The northern lands are ours, so what can they possibly do? They'll end up surrounded like last time. The invincible sword had been surrounded then and had suffered so, which means they will only have it worse. Ha ha ha, ugh. Bu Xingyan choked, noticing Bailey Yuyan's cold glare. Bailey Yuyan was grave. Sect leader Bu, you're the Empire's official now, not of northern lands anymore. Patriarch is our god and you treat him as a joke. No, never. It's Sir who? I only said how to deal with them, not hinting Patriarch. But you. Sword King, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Bu Xingyan wailed in tears, blasted all to hell. You started going back memory lane and now you pin it on me. Were you setting me up? Damn right it's a setup. Bailey Yuyan sneered inside, his eyes shining. Never mind, I'll overlook it the first time. Just make sure to remember that Patriarch is never to be questioned. Yes, thank you, Sword King, for your mercy. Bu Xingyan spoke at ease. Bailey Yuyan nodded and showed a jade slip. Prime Minister Bailey called everyone back to the imperial capital for their rewards. Sect Leader Bu, you are the Northern Lands King, and it will soon become official as well. Ha ha ha, congratulations. Bu Xingyan was overwhelmed with emotion, but he noticed Bailey Yuyan's smirk and he realized. Curses, did he set me up because he eyes my power as Northern Lands King? Sword King, you jest. It's all due to Sir's help in earning this glory. I will never forget it. I shall listen to Sir's every word, even if named King. Sect Leader Bu is so polite. Bailey Yuyan chuckled. A Northern Lands King was like a regional governor, having great sway in the Empire. Being the Northern Lands King, I will rise in status in the Empire, and Bailey Yuyan is using him to get higher too. You may have gotten glory, but I can bury you just as easily. Catching his drift, Bu Xingyan became touched by Bailey Yuyan's care. Where's that old wine sword immortal? I don't know, he hasn't been seen in days. Bu Xingyan answered like a good puppy. A stench of wine wafted in, followed by wine sword immortal himself with a filled jar. His nose looked red like a tomato. He, I've scoured See Bright Sect's cellar and found at last that Northern Lands does have some good wine. This icy wine is so smooth and cool. I've never tasted anything like it. You should all try it, but just a sip. I barely found 30 of these. Even with 30 jars, you're still only letting others sip. Humph, you blind, stinking drunk. Bailey Yuyan mocked. Wine sword immortal. Prime Minister called us to the imperial capital for rewards. Be ready. We're leaving now. There's loads of fine wine in the north that I've yet to sample. You go while I try some more for a couple of days. Make sure you don't miss it. It's too important. Bailey Yuyan glared, waving the others to follow him out. We're going. Humph, that's just how the old drunkard is. See ya. Wine Sword Immortal waved them off with a goony smile, then his smile fell once they were gone. His drunk look was replaced with gravity, shouting, "Guard, assemble the men." The eastern lands and southern lands got Bailey Jingwei's message as well. Shangyu Feiyun grew eager at the thought of a ceremony and rushed to the imperial capital. Danking Shen was respectfully sending off the officials sent to southern lands, while he did the same as Wine Sword Immortal, assembling the men for some baffling reason. But with it taking time, they were bound to reach the imperial capital 3 days later. In a blizzard, a man was sitting upright on the ice, a black sword hovering in front, casting an eerie glint in the Sun Chapter 1156. 7 layers growth. The space warped around Zhuo Fan as his aura grew violent. The sky was rumbling and a fierce wind picked up. The sea churned and battered the shore with bigger and bigger waves. The only quiet place was around Zhuo Fan, but it was under a heavy pressure, forced into keeping still, like an active volcano ready to explode. Zhuo Fan shook just then and howled at the sky. The skies shook and black energy flowed into the heavens, swallowing everything until there was nothing but darkness. The sun was covered as well, turning day into night. This was Zhuo Fan's Genesis stage effect of using world power, demonic sky. This was just the start, for Zhuo Fan shook again and dragons roared in veneration. The black sky had then formed countless black dragons, roaming through the darkness. Their whipping tails shuddered the world around them. They looked like heavenly punishment sent from up above to lay waste to all creation. This was the effect of Zhuo Fan's twin souls in the Genesis stage, draconic sky. The strongest beast soul, heaven dragon soul, turned the demonic sky into its own lair. As the king of beasts, it would tear apart anything that barged into its domain with all the black dragons. It was beyond even demonic sky's sword dragon. Danking Shen dragon-cleaving power was more like a strengthened spiritual weapon. One couldn't take it, but dodging was more than possible. Zhuo Fan's demonic dragon nest, however, was a meat grinder. It was a combination of domain soul and dragon soul on an entirely new level. Was this the end, though? Course not. Danking Shen's power came from the sword and dragon, while Zhuo Fan's came from a domain and dragon. But since he also had a sword within, ringing sounded as the demonic sword felt as Zhuo Fan's power grew exponentially and surged with glee. It then jumped out of the ice and soared into the sky. The black sky surged, with its thick darkness reaching for the demonic sword while the thousands of dragons roared and converged. The blackness gathered on the demonic sword, growing it to 300 meters. The waves of raw power it oozed sent the North Sea rippling stronger and stronger. Zhuo Fan shouted at the skies once more, shooting into the air and grabbing the hilt. Boom! The black clouds around the sword exploded, scattering everywhere and unleashing black sword waves, destroying anything in their path. Even the barrier couldn't take it for long, sporting bigger and bigger cracks. As Zhuo Fan held the demonic sword, he looked like a demon from hell. Darkness ebbed into his surroundings, devouring as it went while the sword auras destroyed the rest. Once all settled down and the sky turned bright again, Zhuo Fan put down the demonic sword and found no trace of ice where he could sit. His flashy display had it all melted. And this was ice heaven sealing Xiao made with his sealing power, the same ice the invincible sword couldn't even scratch. Yet it was no match for the black sword waves. Zhuo Fan had, beyond any shadow of a doubt, surpassed the invincible sword, the past 100 years one at least. Brat, are you mental? Plop. A one-eyed huge head popped out of the water, roaring. Using Dragon's Soul with 9 Serenity's domain, then adding Sword Sovereign's 4 fused swords, are you trying to break the heavens? This place can't take it, so scram already. Just look at the mess you've made of my place. Zhuo Fan grinned and bowed. Senior Xiao, thank you so much for your care this past century, or I would have never learned the depths of the 4 sword arts. Spare me, I only shared with you the sword intent the Sword Sovereign leaked when he formed it. You did all the work, not me. I also wanted to see if the arts would have joined as the swords did. It was just an experiment, not meant to help you. Stop reading too much into it. Zhuo Fan nodded. I understand, but learning the sword here for so many years has disturbed you. Now that I'll leave, I may never return. Take care, senior. You're really leaving? Xiao looked reluctant, but then nodded. Yeah, you should go, if not to fight to find that girl, at least get her back. Zhuo Fan nodded solemnly. Only a sovereign could form a sovereign path, giving him endless lifespan. Regardless of who put it in him, it was now with King Cheng. He wasn't that hurried to get it back, though. But wealth stirred envy, inviting disaster. He could not let her become another's prey. Zhuo Fan bowed once more. Senior, farewell. Zhuo Fan left, with Xiao watching him go. The human kid is gone, and now I feel bored. Should I go find another? Who in this world would be as interesting as him? What a drag. Zhuo Fan came out of Xiao's domain to find two people standing tall with respect. They cheered up at his coming, and Kaior said, Congratulations, Father, on reaching Genesis stage. Father's in the first layer of profound heaven. Then the strength should be at Genesis. Gu Santong tested, feeling his own strength. Zhuo Fan said, Genesis stage 7th layer. 7th, you went through 7 of them? It was nothing. Having focused on learning swordsmanship, my cultivation was long since ready to take the leap. It was just sitting there for the last step. Moreover, it contains insights in the sword, though the regress was a little small. Zhuo Fan sighed. I feel the path the 10 ancient sovereigns were after isn't far. This makes the true self-art incredible. While training the heart, it is in tune with the Tao. Now you're mocking all those experts and mighty lords scrambling for better and better cultivation methods. And it turns out to be in the hands of averages. Maybe because it's average that it conforms with the world's nature. Kaior teased, and Zhuo Fan exclaimed. Some that go too far forget their start, making them grow further and further apart. The two were stumped, not getting anything from that. Zhuo Fan had a feeling. He just needed to test it now, but that was for later. What mattered now was to finish the ascension. Zhuo Fan asked them, Has the plan been going smoothly? All according to your predictions, Father. Good, then let's make a trip to the Sword Star Empire's capital and finish my last fight in the mortal domain. Ding! A black sword pointed ahead, and Zhuo Fan grinned, thirsting for battle. The Dark Demon Lord was baring his fang at the Empire. In the imperial capital, all grand officials and ministers gathered. In the lead was Zither Sword King and the Luo clan, followed by Shangyu and Feiyun, Southern Lands Group and Northern Lands Group. Danking Shen and Wine Sword Immortal were 3 days late. Sorry, I'm late, ha ha ha. 1,000 pardons? Cupping hands all over the place, Wine Sword Immortal and Dragon Cleaving Sword King came to the Imperial Hall. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Dragon Cleaving Sword King and Wine Sword Immortal, why the delay? The old drunkard found a stash of good wine, you understand, right, Prime Minister? Ha ha ha, Bailey Yuyan mocked. Wine Sword Immortal glared at him, then chuckled at everyone else. Bailey Jingwei nodded, having known his style, but he asked, Dragon Cleaving Sword King, what about you? I picked up someone's trail in southern lands and invited him here, making me tarry, Prime Minister. Danking Shen smiled. Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow. Who? It can't be Murong clan's venerables requiring Dragon Cleaving Sword King's personal assistance, can it? Of course not. Those Fogges hardly need 3 days, let alone wasting so much time to track them, ha ha ha. Then, Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with curiosity. Chapter 1157, Sentence. Clap tilde Danking Shen showed a vague smile. Then a guard brought a gorgeous woman, and that took even Bailey Jingwei by surprise. Murong Zhu. I heard she was around, so I stayed a few more days before coming to Prime Minister. Danking Shen smiled. Bailey Jingwei nodded and laughed. Dragon Cleaving Sword King is the cornerstone of the Empire, making such efforts. Murong Zhu has been hiding for a century, and now we have her once more. Now Murong Lai or their venerables will have to come out. Ha ha ha, the Empire will have them cornered and remove one more danger. Humph, think again. Not even I could find my brother after all these years, him having ignored any and all affairs. He won't come even if you have me. Murong Zhu mocked. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Miss Murong better pray your news will reach your brother. It's such a pity for a pretty lady like you, ha ha ha. Guard, add one name to the execution list. In 5 days, the traitorous Murong woman will be executed by heavenly punishment. Let the lands know. If Murong lie and the rest come out, humph, give them her corpse? Yes. The guard bowed and took away the cold Murong zoo. Bailey Jingwei smiled, turning to the others. Everyone here is a valued official. His Majesty will bestow to you all your reward on the day of the execution, thanking you for all your efforts in the Empire's campaign. Thank you, Prime Minister. They all echoed and laughed. Luo Yuncheng pondered and asked, Prime Minister, could you release my brother and his wife? Oh, Alliance Leader Luo. Making a show of recalling it, Bailey Jingwei nodded with a smile and shouted, Guard, arrest the Luo clan. What? Luo Yuncheng's group started, finding themselves seized by Zither Sword King and Shangyuan Feiyun. Not even the Venerables could do anything. Prime Minister Bailey, what's the meaning of this? Huge Changfeng spat. Bailey Jingwei shrugged with a twisted smile. Isn't it obvious? Your traitors being caught for execution 5 days from now. Prime Minister Bailey, we surrendered, so why? You did, but not your alliance leader. Bailey Jingwei spoke harshly. I should reward you for having helped with Western lands by releasing alliance leader Luo. But with your leader against me, what then am I supposed to do if he starts messing things up? So I can't let him go. You could complain that I broke my word and start fighting me as well. That's too much of a pain, so might as well get rid of you all. Without the Luo alliance, none of that will happen, right? Ha ha ha. Huge Changfeng cursed. Bailey Jingwei, you backstabbing bastard. I want to keep my word, but your alliance leader Luo wouldn't feel like living up to the deal. Bailey Jingwei shrugged, sneering at the three minds. Besides, back in that house, I told you three that I'll talk if you guessed my intent. But in the end, none of you had the right to negotiate with me. All the pieces were in my hand while you couldn't even have the option to choose. Take them away. Guards escorted the Luo clan out, leaving behind a trail of curses and shouts. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Only the weak bark. If that would have done the trick, why would the strong need their fists? Ha ha ha. Wise Prime Minister? The others bowed. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Sword King Liu, have the Luo clan's members been dealt with? The Luo clan is in charge of the western lands borders. They'll notice the slightest movement, and it will take time to handle them all. It's fine, we'll deal with as many as we can. It won't matter how many escape. As long as the Luo Alliance's top brass are dead, they'll be lost, walking right into our traps. I'll give the word to pull in the net. Zither Sword King nodded. The rest's hearts sank. Bailey Jingwei was cruel and sick, not even willing to give them any chance of even fighting. Ignoring the obvious discontent in others, Bailey Jingwei's smile never left his face. Everyone can now take rest in your quarters in the Imperial Palace. In 5 days, the ceremony will begin. As for Luo Alliance, you don't have to worry. I'm not one to throw people away. I always reward those that have the good of the Empire in mind. The Luo clan was too ambivalent and had to be resolved. You understand? We're amazed by the Prime Minister's thoroughness. They all bowed. Bailey Jingwei left pleased as the rest disbanded while whispering about the event. They failed to notice Bailey Jingwei looking over his shoulder at them, his eyes cold and disdainful. Ceremony? Ha, how unbearably naive. 5 days later will be a day of peace for the Sword Star Empire. All danger shall be purged. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei cackled to himself. 5 days later, in the imperial capital's main square, the place was packed with the city's people. For today was the execution of many convicts. In the previous execution, only Bailey Jingshi and Bailey Jingwei were present. But this time, there were the 10 Sword Kings and the officials from the 4 lands, including the traitor Bu Xingyan. On the scaffold, many kneeled people from many factions and all with renown. The first was the ex-leader of Northern Lands, see Bright Sect leader Ling Yunchen. Feeling his scraped knees on the wood and his cultivation sealed, the eyes of everyone made him feel like a circus animal, filling him with shame. Bu Xingyan, you rotten animal! You sold out Northern Land sects. Your day will come. TCH, my day, not before yours, bag of bones. Bu Xingyun mocked, looking mighty smug at the old man. Wu Randong was calm by contrast, neither sad nor happy. But some of the people below pointed at him, knowing who he was, in regret. So many people from the serene shores trading died 100 years ago, but they still had an heir. Now even he is culled. What sin is this to not even spare their bloodline? Next was the Luo clan, looking forlorn. Luo Yuncheng was bleak, gnashing her teeth in anger at the vilifying words of the crowd below. Blasted Zhuo fan, what the hell has he been scheming? I've never been insulted like this in my life. Now I'm about to get the noose, yet he still takes his time. Is he waiting for me to die? This rotten vial. Sister, what are you saying? Luo Yunhai muttered, earning her glare before she exclaimed, "Just die in peace and leave me alone, humph." Luo Yunhai flinched, stumped. Sister, we all are doing the dying here. Couldn't you give us one last good memory? Not like there will be any left. Luo Yunhai sighed. Sister, I know you care for me, but how could you trust Bailey Jingwei? Now we're all sentenced. If only Siphon is safe. Don't worry, the girl's fine. And you really thought I'd trust Bailey Jingwei? I'm trusting, never mind. Luo Yuncheng stopped herself. Luo Yunhai was puzzled. Sister, are you that frightened? Luo Yunhai sighed. Yuer, we'll be going to the underworld river together. You must be scared. Never, not with you by my side. Yuer smiled. Luo Yunhai nodded and smiled back, comforted, as the sun reached its peak. Bailey Jingwei grinned and shouted, "Let the execution start!" A few array masters made signs, and thunder flickered above as they gathered power. Bu Xingyun and Shangyuan Feiyun grew excited. For after the heads rolled, they'd get their prize, becoming lords. Only Danking Shen and a few others eased a breath, looking at the lightning and then far in the distance. Chapter 1158. The Thunderous Darkness Strike. Rumble tilde heavenly punishment, the highest form of execution the Sword Star Empire could employ. When the Empire was formed, a 12th grade array was set up in the square center, holding their patriarch's earth-ranked martial art gleaned from the divine sword, Void Slash. The 12 array masters made signs and thunder rumbled, forming a thunder sword in the sky capable of erasing any and all life. Taking such a strike would destroy one in body, mind, and soul. Because of its brutality, none could stop it, becoming the Empire's highest form of punishment. At each sentence, the Emperor, Prime Minister, and all officials were there in respect for the Patriarch. Patriarch was their god, and their god would strike down the criminals while they would prostrate before him. Heavenly punishment is about to descend. Is there any sign of him? The rumbling lightning grew louder and louder, with lightning snaking through the sky as it converged into a terrifying blade. Murongzu glanced at the blinding light and sighed. I must have lost my mind. Why did I ever agree to this? I just knew he was no good. The imperial capital's residents gasped and awed, treating it like a light show. It's so rare to see heavenly punishment, with hardly any more heavy criminals that need such attention to deter the rest of the world. The first usage began around 3,000 years ago, when it was used freely. Later it was barely used once a few centuries, until the Empire ruled the lands and shook the world. Then the punishment was so rare that it didn't get brought up as a punishment until 1,000 years later, to the present era. With the most recent being used on serene shores trading 100 years ago. But now it was happening again, making the people thrilled. Such a sight was so rare everyone got fired up, with the first-timers giddy beyond belief. Wu Randong watched the infatuated crowd with a critical eye, scorning them. There were plenty of ways to kill a man. Why do you think the Empire chose this particular way? It's for all of you, making an example of us to scare away the ignorant masses, as in you fools. The Empire's thunderblade is bearing down our necks, but isn't also hovering over yours. And you're thrilled by it. Closing his eyes, Wu Randong ignored the filth of the world, waiting with calm for a strike, or rather the thunderblade to free him. He had done all he could and was ready to go. While he was without regret, his people couldn't be more in pain. Seeing the thunder blade above, they cried, "Save us, Palace Lord, 5 Dharma Kings, save us, we don't want to die. Palace Lord, save us. We always believed in your might as the one supreme being. Darkness consumes the stars and the Sword Star Empire will fall. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. They yelled their lungs out, whether in belief or clinging to their last hope. It started with one, then more and more Devil Palace disciples shouted, their howls drowning the sky. Their bloodshot eyes, their fervent gazes, and the booming cries spread through the imperial capital. The audience never even heard of Devil Palace, being your average people. But they could feel their hearts thumping at the convicts' howls, turning perplexed. Are they begging for mercy? It doesn't sound like the usual way they do it in the Empire, but praying for some devil. Can this devil save them all from the Empire? That can't be. The people refused to believe it, but seeing their looks and hearing their heartfelt wishes, doubts formed as they themselves muttered those infectious words. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Bailey Jingwei's ears twitched, watching with cold eyes and indifferent expression. He wanted to draw out their palace lord and kings, to finish everything here and now. Once Devil Palace was gone, everyone would see the might of the Empire, its invincibility. But if he was a no-show, the harder these guys shouted, the heavier the blow to Dark Demon Lord's name would be. What can a strong man do when he can't even rally men? How can he ever compete with an empire? Humph, Ling Yunshin and other captives heard the Devil Palace disciples and their mad shouts, but shook their heads. Are they cultists? Have they lost their minds? With 10 sword kings watching, you expect some lord to come here in enemy territory. The invincible sword of before was the best example of human wave tactics. What fool would risk his life for you all? Wake the hell up. Luo Yunhai shook her head. They're so naive to think the leadership would care for the little guy. The Dark Demon Lord would never come. Quiet, Yunhai, even if it's not for them, it'll be for us. Luo Yunhai started, turning a piercing stare at his sister, asking in confusion, Sister, what makes you so sure? You know this Dark Demon Lord? You know him too, he's Rumble. The thunderclap drowned her voice as the thunder blade 300-meter long was done and fell on their necks. Bailey Yushin's power wasn't something anyone could take, even if that was a couple thousand years ago. Everyone would be dead. Boom Tilda, the dreadful power rushed down on its victims, crushing their hearts, and still no savior in sight. The best chance was before the thunder blade struck. Now it was too late. Feeling abandoned, Devil Palace disciples' blind shouts turned weak and soon into sobbing. Palace Lord. That dead man doesn't care at all about me. Luo Yunchang saw the blade coming down and cursed. Luo Yunhai was calm, then he faced his wife with a smile. Let's go together. Let's, husband? Yu'er smiled back. The two closed their eyes, welcoming release. Bailey Jingwei smiled in pride. Dark Demon Lord is nothing, ha ha ha. Everything will end, with no chance of turning it around. Earth-level Devil Palm? A calm voice echoed throughout the square, one of disdain. The boundless space held one long shadow. It grew fast to the size of hundreds of meters, taking the shape of a black hand. The thunder blade felt stifled, its oppressive power sapped as it halted its descent. The victims were gaping. Bailey Jingwei jumped to his feet, clenching his fists. He actually came. The people started in utter shock. It stopped. The heavenly punishment was stopped. How? How can the godlike Bailey Yushin's earth-ranked martial art be blocked? Who did it with a cooling breeze, clothes ruffled? People whipped around their heads to see a man in white with covered eyes, the picture of godhood, floating down on the scaffold and bearing a snicker. The face had them all frozen, the smile giving them the feeling he held all the power, all the secrets in the world. Zhuo Fan. Bailey Jingwei cried out in utter disbelief. His eyes trembling. Whoosh Tilda, the 10 sword kings, stood, watching the familiar figure with amazement and some glee. Bali Yuyu was beaming with joy. The brat is alive. He's still alive. Chapter 1159, 100-Year Plan. Boom Tilda, the violent lightning above grew more explosive as it burst with fury. The thunder blade wanted nothing more than to exact its judgment and destroy everything. The Black Palm had something else in mind, though, blocking and shielding the area by stopping its descent. Zhuo Fan was quite casual, floating over on the scaffold. None made a move, for not even Bailey Jingwei and the Sword Kings could come out of their shock at seeing this deadly enemy. The guards stayed put, for they were just like the common people, gapping at the heavenly punishment being blocked for the first time. Zhuo Fan was like a god coming down on this world, letting him reach the scaffold with no hindrance, approaching the kneeling victims. None made a sound, making every word echo. "Stinking brat, when have I ever taught you to compromise against a tough enemy?" Luo Yunhai was waiting for his end, but flinched at the familiar words. He then opened his eyes to see in the blazing sun the same face he knew all those years, tearing up at the reunion. Alliance leader Luo, the second best man in Western lands, ended up acting like a child. "Big brother Zhuo!" "Master, Steward Zhuo." The others snapped their attention and cried out in joy. The pillar of the Luo clan had been gone for more than a century, but now he was finally back, the first steward Zhuo Fan. Luo Yuncheng's eyes reddened, glaring at him in anger and even more joy as tears fell. The Luo clan's happiness made the other convicts open their eyes with a start. "He's not dead." Ling Yunchen and many more were staring blankly. Murong Zhu eased a breath. "At least he kept his word and came before I ended up in a grave for nothing." Wu Randong opened his eyes and grinned. "Palace Lord, you're here at last." "He's the dark demon lord of Devil Palace." The Devil Palace disciples started, then looked at the blocked thunder blade above, moved. "Yes, he's our Palace Lord." "Palace Lord, you came to save us." "Greetings, Palace Lord." The rest started shouting and knocking their heads in relief and happiness. Others were stumped. Zhuo Fan's the Palace Lord, the Dark Demon Lord who controls the world's underground. As the convicts grew rowdy on the scaffold, the rest blinked in confusion. The Grand Marshal of the Four Lands ended up being the leader of the strongest shadow group 100 years later. The people pointed Zhuo Fan out, whispering about him. Who could this man be to stop the heavenly punishment and earn such adoration from the convicts? All eyes were on him as Zhuo Fan took the stage with a riveting entrance. Everyone forgot this was supposed to be an execution of the Sword Star Empire's criminals. The thunder blade was still hanging overhead. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched, raising his head to clap. The clamor dimmed just from that. The people turned to him, waking up to the reality that this was the imperial capital's heart. The emperor and prime minister were present and could not be ignored. The convicts quietened, turning grave. Zhuo Fan had come, but saving them was another matter, especially with the 10 Sword Kings around. It was too early to rejoice. Bailey Jingwei smiled. "Sir Zhuo, it's truly been too long. I thought you were dead and have mourned you for years, but to think you'd come out again, bringing me such joy. We can now compete again, ha ha ha. Hold up, we'll go down memory lane later. Let me just deal with this buzzing thing overhead first. It doesn't sit right to have a sword on my neck, it makes me jumpy, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan snickered, raising his right arm and making a fist. Boom. The black hand clenched as well, and the thunder blade exploded into pretty, harmless lights. The shockwave washed over the square, making the array masters recoil and spit blood, horrified. The imperial capital's residents gasped as it passed, looking at Zhuo Fan in fear. Their god's heavenly punishment was broken just like that. The Sword King's hearts shuddered, turning grave. None of them could do that. His power is on a different level. Zhuo Fan brushed his arms of imaginary dust, smirking at Bailey Jingwei. "Now then, Prime Minister, where were we?" Bailey Jingwei's face fell, but put on a smile. "Ha ha ha, Sir Zhuo is mighty in sword and the pen, I just cannot compare. But there are times that not even a great talent such as you can make a difference. What makes you so sure? Isn't it obvious?" Sir Zhuo had been in seclusion these days, and I moved with speed to secure the Four Lands. Bailey Jingwei laughed with pride. "With a new world order in place, no matter how tough you are, you have no assets, without support, and can't do anything to change that. While I can move the entire world into rooting you out, the same tactic you used before. Coming alone into the heart of the empire only got you trapped, he he he." Ling Yunchen sighed. They had the Four Lands as support before and could hold off the central area's armies. But with the lands fallen, there's no resistance left. Who can face an entire world by themselves? Bailey Yushin only faced the soldiers of 2 lands and was close to breathing his last. Now Zhuo Fan alone would, all shook their heads in despair, not optimistic of Zhuo Fan's chances. Only a few Luo clansmen held their calm. Zhuo Fan had a quirky smile. "Prime Minister, you're right about one thing. Alone, I don't have the strength to fight the might of the current empire without men or support. Only, what makes you think I'm alone?" Wah. Bailey Jingwei's heart sank, then became frantic. "I've removed Devil Palace from the central area, and you think your forces in the other lands can stop the central area? Ha ha ha, is this a bluff? You'd have tried that already if you could instead of waiting until now. I don't believe you suddenly have the strength to fight the Empire when 100 years couldn't help and your men are weakened." Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow. "Some things you just have to believe, maybe it's true." "What's that supposed to mean?" Bailey Jingwei tensed, his eyes fixed on him. Zhuo Fan grinned wildly. "If the Prime Minister really wants to know, why not try understanding the 100-year plan? You'll see then." "Advise me then, Sir Zhuo?" Bailey Jingwei nodded. He would have scoffed at anyone else's request, since none could compare to his brilliant scheming genius. Only Zhuo Fan, his archenemy, was worth the attention after matching him every step of the way. They were like perfect chess partners. It'd be great to have a close friend to share his exquisite planning. His old enemy made for such a close friend. Then, Sir Zhuo, it all began with the World War 100 years ago. The Empire had fallen in its harshest times, in turmoil, but I have never taken my eyes off the other lands. Chapter 1160, Shout of Known. Glancing at Bu Xingyun and the rows of spies, Bailey Jingwei smiled. The World War may have been over, and the Empire's losses the smallest, but with Sir Zhuo using serene shores trading to fan the flames in our territories, you've pushed us close to collapse. I knew then that it would take 100 years for the Empire to recover from the unrest. For that reason I made a deal with those foolish leaders for a century-long peace. Oh, I wanted their lands, but I feared their meddling more by bringing more chaos to our empire. The Sword Star Empire people sneered, giving a look of scorn at the said leaders turned convicts. These morons fell for our delay tactic and were mighty pleased with it. Ha, the idiots! Ling Yunshin was outraged. Bailey Jingwei is vile and shrewd. Our talks hadn't been in our favors at all. I should have just made him cede land as reparations. It never occurred to him that taking anything from Bailey Jingwei was possible. After the war, I noticed the shifting sands beneath the surface in the Empire, making another large military campaign like last time impossible. At the very least, half the soldiers had to be stationed to secure the Empire and prevent more unrest or collapse. This was a constraint put on me in facing the 4 lands, unable to go all out against them. Bailey Jingwei continued with a glimmer in his eyes as he pointed at Bu Xingyun. But this time, sect leader Bu was a boundless source of inspiration. He's a spy I placed in the northern lands in time of the last war. His job was simple, to break the Sea Bright sect's barrier, but it ended up with him saving the leaders of the 4 lands. Sea Bright sect Ling thought so highly of him that he was entrusted with important duties. His power only grew from then on, leaving the northern land's defenses in his care. It got me thinking, if the enemy's defense is controlled by one of my men, it couldn't be easier. War would become pointless, and it saved loads of time too. All it lacked was a suitable plan to take the enemy lair. Ling Yunshin gasped in shame. It was all due to indulging Bu Xingyun that Bailey Jingwei had an easy time breaching their defenses and taking his home. Ignoring sect leader Ling's guilt, Zhuo Fan held a constant smile. So Prime Minister turned to finding particular spies, yes. Correct, having spies in the leadership of every land would prove crucial to further my plans. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone, pointing at the said spies. The war just ended, and the lands were in urgent need of making up for their losses, making it the best chance to climb the ranks. I thus chose potential candidates for me to use. Starting with Eastern lands, I chose Shangyuan Yuheng, because she was the mother of Shangyuan Yulin, the best disciple in the Eastern lands. Shangyuan Yulin's position made me understand her status, but then Shangyuan Yulin turned traitor and died. His mother grew petty and hateful. This only helped more. The higher she went, the more she loathed the Shangyuan clan. Could you ask for a better candidate? Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei laughed, earning a glare from Shangyuan Yu Heng. Bailey Jingwei shrugged. Don't look at me, those aren't my words, but Sword King Feiyun's. Though that's reality. To a person consumed by hatred, nothing matters, not even their clan. They'd want it destroyed just the same. But how could she climb the ranks harboring revenge? I then changed her name to Monyang to show remorse, for Mo alludes to a mother atoning for her son. And thanks to Shangyuan Faction going into seclusion, the huge clan only had a little girl leading it. Ah, women, ruthless and soft. Faction's daughter actually accepted the apology and considered Monyang a close friend. Maybe even closer. She was all alone in the clan, and then she found the auntie's shoulder to lean on, becoming practically kin. It's a gift from heaven, if I do say so myself. Shangyuan Monyang used her power alongside the young miss to gain control over the borders and complete the task I had for her. Zhuo Fan nodded with a thumbs up. Marvelous. Why, thank you, Steward Zhuo, Bailey Jingwei shrugged then. As for southern lands, Murong clan had few people, left with only Fog is enjoying retirement. This made it even easier to get a spy. And now we came to the real issue, western lands. The Luo clan made the best candidate on paper, pulling it in with some promises, but it's too damn stubborn, unbudging in some areas, and it slipped out of my grasp. I didn't want to deal with them and had no choice but to resort to a little trick to pry them apart and surrender to me. Don't forget my Devil Palace, Zhuo Fan reminded him. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Right, the Devil Palace Steward Zhuo established was a plague to my heart, all because it was rooted deep in the central area. It always made every move of mine tiresome and slow. I had to use the plan of dealing with the 4 lands to fake an empty central area and draw you out. Clap tilde Zhuo Fan praised. Prime Minister Bailey sure is thorough, flawless perhaps. You've done marvelously this past century. Steward Zhuo, please. This is what I've done these years. Now it's your turn. How would Steward Zhuo settle this situation? Bailey Jingwei smiled. Zhuo Fan waved him off. Prime Minister, come on, I'm calling you flawless, and you're saying I'll handle it. Steward Zhuo, there's no need for modesty. As the best minister, I always wanted to compete with the best steward once more. Don't disappoint. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone, his smile sinister. Zhuo Fan smirked and nodded. If you insist, I'll just have to make a fool of myself. Like I said, Prime Minister Bailey had done marvelously, taking the lands and solidifying the empire. Attacking and retreating at the right moments. Though what if I saw a crack in the Prime Minister's plan? Tearing it to reveal a crippling weakness, ha ha ha. What? Bailey Jingwei's heart jumped, his smile gone as he cupped his hands. Enlighten me, Zhuo Fan droned on. The crux of Prime Minister Bailey's plan are spies. But what if these spies were already picked? Bailey Jingwei shook, his eyes landing on Bu Xingyan and the others. Prime Minister, don't listen to his nonsense, we check out. Bu Xingyan panicked and then cursed Zhuo Fan. Hey Zhuo Fan, stop poisoning the well. We never betrayed the empire. Zhuo Fan chuckled. The world bears witness to sect leader Bu's heart. I know you didn't betray it. What I meant was... We didn't either. Shangyuan Monyang and the others announced, sweating buckets. They saw firsthand how Bailey Jingwei dealt with traitors through the Luo clan's fate. He sentences the whole clan just because of an unsteady heart. Bailey Jingwei needed to have but an inkling of doubt, and they were deader than dead, so they declared their stance from the start. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Not you either. I meant Prime Minister Bailey. Me? How? Bailey Jingwei shook. Zhuo Fan said, Prime Minister, if your spies had been exposed from the start, what would you have done? Bailey Jingwei's face twitched, turning grave. Tell me. Sure, it's my turn anyway to talk of the 100-year plan. Zhuo Fan nodded. Can a leopard change his spots? Can a shrew turn into a nice auntie at the drop of a hat and take responsibility for her son? Don't you think it's a bit of a stretch? Sure, it's easy for a girl, since women are always flexible. Hearing of it reeks of something fishy. That's why I put a tail on her. I saw her trying only to further her authority and never contacting the central area, but I was certain this was only a matter of time. She's after revenge, and alone it's impossible. As for sect leader Bu, I doubted him the moment he got all 4 lands leaders in the same spot. Then he rose through the ranks and furthered his power while exercising extreme caution. It didn't fit his wild nature. Recalling Shangyu and Monyang, I figured out it was someone's plan. The Prime Minister avoided all contact the past century to protect them, but they all acted the same, aiming high and staying low, going for power while avoiding conflicts. Bailey Jingwei's face shook, unease festering in his heart. If he found out everything from the start, he has the skills to make it all come crashing down. Zhuo Fan read him like a book, but I didn't pay attention to any of it, letting you have your fun. If it were so easy to plant spies in the enemy camp, why then would you have resorted to an all-out war? It was precisely because of the huge losses after the war that presented this chance. I just couldn't bear the thought of ruining the Prime Minister's pet project after all that effort. Speaking of, I have the heart of a girl, quite a softie, though I'm a family man. Ugh, Bailey Jingwei faltered, his face twitching. If you're a family man, then the whole world has only cruel monsters. The Luo clan looked bleak as they sighed. Steward Zhuo hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Can't he have just a shred of decency? Chapter 1161, Turnaround. Steward Zhuo, what did you do next? I'm eager to know. Bailey Jingwei stared hard at Zhuo Fan, his voice stiff. Then tell me, what game are you really playing? Zhuo Fan nodded. Sure, I'll say this first. The Empire had gone through changes, but its strength remains. With the Prime Minister handling things, restoring it to its former glory was easy. As long as its power remains concentrated, it's undefeated. So I had to help your ambition and give you leeway to enact your plan. What? Bailey Jingwei gasped. You let me? Then, taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan showed a twisted smile. Prime Minister, remember the empty city tactic 100 years ago? It was and wasn't, but now it couldn't be truer. Empty city tactic? Bailey Jingwei started, turning to the Sword Kings who attacked the 4 lands. Shangyu Feiyun was first to say. We assaulted Shangyu clan, but there was no one in sight, and we had no trouble seizing eastern lands, though there were more fugitives. Our assault was real, killing throughout the Sea Bright sect, but the Snow Peak 4 elders and Aoyang Chanking were gone. Those cowards fled somewhere, and we couldn't pick their trail. Bailey Yuyan said. Danking Shen paused and nodded. Murong Klang was deserted, then we found out about Murong Zhu. Why didn't any of you say anything? We thought it was normal, that. Bailey Yuyan showed a bright smile and shrugged. They must have found themselves weak, and at the news of our coming they fled. It's obvious. Yes, logical. Zhuo Fan smiled. What makes even more sense is when you received news of bestowal for your efforts. And you couldn't smear your record with some pesky mistakes, right? Ha ha ha, but these omissions prove to be crucial. Don't you know that grass sprouts from anything, be it fire or floods? Bailey Jingwei heard Zhuo Fan's disdain and grimaced with clenched fists. Bailey Yuyan found it scornful. What's so bad about some homeless fools? TCH. Report? A frantic man shouted, echoing through the imperial capital as he rushed to present a jade slip. Prime Minister, this is very bad. The Western Lands Army breached the borders and is marching into the central area. The defenses were overwhelmed and are in dire need of reinforcements. What? Bailey Jingwei and everyone else wore masks of disbelief. Bailey Jingwei grabbed his collar, turning hysterical. What the hell happened? Didn't the Western Lands capitulate? Why are they attacking the central area? That, the man stammered, put on the spot. He was just the messenger, knowing nothing. Another shout came with the same urgency. The Southern Lands Army breached the borders and are heading inland. Prime Minister, please send reinforcements. Dong, Bailey Jingwei's mind blanked out, his eyes staring into space. The Northern Lands revolted and punched through the borders, heading for our lands. Prime Minister, send reinforcements. Another frantic shout came. Zhuo Fan mocked and taunted. Your Prime Minister had his men ready to deal with me. He can't spare one man for you. Tell them they're on their own. Devil Palace Lord is a heavy criminal, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan? Bailey Jingwei glared with bloodshot eyes. What the hell did you do? Zhuo Fan shrugged, but then a melody intervened, sounding cheerful and snappy. Even the tone-deaf could hear its meaning. It's not he who did it. He only came up with the plan and went into seclusion. We did everything. Zither Sword King, Bailey Jingwei raged. Why would you sell out the empire? Liu Mubai said, Prime Minister Bailey, my people died from this same heavenly punishment. 2,000 years ago, I sought shelter in the empire, and I'm unclear if the invincible sword forgot about it or merely disregarded me to not mention the execution. I joined the Dark Demon Lord to crush the empire and avenge my people. That is reason enough. What? Bailey Jingwei gaped incredulously. Even so, how could you have led the empire's elites to strike back at the empire? They all are loyal to it. You might get to lead them once, but they'll never go as far as to betray their country. Zither Sword King showed a vague smile, the zither playing. And if they never were central areas? Bailey Jingwei's mind stopped working. Zhuo Fan was kind enough to explain. Prime Minister Bailey, I told you, the empty city tactic now was genuine. Did you really think the empire would seize the lands at the end? We'll see who takes over who soon enough. Bailey Jingwei staggered back in realization. Prime Minister, to be honest, while the Luo clan suffered, I have always been watching from the side, wanting you to make your move on the western lands. This way, the Empire's forces would scatter. While the men you sent into western lands had long since been destroyed by the Luo clan and Zither Sword King. The men posted in western lands are western lands soldiers in central area uniform that Zither Sword King helped hide. The border guards thought them as themselves and opened the arrays, followed by their immediate defeat under a sudden assault by western lands forces. The same for the other lands? Bailey Jingwei asked in shock. Zhuo Fan nodded. You're catching on. It was all a diversion. Thinking your world order came to be, your guard on the 4 lands loosened, and the soldiers at the border were called back, giving the lands the perfect chance to strike. Ignore his foolish words, Prime Minister. The northern lands is ours. Bailey Yuan intervened, for the way it was said painted every leader that attacked the lands as traitors. Zhuo Fan smiled with a red-nosed old man patting his shoulder. Bailey Yuan, you don't have to explain yourself. That's the hard truth. Wine Sword Immortal. We took northern lands, but after you left, I ordered the army to assemble in a valley so that Aoyang Changqing and the others would kill them off. That's why it took me 3 days to come. SSS-U, Bailey Yuan gasped and fumed. The drunkard has always been sloppy, but actually so vicious when he wanted to be. Those were the lives of millions of elite soldiers. Bailey Jingwei turned his stiff head to Danking Shen. Dragon-cleaving Sword King was delayed for the same reason. Yeah, though I didn't have a good excuse like Wine Sword Immortal to fool you, so the brat gave me Miss Murong to use instead. No matter how suspicious you are, seeing such a prize you'll forget everything. And sure enough, he was right. You fell for it hook, line, and sinker? Danking Shen nodded. Bailey Jingwei was a blowing volcano now, looking now at Shangyuan Feiyun. Sword King Feiyun, you can't also be. Prime Minister, I'm not like these bastards. You know of my hatred for the Shangyuan clan, with my land the only one stable it proves. Report. A guard rushed in with a ready jade slip. The eastern lands is in revolt with fighting all over. Prime Minister, send help? Shangyuan Feiyun flinched and Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yes, Sword King Feiyun was the only one who I never tried to turn. He's very much loyal to the Empire, as are his men. Though I wouldn't bet on them for help, Prime Minister, tied up with the sudden revelation of the Shangyuan clan, ha ha ha. Damn you! Bailey Jingwei pointed at him in rage, his ears turning red. In just 10 days, the campaign spanning the 5 lands flipped through a turnaround, from the Sword Star Empire ruling supreme to being attacked from all sides. Bailey Jingwei never saw it coming. He had lost once more to this deadly opponent. Chapter 1162, Last Showdown. Zhuo Fan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his grand plan to the incensed Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister, it was quite impossible for Devil Palace to grow without gaining some attention. But a few decades ago, I had the Prime Minister notice it on purpose. even going as far as letting your spies slip in. Care to know why? Bailey Jingwei was white as paper, his breathing ragged and unable to speak. Quite simple, because I wanted control, not just of me, but over others as well. Zhuo Fan said, "If you'd been in the dark of Devil Palace, then you'd go all out against the lands and we'd raise a revolt, though it wouldn't do any good. We both know how the First World War ended. With a couple of frightening words from you, the leaders of the lands were happy to follow along. You went home at once to douse the flames and keep the empire whole. No matter how much damage was done, all can be rebuilt in time. The empire would survive. So I let it slip into your reports that Devil Palace existed, and even let you send spies to give you false control across the board, when I was holding all the cards. With Devil Palace a thorn in your side, you'd never send all troops in. I controlled the rise of all your spies to control how fast you'd act. If you'd still been greedy like in the last war, you'd have struck only when all was perfect." Bailey Jingwei's rough breathing grew, and he leaned on Bailey Yuyan for support. His raging eyes, however, never left Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan went on, "You'd never have made your move unless you had enough intelligence, so I let it trickle over to your spy and led you along to believe you're in control. It was a stalling tactic, really, since I wasn't ready, but once I was, I let your spies get the right rank and learn more info. That was only limited to the central area, since any info on the four lands would let the empty city tactic fall through, ha ha ha. Why did you make Wu Randong rebel then with all the shadow forces? Is it to draw my attention?" Bailey Jingwei roared. Zhuo Fan smiled, with Wu Randong showing a wide grin. "Prime Minister Bailey, that's what makes Palace Lord so brilliant. You went after the lands and faked an empty central area, aiming to catch us all in a trap. If I hadn't come out, your other Sword Kings would have been stationed here for nothing, and you would send them to the lands to fight, thus figuring it out. As long as Devil Palace stayed in the central area, you'd never know rest and would not advance your plans, making it a matter of time before the problems in the four lands would catch your attention. So we were thrown away to give you peace of mind. In your joy, you never bothered to check the war situation in the other lands, jumping to the next step, luring our palace lord and other enemies. You gathered all your forces in the central area, leaving the borders defenseless. This led to the three lands' armies you thought were defeated to get deep into your empire. Talk about setting oneself up for failure, making the enemy work from within and outside to attack you on all sides. Compared to last time, Prime Minister, you lost completely, ha ha ha. I see, the Devil Palace in the central area was just a cover for your operations in the four lands." Bailey Jingwei nodded, then his face twitched harder. "Zhuo Fan, you're good. I accept my complete loss and you have my complete respect." Bailey Jingwei spat the last words with hatred, but the respect was still there. Zhuo Fan was the only one in the world capable of being a step ahead. His hatred was born of nothing more than his inadequacies, while his respect was genuine. Zither Sword King sighed, turning to Zhuo Fan. To overcome Bailey Jingwei's 100-year plan, every step of the way makes him a truly terrifying man. The others shared a nod, looking grave. "Don't think you've won. The empire won't fall. It shall endure for a very good reason," Bailey Jingwei roared, pointing at the convicts. "You wanted to save them, so I will cut them down first. Let's see how many you can protect by yourself. Empire defenders, Sword Kings, kill them. Make his win a bitter one." "Yes, sir." The 6 Bailey Sword Kings flew into action at the convicts. Shangyuan Feiyun was hesitant which side to take, but recalling that Zhuo Fan slighted him, he joined the central area's Sword Kings in the end. Danking Shen and the rest were friendly with Zhuo Fan, not to mention they had done marvelously. I got nothing instead, and he didn't even consider picking me. Why the hell would I side with him? Humph Shangyuan Feiyun was set to side with the Empire regardless of its fate. He had no other options. Whoosh! Zither Sword King hoisted Bailey Jingwei by the neck, shouting, "Bailey Jingwei, have them stop." "Humph, I won't. I may die, but Zhuo Fan will lose to me here. He gets the great victory while I'll leave a scar on his heart, ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei snickered, leaving the Zither Sword King helpless. The Sword Kings listened to Bailey Jingwei because Bailey Yushin ordered it, while hardly caring for his fate, or that the Emperor would survive. They would not stop unless he spoke up. Zither Sword King sighed with worry at Zhuo Fan. Dark Demon Lord is strong, able to take all those Sword Kings, but they're focusing on killing his people. He can't look after all of them, so could he protect so many people? Zither Sword King knew he cared for some of the people there. With the death of any of them, his heart would be in pain. Zither Sword King shot over at once, wanting to help. Danking Shen and Ainz Sword Immortal were already there. But since they were all Sword Kings, they were a moment behind compared to the seven. Hutilda, a fierce wind came at Murong Zhu as Bailey Yuyun showed a wicked smile. As dreadful power blew over Ling Yunshin, Bali Yuyu glanced at Zhuo Fan and decided this man could die from his lack of reaction. She didn't want to kill anyone who Zhuo Fan cared about or to be at odds with him. Bailey Jingwei would have been pissed if he knew. Bali Yuyu, you rotten turncoat, why the hell are you going for Ling Yunshin, who Zhuo Fan couldn't give two licks about? But now he was too drunk on revenge to see clearly that he had another traitor in his camp. Bloodlust washed over the scaffold and the convicts, making them feel death on their necks. They glanced at Zhuo Fan with pleading looks, but he just stood there like a statue. All were on the verge of crying. Dude, aren't you here for us? At least fake it. Bang Tilda as the Sword King's power inched closer, so did death clench their hearts in its grip. Zhuo Fan acted like he abandoned them as a boom resounded in their ears. The seven Sword Kings backed off as they saw 7 people in front blocking them. Zhuer, you all right? A man in red stood next to Murong Zhu, having a fire cloud badge on his waist. She cheered, brother. Shangyuan Feixiang, you finally show up. Shangyuan Feiyun stared at him. Shangyuan Feixiang cupped his hands. Feiyun, have you been well this century? Shangyuan Feiyun sized him up, the jade badge on his waist catching his eye, that of a mountain. Dad, leave Bailey Jingshan to me. I have a score to settle. Be careful. The father had a badge with a river while the son wore black with fangs on his badge. Another man in black, a youth, had a sun painted on the back of the robe, turning to them. I have a score as well. Leave him to me. Why should I? I'm stronger than you, TCH. The youth with the fangs badge huffed. Zhuo Fan stood still all this time, while the others around were stunned at the familiar figures that had vanished at the end of the First War. Only the Devil Palace disciples cheered seeing them. Our 5 Dharma kings and emissaries are here. With all experts present, the last showdown could begin. Chapter 1163. One-sided. The 3 coming to the rescue halted, looking stunned. Murong Lai, Shangyuan Feixiang, and Aoyang Lingshan were missing for a century. Now they were Devil Palace's Dharma kings. I see. Danking Shen glanced at Ainz Sword Immortal. No wonder a drunkard like you would side with Devil Palace. You were close with Murong Lai. Come now, it's totally normal for friends to visit each other, ha ha ha. Ainz Sword Immortal's red nose wiggled as he laughed. Danking Shen nodded. Ainz Sword Immortal was with the Empire, but he longed for something else, always having a soft spot for the Murong clan. Maybe he became a Sword King in the first place, so he could protect the Murong clan. For when the Empire attacked southern lands at some point, as a Sword King, he could save them. The 7 Sword Kings faced 5 Dharma kings and the Sun and Moon emissaries. The 2 sides were not an equal match to begin with, but with the 3 traitors added into the mix, the Empire's side would lose out. Emperor Bailey Jingshi frowned, losing his cool for the first time. Jingwei, what do we do? Your Majesty, relax, we're not at the end yet. Bailey Jingwei looked bleak, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Soldiers of the Empire attack, kill them all. Roar Tilda at his order. Thousands upon thousands of experts poured in from up, below, and everywhere around, filling the imperial capital with their bloodthirst as they made their way to the scaffold. I knew it was a trap. Zhuo Fan grinned. Danking Shen and the others started, looking at the experts storming in and shot around the convicts to shield them. SSS, Tilda the imperial capital's people gasped at the scene, filled with fear and running all over the place as their hearts hammered in their chests. Curses, We've come to see a show, not be part of it. Why must it be so chaotic? First the foreign sword king's betrayal, now the imperial army. Heavens above, I don't want to be collateral damage. Wailing inside, the people ran off in seconds. The army cared naught for bugs, their targets being Devil Palace and the traitors. Rumble Tilda Danking Shen and the others watched the black clouds coming closer with heavy looks. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and said, "This looks familiar. Did it happen in the last war?" "Yes, Steward Zhuo, you used the same tactic on our patriarch. Now it's used on you." Bailey Jingwei sneered. "The empire may fall today, but I don't care about the lands anymore so long as I have your head. The three lands' armies are invading and the empire might be surrounded, but before they arrive, you'll be going to hell." Zhuo Fan smiled. Shangyuan Feiyun and the others snickered. "The empire can fall, but as long as we remain, we can just rebuild another. It'll just take a couple more 1,000 years and another empire will rise. While you will all die here, regardless how tough you are. The outcome has yet to be decided, Shangyuan Feiyun." "Feiyun, don't get too happy. You won't get my head that easily," Shangyuan Feiyun sneered. Shangyuan Feiyun cackled. "Ha ha ha, anyone could say that but you, who always lost during our spars. Brother, you've gone senile, so let me relieve that head off your shoulders. Let me be a good example for the other sword kings." Shangyuan Feiyun shot for Shangyuan Feiyun while the others moved as well. "Feiyun, don't you know time changes everything?" Shangyuan Feiyun shouted as he charged as well. Murong Lai and the others followed suit, each with their own targets. Thunder boomed and explosions flared as the 14 auras clashed, making the world shake. Bam! Shangyuan Feiyun and Shangyuan Feiyun met violently with their soaring sword arts, unleashing incredible might when the red glows intersected. Shangyuan Feiyun showed nothing but scorn, only to feel his side being grazed by a sword wave. His shock exploded just as his sleeve did. Then a power ran through his chest that sent his body back. He turned red as blood seeped out. Shangyuan Feiyun's mouth shook, casting a disbelieving look on Shangyuan Feiyun. How? I lost in one blow. I've always been the one winning in all our fights. How can?" "Feiyun, I told you, time changes everything." Shangyuan Feiyun smiled. "You have been vying for power the past century, yearning for eastern lands, while I focused on the sword, understanding soaring sword arts core while turning a deaf ear to the world outside. Your talent is better than mine, but your heart is unsteady, your mind clouded that you made no progress in the last century. This is the gap between us." Shangyuan Feiyun's face twitched as he glared at his brother, still in denial. "No. I'm better than you in every way. That's why I refused to acknowledge you as clan head when you were picked. Why now could you best me? I won't allow it, I won't." Bam! Shangyuan Feiyun raged with a red face, hearing a loud sound coming. He saw a shadow fly by and Bailey Yuyun's scorched face came into view, spitting blood at his side. How is this possible? Murong Lai was never this strong. Bailey Yuyun, you were there as well when Bailey Yushin and the three-headed crow fought. Did you learn nothing from it? Whoosh Tilda red flashed and Murong Lai popped in his face, eyes burning with grief. How sad, a practitioner that could not see strength in another truly strong one. Are you really Bailey? Your talents are better, sharing blood with the invincible sword, but none of you inherited his ambition for true strength. None of you are like him? Bailey Yuyun squinted, glaring at the red figure with fear. Shangyuan Feiyun shouted. You're both sword king-level experts, yet you got done in by Murong Lai so soon. Because he's beyond a sword king. Bailey Yuyun's eyes were hard. I noticed their eyes changed after Patriarch fought the 9th-level spiritual beast, as if their level changed. After 100 years of training, they rose higher above a sword king? What? Shangyuan Feiyun turned to Shangyuan Feiyun and his faint smile. Among us three, I'm still the weakest, with the worst talent and had yet to change. Only my mindset grew, having found a new understanding of soaring sword art. Now you should understand that first you're a martial practitioner so you could reach the Tao. That's what's important. With a clouded heart, you can have all the martial prowess, but never could you touch upon the Tao. Shangyuan Feiyun's beard shook in anger, but his heart sank. He just realized that facing his brother he always despised, he had fallen so far behind. It was entirely one-sided. The three, having gone beyond Sword King level, had no trouble dealing with the 7 Sword Kings. They were pushed back all the time, unable to even squeeze a draw. As for the soldiers of the Empire, they kept pouring in for the scaffold, but Danking Shen's group of 3 fended them off. But not even they fathomed those 3 old guys would go through such a change in a century. It shocked them to the core. Then they looked at Zhuo Fan with a glimmer in their eyes. It was obvious he had a role to play in it. Jingwei, both sides have Sword Kings, so why are they stronger than ours? We can barely hold on. Bailey Jingshi was sweating buckets. If our Sword Kings fall, we have less ways of dealing with them. Bailey Jingwei grimaced, glancing behind at the thunderclap in the distance, his eyes glinting. Chapter 1164, Invincible Acts. Rumble tilde lightning snaked through the clouds with a low rumble like the growl of a beast. The sky turned white in the distance. That was where the god of the Sword Star Empire, Bailey Yushin, was in seclusion. Even with the public square drowned in battle and killing, the powerful explosions left the people deafened. Zhuo Fan still stood straight on the scaffold, his eyes fixed on the thunder and lightning, waiting along with Bailey Jingwei. With a draconic roar, Danking Shen struck, turning the thousands of experts in front to floating ashes. With music, Zither Sword King's 7 notes obscure sword turned his enemies into mush. Wine Sword Immortal spurted wine, unleashing a firestorm that left nothing behind. The 3 worked together to stop the endless flood of soldiers, looking grave. They knew Zhuo Fan was there, but they uttered no complaint. They knew kings went for kings and generals against generals. The Dark Demon Lord's opponent had yet to come. Rumble. A purple lightning flared and Kaior stepped in front of Bali Yuyu. Bali Yuyu blocked, making it a draw. Glaring at the purple-haired girl, Bali Yuyu patted. Where did the punk find such a weird expert, so young and so abnormally strong? I was thinking of throwing the fight with this girl for his sake. It's clear now that I was overthinking things. The girl is so ruthless that me going easy will get me killed. Curses, didn't the punk tell his people to go easy on me? Humph, he forgot everything then? Sister Yu, the purple girl giggled, teasing. It's been a while, but you're still as strong. Ugh, Bali Yuyu gave her a long look. And you're forgot me already, and you even faked being my mother. Kaior, Bali Yuyu started, her eyes wide. You're all grown up and so strong too, just like your old man in human. I never was a human, though, Kaior snickered to herself. Sister Yu, we had a good time back then and always considered you one of us. The Empire is done for, so why not join us? Stop spouting nonsense. The Empire won't fall, Bali Yuyu flared, then frowned in worry and hesitation. She was of Bailey. The others could betray, but for her to switch sides out of the blue, she'd feel guilty. The patriarch might have been harsh on her, but he was never cruel. How could she betray him without a good reason? Kaior smiled. Fine, since you haven't made up your mind, I won't force you. Once the Empire falls, why not stay with us? Hey, girlie, wake up. Our Empire's armies have you surrounded. Worry about... Are those your armies? Kaior cut her off, pointing. Bali Yu looked over to find a shocking scene. What's going on? Bali's Sword Kings were all on the ground, battered and wounded. Murong Lai's side held them with a cold stare. In merely minutes, the result between the 2 sides was in an overwhelming victory. Bali Yuyu stared dumbly. Why are Devil Palace's people so strong? Sister Yu, over the last century, besides me and brother helping father as Dharma kings, those 3 coots have been doing nothing but being in seclusion to learn the sword with father, ignoring everything else. Kaior cocked her head. Think about it. What kind of people are they really? Stuck together every day testing their sword skills and getting Dad's hints, their power sword. They're now stronger than even a Sword King. I picked you as my opponent just so those geezers wouldn't hurt you. I've been easy on you already, he. Bali Yuyu's face twitched. You went easy. Of course, why do you think you're still standing there? Ugh, fine. Feeling sweat trickling down, Bali Yuyu figured out the truth and felt like she aged then and there. The new replaces the old. That same cute child turned out to be going easy on me. The Emperor, Bailey Jingshi, was dumbstruck, slumping in his throne. It's all over. All sword kings. Bailey Jingwei gave him a look, then clenched his fists, waiting as his eyes refused to give up. Bam. With the last explosion, Shangyuan Feiyun fell among the other sword kings of the empire. Shangyuan Feixiang and Murong Lai walked up, looking down on them. Aoyang Changqing chuckled, pointing at Bailey Jingshan. What's wrong? Now you know how even 100 years isn't too late for a gentleman's revenge, lone arm sword king. Just kill me already, Bailey Jingshan huffed. Aoyang Changqing sneered. Shangyuan Feixiang stared at Shangyuan Feiyun. Feiyun, you betrayed the clan, and it's my duty as the elder to take you back and be punished. I have nothing to say to you. Shangyuan Feiyun closed his eyes, his fists still clenched, his scarred and bloody face desolate. Shangyuan Feixiang cupped his hands. People, leave Shangyuan Feiyun to me. The rest can be Devil Palace's captives and yours to do what you like. They all nodded. Thunder exploded just as they were about to be taken in from far in the distance. A flash of purple passed, and a violent surge spread over the battlefield. That's. They all shuddered at the familiar pressure. Bailey Jingwei lit up, cackling. Ha ha ha, finally. Our patron god is here. Zhuo Fan, Devil Palace is finished. Whoosh, the purple glow flew up like a lightning dragon, dyeing the entire sky in purple. A thunderstorm began brewing above, sending its pressure on all below. Invincible sword Bailey Yushin is still alive. Patriarch? Murong Lai shouted, while Bailey Yuyin's side was overjoyed, hope at victory restored. As long as the Patriarch remained, the empire endured. Danking Shen was fending of the army when he looked grave at the purple glow. The invincible sword hadn't been seen for a century and was thought to be dead. Now he makes his appearance. This is bad, but many turned to Zhuo Fan, hopeful. Bam. Murong Lai ignored everything and shot at the purple glow with battle spirit. Invincible sword, the best in the world. After 100 years, I've come to challenge you after the last defeat. We as well. The others ignored the wounded sword kings and followed Murong Lai into the sky. Their blazing thirst for battle blinding. Even Kaior ended up going, Bali Yuyu not stopping her. Everyone else blinked in stunned silence. They think 7 together can defeat Patriarch. No, they don't care about winning, only fighting. But what's the point in fighting a losing battle? The Sword Kings looked at the 7 and began to understand the mystery of the strong. Whoosh, the purple glow, passed through the 7 and slammed into the center of the square, revealing a thin armor, a cape, and an aged face. His eyes stared like daggers, the strongest, the invincible sword. Bang tilde, the subsequent thunderclaps made the 7 pummel to the ground as they trailed blood. They groaned and coughed more blood, slumping in their own blood. Chapter 1165, Peak Showdown. Hutilda, an oppressive silence fell, with only the howling wind's presence being known as it fluttered the old man's white hair. There were no shouts, no clashes on the square. Even Danking Shen's group of 3 stopped. All eyes were on the old man, built like a god, with sharp eyes and a deadly aura. It only took one moment for the Dharma kings and 2 emissaries to be on the ground, wounded. Behold the power of the invincible sword. He's the living proof that the Sword Star Empire shall never fall. All of the Empire's soldiers were filled with worship and respect, while everyone else saw him as a monster. Ling Yunshin felt regret. I must have lost my mind to spare this insane freak back then. Regret always came after. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei cackled, stepping forward as he turned smug. Steward Zhuo, you lose. The Patriarch hasn't been seen for the last century, but he's still alive. As long as he is present, the Empire will stand forever. You'll be the one to do the dying today, along with all those traitors going down with you. Your 100-year plan is wasted? Roar tilde. The soldiers roared in approval and excitement. The Empire's strongest symbol was their god, the invincible sword. The Sword Kings could fall, but never him. Bali Yuyu turned a worried look to Zhuo Fan, her fists clenched. She didn't know how he got away from Patriarch last time, but now his 7 experts were on the ground. How was he going to cope with the old man? Ignoring the crowd's confusion, worry, and joy, Zhuo Fan made a move. He took his time walking towards the invincible sword. Prime Minister Bailey, I thought I told you, my plan was laid out to control the speed of your actions. And why, you'd ask? Ha ha, so I could get ready and enter the final battle. Zhuo Fan showed a smirk, his hand flashing black as a dark blade came out, covered in 4 colors at the edge before shooting for Bailey Yushin. Keep them safe. Right. Danking Shen's group gave their all in keeping the convicts alive, ding. For the first time, Bailey Yushin took out his thundering divine sword as he turned into a purple glow charging at Zhuo Fan. Black and purple intersected, with the 2 swords soon clashing in a violent display. Boom. The shock wave shuddered the earth and rippled the sky, followed by a fierce gale and dust storm. Bailey Jingwei and the Emperor ducked at once, sticking their heads to the ground and letting the deadly winds pass over their backs, but they still felt pain. As for the soldiers, they exploded in a shower of blood and gore, adding a dark red tint to the already bloody spectacle. More than 100,000 lost their lives just then, reduced to gunk on the ground, never knowing what hit them. The shock wave went for 1,000 miles, laying the imperial capital to ruin. Bailey Jingwei finally looked up after it passed, only to see rubble and dust replacing the lavish imperial capital. The other lucky survivors looked around shell-shocked. Mommy, what power was that? It leveled imperial capital. Everyone that lived were shaking in fear and alarm. Only Bailey Jingwei laughed. See that? This is the power of the patriarch. Zhuo Fan, you're nothing but a conniving ant before him. The terrified soldiers perked up at the prospects. This is the patriarch's divine might. 1 sword is enough to send all enemies to hell. We won. Bali Yu crawled to her feet, hearing Bali Yuyan's cackle, and shook. Her heart was a mess in frantic worry as she looked around. Where's the punk? He couldn't be dead. But with patriarch's power, Bali Yu grew restless. Prime Minister Bailey, you're getting ahead of yourself. Bailey Jingwei froze, peering through the settling dust at the scaffold and the safe convicts. Only the 3 protectors looked a bit pale and coughed blood. Zhuo Fan had them take the aftermath, but it also left them wounded. Danking Shen sighed. Such is the invincible sword's power, able to give us heavy wounds without trying. Taking on that strike would have annihilated us for sure. The old man is a terrifying monster. Yeah, the other 2 agreed. Bailey Jingwei snickered, obviously, since none can withstand the patriarch's godly might. Did you think Zhuo Fan can take his strike? Ha, what a sick joke. Not just take it, but win. Danking Shen wiped his mouth of blood, showing a wide smile. Prime Minister Bailey, didn't you find it strange how, having fallen in with the Empire for 100 years, we betrayed our homelands and struck at our own people, letting the whole world scorn us, yet turned our back on the Empire at the very end? Bailey Jingwei stared at him hard. Danking Shen grinned and shouted, because we saw hope in defeating the strongest. That is Zhuo Fan. The other 2 nodded, showing conviction. Bailey Jingwei grimaced, whipping his head to turn to the fight. Hutilda wind blew the dust away and revealed 2 men with divine swords grinding on each other. Bailey Yushin held the sundering sword in his aged, but strong hands, looking excited. Zhuo Fan, in white, grinned as he met him with the black demonic sword, shining eerily. The black and white complemented each other to bring about new, deep contrasts. The swords screeched as they grounded, sending off sparks. The 2 were matched. Impossible. He blocked the patriarch's strike. Bailey Jingwei cried out, looking out of it, shaking his head to break away from reality. No, no one can take the patriarch's strike, no one. Everyone was just as shocked, even the sword kings and the soldiers. Only Danking Shen group grinned. We knew the brat will be the end of the invincible sword. I felt it the moment we fought. The Empire will fall at his hands. Zhuo Fan, finish him and be the peak of the world. Zhuo Fan's ears twitched at the shout, but his mouth widened. That's a given. SSS Tilda the Killin arm flared scarlet as Zhuo Fan worked his magic and the swords began to shift. The black sword used overwhelming power to push the purple one back. The invincible sword gripped the sundering sword as he staggered back 1 step at a time, the veins on his hands throbbing with strain, yet still unable to match the pressure. He grit his teeth, landing his sharp eyes on Zhuo Fan, filled with battle lust. 10,000 years, that's how long I waited for a worthy opponent. This fight, this peak battle is where I belong. Ha ha ha, Bailey Yushin laughed with joy. Zhuo Fan? Chapter 1166, Sword Energy Storm. Bam! Bailey Yushin roared as he pushed, giving it his all. Zhuo Fan's right arm shone redder, swinging the blade and making both of them fall back. Zhuo Fan went back 20 steps while Bailey Yushin slided just as many. The two then snapped into action, meeting in the middle again. The audience was dumbstruck, with Bailey Jingwei the most affected. No way, there's no way he can stand up to the patriarch. How did he gain such power? Look. Bailey Jingshi patted his shoulder, pointing at the sky. Bailey Jingwei shook, his mouth agape. The others noticed it too and were now looking blankly. Bali Yuyu and Danking Shen were looking at the baffling scene like it was the stuff of dreams. It made not an ounce of sense. The sky was split cleanly in two. One bird approached the dividing line, and as it flew under it, its head got looped off. A human did that. A human had cut the sky in two. This can't be happening. Looking closer at the dividing line, it was right where the two had separated. The two had given their all, and while neither budged, the sword energy shot into the sky and cut it instead. The audience found the two even more monstrous. Just how far are they on the path of the sword to cut the heavens? Gulping hard, they only held fear for them. This isn't humanly possible. Bailey Yushin ignored the weird looks, grinning. Ha ha ha, it's great that you survived and came to meet me. Let's settle our promise from 100 years ago. The winner goes to Devil Mountain, reaching new heights, while the loser will become a stepping stone stuck in this place. Whoosh, Tilda waving the demonic sword. Zhuo Fan turned cold. That's why I'm here, to return there as the best in mortal domain and challenge higher beings. Bailey Yushin did the same with no qualms, shouting, Good, but I'll be the one reaching it while you will make me grow in this fight. I'll be the winner. Bailey Yushin laughed, filled with thirst for battle. Zhuo Fan smiled, his aura flaring. The Empire's sword kings were startled, recalling Murong Lai's words. Patriarch isn't here for Sword Star Empire but to answer the challenge. Zhuo Fan worked hard to ruin the Empire and unite the lands, but seeing the Patriarch, even he put aside the Empire's fate, fighting just for the sake of it. Is this the world of the strong, unsullied by the mundane? They saw it now through a different light. That's why Murong Lai said we're unlike the Patriarch. This proves it. Who tilde a wind past, drifting a ruined leaf and letting it float down between the two, giving start to their second clash. Only this time, the two turned into specters, fading in and out as they struck. The air was thick with energy, like something was wrapping around them. One with the world, the kid reached this state as well. Bailey Yushin cried out. When the invincible sword cut down the 9th-level spiritual beast, he showed the same effect. He thought only the Patriarch could reach it. But now, 100 years later, Zhuo Fan had caught up. The kid is a monster not even the Patriarch can compare with. Bang, tilde the divine swords met, the only moment when their figures were remotely visible. They then clashed left and right, and all over the place, the constant ringing of metal deafening to the audience as the air looked to be torn asunder. The dumbstruck onlookers were left agape. This level of skill went beyond anyone's comprehension, even a sword king's. They couldn't even see the moves. They finally understood the difference between a sword king and the invincible sword. It wasn't just power, but also understanding. Yet Zhuo Fan had enough of both to meet the invincible sword at every turn. Bang tilde as they clashed, the rest of the people there couldn't even catch a shadow, only hearing the resulting explosions and seeing the fracturing air. Worry crept in as sweat poured down. It didn't look like an all-out clash like the first one, but it was still terrifying at their level. None had any idea where the two would meet next, the unknown danger looming over their heads like death. Even sword kings were powerless, flinching at the clashes. Danking Shen's group wiped their brow at the tearing sound, knowing it to be reality breaking around them. The two powerhouses walked the furthest on their paths to reach the Tao, making anyone weaker unable to feel what they were doing. Whoosh, tilde the two popped into sight just then. Their eyes met and laughed at the cracked air. Good, I did not think a kid like you would have such deep insights into the Tao. We're both treading this path, our senses beyond human comprehension. There's no winning in this aspect, so let's just stop. Bailey Yushin shouted as he waved, and the rest sighed with relief. Too soon, though. Let's test sword insights now. We shall see if my understanding of the sundering sword art and yours of the sword can match. Bailey Yushin shook, and the sky crackled with purple lightning, booming everywhere. Bailey Yushin pointed the sundering sword at the sky, and the lightning flocked, releasing dreadful power that swallowed the world around them as devastating sword waves flew in every direction. A sword energy storm. Humph! My sundering sword art is one of destruction. Anything will crumble beneath it to ashes. Nothing in creation can stop my sword. Oh, since you trained in destruction, I trained in devouring. Smirking, Zhuo Fan shook and blackness oozed out of the world's crevices. It blended with the cracks in the sky, swallowing everything into a complete abyss. The heavens now looked ghastly. One side purple and another pitch black, monstrous. As the growls began, the people shook with fear, their imagination going wild thinking of the savage creatures that might pounce on them from the darkness. Looking at it another way, the two's mastery of world energy was at a tie, with each slicing half of the heavens for themselves. This never happened in the history of the Five Lands, that of someone able to take control of any piece of the sky from the invincible sword. The audience paled, with the Sword King's faces twitching. Using swordsmanship as a contest means drawing on the world's energy to turn the world into a battlefield. Anything in that domain will be destroyed. To make it worse, it's between the invincible sword and Zhuo Fan of all people. The invincible sword's sundering sword is one of utter destruction, erasing anything it touched. Zhuo Fan's power is still unknown. The moment they started going at each other, not even a Sword King was confident he or she could outlive that. The people's hearts sank, sighing in misery. Sirs, it'd be better off if you just kept to the previous style. Sure, we couldn't see you, but at least we had the highest chance of us surviving it, while we can now see what you're doing now. But what's the point when the scope is so large that it includes us as well? Where are we supposed to hide? The audience wallowed in despair at their fate. Rumble! The two fighters went off once more, with purple sword waves slamming down and leaving nothing behind but dust. The unlucky soldiers died before even screaming. Bailey Yushin showed no remorse even as his own countrymen, loyal soldiers, died from his errant strikes. He just hacked with the sundering sword, unleashing even more sword waves at Zhuo Fan's black sky. Zhuo Fan, take this? Star-severing sword, hero's demise. Chapter 1167. Soaring power. Whoosh tilde piercing buzzing came from all directions, followed by thunderous boom of lightning as countless thunder blades shot for Zhuo Fan's black domain and tore it apart. Zhuo Fan's darkness lost half its ground in the sky from the onslaught, while the Empire's soldiers suffered heavy casualties as well, dying by the dozens. Bailey Jingwei didn't care. The only thing mattering to him was the Patriarch taking the lead. Genesis stage focused on control of world power. Zhuo Fan's control was now slipping, and that meant he was at a disadvantage. The Patriarch is gaining the upper hand. Danking Shen's group frowned with worry. In a Genesis stage battle, losing the sky is like being disarmed. Zhuo Fan didn't look affected, hovering with pride among the darkness with a sinister grin. The demonic sword in his hand, oozing darkness, had its strip of blue shining a deep and cold glow. Whoosh tilde making a radiant arc through the sky, the heavens shook as an unnatural power came from the darkness. The thunder blades still assaulted it, only this time they stalled before sinking like rocks. The relentless attack slowed down to a trickle and then to a halt, letting the darkness swallow them. What's going on? Bailey Jingwei watched as the lightning sky was invaded by the darkness and didn't understand. The Patriarch's strike was like a meteor shower, leaving his opponent worse for wear. None could defend even against a tenth of the strikes. Why then did the blades stop? Many others were just as puzzled. Only the wounded Aoyang Lingshan propped himself and looked with a chuckle. Zhuo Fan is a true genius. My understanding of the heaven-sealing sword over the last 1,000 years pales compared to his short century of study. Heaven-sealing sword. Bailey Yushin squinted at Zhuo Fan, finding it true, then mocked. Great. I wanted to learn each of the 5 divine sword arts, but I've never seen anyone in the world mastering the other 4 and fight me with it. Now you use the heaven-sealing sword art, blocking my star-severing swords. You opened my eyes. A shame you lost more than half of your control and have fallen in disadvantage in terms of world energy. Would you be able to seal my next attack? Ha ha ha. The invincible sword hacked with his divine sword, sending a deadly aura of power. At the same time, the thunder in the sky focused on the sundering sword, shining as bright as the sun. The invincible sword roared and struck. Zhuo Fan, this strike can cleave heaven. Will you be able to seal such an indomitable slash? Whoosh tilde following the crack of lightning, a purple sword wave flew at Zhuo Fan. Except for some darkness and the stopped thunder blades, everything broke apart to nothing. The disintegrating power marched at Zhuo Fan, wanting to erase him from this world. Heaven-sealing sword art only knows to seal. The stronger the skill, the easier it is to overwhelm it. Bailey Yushin has now used a strike to sever the heavens, using absolute power to break the seal. It'll need a power many times stronger for the gentle heaven-sealing sword art to seal something like that. Danking Shen gasped. And Zhuo Fan is nowhere above the old man's. With the sky mostly lost as well, he's at a disadvantage. He has no way of retaliating against the old monster's sundering sword art? Bailey Jingwei snickered at the words. Now the punk will die. Zhuo Fan showed no fear against the incoming deadly blow, swinging the demonic sword in the air, the blue line on it shining softly. Whoosh tilde the dark sky moved, focusing on the sword, surging with power. The thick black energy brought thousands of sealed thunder blades onto the demonic sword, bolstering its power. Danking Shen's eyes shook in amazement. I totally forgot. He doesn't just use heaven-sealing sword art, but vaulting sword art as well. He might have little world energy he could use, but the old monster's sword he sealed is now at his disposal. Vaulting sword art harmonizes yin and yang, a mixed art. Using others' power, Zhuo Fan can match the old monster. But vaulting sword art is also a gentle skill, and might not be enough to defeat the brutal sundering sword art. Soaring into the heavens with the sword. Shangyuan Feixiang propped his body and looked up while smiling. Brother Aoyang, did you ever think the 4 strongest swords arts would come together in one man? Ha ha ha, I for one didn't even after meeting the little freak. For a man of such perception to be in the world that could comprehend 4 of the strongest sword arts. Especially soaring sword art, looking as if it was made for him. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever conceive that the soaring sword art could unleash such power in the hands of a man. Aoyang Lingshan nodded, looking in Shangyuan Feixiang's blazing gaze, and chuckled with hope as he returned his attention to the fight. The soaring sword art was made for the kid. There might not be another man that can use it to such an extent. Rumble tilde the invincible sword's purple sword wave destroyed all in its path. Unstoppable. Zhuo Fan gave it a cold look, grinning, and then his Qilin shone scarlet. What was even more strange was how the demonic sword's red line was also glowing, matching Zhuo Fan's right arm. Soaring sword, breaking heaven. The purple sword wave was upon him, burning most of his black domain, but Zhuo Fan never lost his cool. His grip tightened and he slashed the sword, glowing a blinding red. Whoosh tilde a red wave shot, clashing with the purple one. Boom! Seconds after the deadlock, the purple lightning sword wave crumbled. Dong! Everyone else was gobsmacked. The Patriarch's strongest strike got defeated just like that. How the invincible sword was also shaken up, confident his sundering sword art had reached its peak, that the other's soaring sword art would never. Before he could make sense of everything, the red wave passed through the thunder clouds and took all his vision. It startled him that Zhuo Fan's sword didn't just break his, but struck back as well. No, this can't be. He can't break my blow and attack as well. Bailey Yushin was unable to take it in, but reality came crashing regardless. The deadly wave made Bailey Yushin gnash his teeth and slash. Defending comes first. Bam! But even defending went beyond his predictions. The red wave pushed back the sundering sword even while he used all he had. It, along with the sword, pressed into his chest armor and kept pushing him back. Beyond shocked, he squeezed everything from his body into his arms and made the red wave slip beside the sundering sword and into the sky. Boom! The thunderstorm above sported an extra-large hole, with purple lightning flickering at the edges, unable to mend it. It was like it had some kind of power that broke Bailey Yushin's connection with the world. Everyone was rooted in shock, even Bailey Yushin. Glancing at the far Zhuo fan and the red glowing arm coupled with the demonic sword, and for the first time, the best in the lands felt fear towards a human. His grip on his sword tightened in reflex. Chapter 1168, Defeat. This can't be real. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched as he staggered. The patriarch got pushed back. No way. The rest were overwhelmed as well. The invincible sword showed signs of losing. This had never happened before, ever. Emperor Bailey Jingshi felt drained, slumping to the ground in shock. If the patriarch falls, the empire that lasted thousands of years will come crashing down. Danking Shen believed Zhuo Fan could do it, but to see it actualized was another thing. His power was beyond anything they knew, and the old monster only got out alive thanks to the sundering sword taking the brunt. The little monster's understanding of the soaring sword art was simply insane. The Shangyuan clan had held onto the same sword for centuries, yet none could display what he could in 100 years. Shangyuan Feiyun felt his throat dry. The soaring sword art can do that. Why didn't I realize? Only young Sanzi stood straighter, looking at Zhuo Fan's right hand and wiping his mouth of blood. Zhuo Fan's understanding of the soaring sword art came from his observations and insights into the soaring Killin's power, with Zhuo Fan using a Killin arm to unleash the soaring sword art. The power multiplied. It went as far as beyond what the old monster could take even with his peak sundering sword art. Everyone looked tense at the fight. The invincible sword turned grave for once, facing his strongest adversary yet with a cold glint in his eyes. Crack tilde the snapping sounds reached his ears, and Bailey Yushin's heart shook. He saw the armor on his chest sporting cracks from the soaring sword strike. Providence? Bailey Yushin sighed. I hope to finish this challenge with my past self from 100 years ago and reach the top with dignity. But he is too powerful. I have to give everything for any chance at seeing the new world. Bailey Yushin smirked, looking at Zhuo Fan with fire in his eyes. Zhuo Fan, come, let's finish this peak showdown. Gladly. Flicking the demonic sword, Zhuo Fan shouted back. They both shone red once more, using his power to slash and unleash another deadly soaring sword wave at Bailey Yushin. The invincible sword would no longer defend, but dodge instead, using the sundering sword as cover. Soaring sword wave flitted past, grazing the sundering sword, yet the great power was enough to push on the cracked chest plate and spread the damage. The soaring sword art is truly frightening, holding so much power just within its aura alone. But it's almost time. The invincible sword turned to Zhuo Fan again after dodging, only to find him coming straight for his life right behind the sword wave. Ha ha ha, the soaring sword art is the strongest, but it is hardly enough to take you down. I'll have to do it up close and personal. Bam. Zhuo Fan flared scarlet and hacked. The invincible sword rushed to block with his sword, resulting in a loud clang as the swords collided. But under Zhuo Fan's power, the invincible sword faltered, with the demonic sword pressing on the sundering sword and into his chest. Crack tilde the invincible sword's armor got more cracks, faster and faster, covered all over in black veins and ready to crumble. The invincible sword gnashed his teeth and stared at the youth just a foot from him without fear. His red face strained as he pushed, roaring and shoving Zhuo Fan back. Kid, you dare come close to me with such gall? Absurd. Thunderstorm? The invincible sword shouted and waved the sundering sword, making the sky rain down thousands of thunder swords at Zhuo Fan from all directions. Zhuo Fan was in enemy territory, with the world's energy here in the other's control. He could no longer use the heaven-sealing sword art to seal the strikes. In a Genesis stage fight, each had their own domain, and charging into another's territory was the same as throwing away his advantage, the world energy he controlled. It was beyond dangerous. None would do it without utmost certainty of victory. Zhuo Fan took such incomprehensible risk to fight Bailey Yushin up close, only to find out the strike did not end his opponent, suffering retaliation instead. Zhuo Fan was the one in dire straits now. Bailey Jingwei's side cheered with renewed hope. Zhuo Fan was ever calm, the demonic sword's golden line shining bright and unleashing a scorching heat. Decimating sword art, decimating heaven. Whoosh tilde he waved at the sky, sending searing waves in all directions. In moments, golden flames formed in the sky as thick firewalls put a barrier between him and the sky. The purple lightning waves landed on the flame walls, hissing to nothing. The decimating sword art was similar to the sundering sword art, both preferring raw power, but the difference was with the decimating sword art being partial to some flexibility. Hard, but not brutal. By using this trait, gentleness overcame strength and burned the incoming waves of attacks to nothing. Bailey Yushin's wide sword wave attack used with word power was stopped for moments. Ample time. Whoosh tilde with the invincible sword, isolated from the sky. Zhuo Fan had removed both of their ties to the world power, and now flashed in Bailey Yushin's face once more, his arm flaring scarlet, and using soaring sword art to slash at his opponent's head. A scarlet glow came out of the blade's edge, forcing Bailey Yushin to gnash his teeth and block with his sword for the second time. Now, though, with such a close distance, the sword wave proved even more powerful. Bailey Yushin had no way of deflecting it, letting the divine sword push into his chest and closer to his heart. No amount of strength helped. The invincible sword's cracked armor crumbled to pieces, and the soaring sword's power entered his heart, making him cough 3 crimson mouthfuls of blood. He shot back like a meteor, slamming hard into the ground, forcing up a cloud of dust and entrails as his force pulverized hundreds of thousands of the Empire's soldiers. Bailey Jingwei's group was quick, ducking out of the shockwave, with Danking Shen's group doing their best to protect the convicts. Once dust settled, Zhuo Fan hovered above, but the purple-tinged sky was no more. It was a testament to the invincible sword losing control, or better yet, the man himself was. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shook, looking at the dozens of miles-big crater with dead eyes. How could the Patriarch just lose? Bailey Yushin is dead, we won. Seeing no thunder in the sky, Zither Sword King took a deep breath and roared in excitement. Zhuo Fan's soaring sword art was too damn strong. Not even the invincible sword could take it on, for if he had even a bit of strength left, the purple lightning in the sky would have stayed. Devil Palace and the 4 lands convicts cheered as well, to think that the great invincible sword had got to see this day. Only the Bali Sword Kings and the Empire's soldiers slumped on the ground in disbelief. The Patriarch couldn't have lost. Regardless of their wants and needs, the purple was gone and the Empire had fallen. The invincible nation knocked down from its pedestal on high along with its invincible god. While some rejoiced, others mourned. Along with the frantic glee, there were equally opposite sorrow and lament. Zhuo Fan kept staring at the crater even now. The sword was strong, but only enough to damage the old man, not kill him. SSS tilde thunder crackled then as purple lightning spread across the sky once more. An even greater power pressed down, taking the breath away from all onlookers. An aged voice came from the crater. I never thought it had come to this. But now, Zhuo Fan? Chapter 1169, Spirit King, all shuddered at the fear they felt from the familiar voice. They turned their stiff heads at the crater, with some showing despair while others exhilaration. The Empire lives on. Rumble, purple lightning re-emerged, with the entire sky turning purple without a single trace of darkness. Even the air itself became electrified, as purple lightning snaked everywhere. Zhuo Fan was surrounded by purple glows in seconds, coming from everywhere. What's going on here? Danking Shen's heart jumped in his throat, looking at the flickering lightning just a foot from his soaked head. This isn't world power, so why is the entire world coming under the old monster's control? Pa! A purple lighting strike flared next to him and flung him 24 meters away. His face red as he coughed blood. The rest found the hard way how the lightning could strike at any time, and fear gripped their hearts. What the hell is going on? We clearly aren't in the old monster's domain, but why would it appear around us? A Genesis stage expert should not be able to exert control to this extent. It feels like the world is at his whims, and we're its prisoners to kill at the slightest discontent. This is terrifying. Zither Sword King and Ling Yunshin glanced at the purple lightning around with sweat all over. Bailey Jingwei laughed and cupped his hands. Patriarch is unstoppable. With the Patriarch around, the Empire shall never fall, ha ha ha. The Patriarch is unstoppable? The Patriarch is unstoppable, the soldiers shouted like fanatics, throwing fists in the air. The rest were looking bleak, like they entered hell. They knew Bailey Yunshin was strong, but now strength did not cut it as apt description of that monster. It went beyond the realm of human comprehension, as the lightning danced around them, ready to send them to an early grave at any given moment. Their previous joy at victory became a crushing despair. They were mice trapped in the old man's cage for him to toy with as he wished. He had stopped being a man, turning into a living god. Who could possibly take on a god? They turned to Zhuo Fan in the sky, holding a shred of forlorn hope. Only a demon could fight a god. Its antithesis. Only Zhuo Fan, a demon, has the strength to do it. Hope flickered in the depths of their gazes as they turned to the man in the sky. With a crumbling sound and the lightning flaring, Invincible Sword's tough body floated out of the crater. Lightning covered him like a thunder god. His armor was gone, there was blood on his mouth, but his eyes were sharp and his aura explosive. Bailey Jingwei's side laughed. The Patriarch is unstoppable. Zhuo Fan, these mortals are clueless, but not you. Ignoring the fanatic joy below, Bailey Yunshin stared at Zhuo Fan with a grin. Zhuo Fan nodded. Above Genesis is the Spirit King stage, wielding the power of the air around us. A Genesis stage expert only controls the power above to give him a boost in battle. A Spirit King is like a border official able to control the entire space. Every corner is suffused with your power for you to do anything you want with it. That's a Spirit King? Yes, I knew you're not like these mortals and know far more than we do. Bailey Yunshin laughed. Zhuo Fan, the day you told me there's something above Genesis stage, I was skeptical. Even as I saw you fight the sea demon, doubt remained. Only when I advanced and felt all the power you spoke, I realized you never lied to me. Mortality through spirituality, imperial, saintly, and sovereignty, it's all real. Devil Mountain is real. That's why I can't wait to see everything for myself. Mere days after I broke through, I felt my body light, like there's something pulling at me to leave. What's keeping you then? Ling Yunshin and the rest sighed, quipping in their minds. Zhuo Fan paused in thought. Going above Genesis, you can no longer stay in the mortal domain. That's why there's no one above mortal stages in the mortal domain. They all left. But left where exactly? Why haven't I heard of any of them before? Zhuo Fan pondered and Bailey Yunshin grinned. As it stands, I should just let go and see the new world. But I remembered our promised fight. I didn't know of your fate, but I still waited. Also, Jingwei told me the Empire is about to change. I had a refiner make me an 11th grade spiritual armor to restrain my cultivation before I'd be forced to leave. But to think Providence brought you to me, I could fight to my heart's content and finish it once and for all with you, ha ha ha. Why didn't you go all out just now? Zhuo Fan taunted. Did you think Genesis stage was enough to deal with me, perhaps? Bailey Yunshin nodded. Zhuo Fan, you know about the Spirit King stage and thus must know about its power. Fighting as I am would be like taking it out on you while taking out all the fun from the fight. But I never imagined you'd go beyond this level after 100 years. That sword would have crippled the past me. A shame the 11th grade spiritual armor broke and my power is let loose. In 2 hours, I'll be forced to leave. Bailey Yushin glanced at the wide sky. Outside of the ever-present lightning, there was a shimmering light growing as it fell, like a tunnel for him to ascend and leave this world behind. I wanted to have a blast fighting you some more. What a shame I'm running out of time and you out of power. As a fellow warrior, I shall send you off myself, out of respect. Bailey Yushin eased a breath and raised a hand. The air grew heavy and the lightning around Zhuo Fan focused on him. I'll be honored to fulfill your final wish. Boom. Zhuo Fan slashed his demonic sword, sending golden flames around to obliterate the lightning. You're too kind, invincible sword, but that should be my line. I'll be sure to take your head before the call pulls you away. Allow me to fulfill any of your last wishes. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you're really something. Do you really think you have a chance? Bailey Yushin mocked. Your sword is strong, but can no longer hurt me, for everything around us is under my control. There's no hope for you. That's why I didn't want to fight you as a Spirit King stage cultivator. It's boring. Whoosh! A scarlet sword wave flew at Bailey Yushin's neck in reply, unleashed by Zhuo Fan with all his power. The invincible sword wasn't as hard-pressed, merely extending 2 fingers to cross them. Under the frightened eyes of many, the air warped, and Zhuo Fan's attack got deviated by a meter from Bailey Yushin, letting it explode somewhere behind. Bailey Yushin stood there with a tranquil expression. This is my world, and you can no longer touch me. Danking Shen's side lamented, hanging their heads and feeling disgruntled. Why? Why is it that a man appeared that can take the invincible sword down, but the monster had to advance as well? Now everyone will die, all plans wasted. All their efforts had been in vain. The invincible sword really is invincible. Bailey Jingwei's side had a victorious smile and stuck out their chests. None noticed that Zhuo Fan wore a sinister smile as well. He sometimes touched his covered eyes with a calm expression. I should go all out as well, ha ha ha. Chapter 1170, Unsealed. Thunder Cage, Bailey Yushin raised his hand in Zhuo Fan's direction and grabbed at air. A shame I'll be the one going to Devil Mountain. Zhuo Fan, farewell forever. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, like the space was cracking as the lightning around Zhuo Fan boxed him in like a claw from all directions. Purple lightning was prevalent everywhere he looked, blocking any means of escape. Zhuo Fan was fated to be blasted into thousands of pieces. Watching their only hope about to shatter, the rest sighed. Luo Yunchang teared up as she cried, Zhuo Fan? Master? Big brother Zhuo? Steward Zhuo, all of the Luo clan was worried, yet powerless to do anything more than shout. Kaior and Gu Santong were his children and the only ones calm. They just watched, like it was all just a show. Aoyang Lingshan gave them an odd look. Aren't you the least bit worried your father's about to die? Why should we be? You call that dying when Dad didn't even go all out? Gu Santong scoffed. Wait until Dad's out of tricks and can't do anything. That's where the real danger is. Until then, this is nothing, he. Aoyang Lingshan gave him a long and dull look. Your dad didn't go all out yet. He used all of the 4 sword arts, and even that wasn't enough to deal with Bailey Yushin, now a stage above him, a Spirit King. How can he still have a way of pulling off a win in this desperate situation? Ice King, you just don't know our dad, Kaior teased. Dad only focused on the sword for the last 100 years, but it's not like he didn't beat others before that. You know most of Dad's power is in his eyes. Anything short of that means going easy. Eyes? Aoyang Lingshan's side blinked, turning to the white figure in the sky, and found him to be unfazed from all the deadly lightning crackling around. He gave a casual pull at the eye cover and showed eyes encased in ice, along with a strange mark on his forehead. I understand the heaven-sealing sword art fully and know how to use sealing. The eyes shouldn't lash out again. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan made a sign and brought 2 fingers to his forehead. The mark on Zhuo Fan's forehead glowed an intense blue as it faded slowly from his skin. As its power disappeared, the frost on his eyes melted. Zhuo Fan became excited, eagerly anticipating the result. Rumble the lightning was right next to him now. Bailey Yushin flicked his hand and the area crackled hard. Zhuo Fan was surrounded by a flood of lightning, the purple color so blinding and the power terrifying. As it spread, everything in its path died. Zhuo Fan, Luo Yuncheng wailed, with the rest sighing. Bali Yuyu hung her head forlorn. I should have stopped you from meeting the patriarch, but now... Aoyang Lingshan made a weird face, turning to Gu Santong. Where's your dad? Dead. The two still looked undisturbed, puzzling the other Dharma kings. Bailey Yushin sighed at the white glow becoming stronger and bigger. A poor ending, but at least I got my pass for Devil Mountain. Now I can go without qualms, ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid I'll be laying waste to your empire if you go? A wild laughter came. Bailey Yushin's heart jumped, turning to where the lightning was most focused. Rumble tilde a crackle far louder and terrible than the purple lightnings covered the sky as black thunderflames exploded into existence. The purple lightning put up no resistance in its path, revealing a most familiar figure, unaffected by the encroaching black flames. But now his eyes were opened. The right eye glowed golden with 4 rings, while the left eye glowed faintly blue with sparks around the sucking abyss of flames. Bailey Yushin gasped. Why are you not dead? I told you I should be the one to fulfill your will. How could I die before that? Zhuo Fan smirked. Bailey Yushin stared at him hard, then chuckled. Humph, it won't change anything regardless. You are in the Genesis stage and can't do anything to me. I'm truly invincible now. I don't know how you lived through that, but you can't harm me. You can survive every time you want, but you'll never win. Zhuo Fan gave a deep smile in reply. True, against a spirit king, the Genesis stage is worlds below. Bailey Jingwei snickered, filled with disdain. You got out alive, but the patriarch's the ultimate existence of this world. What could you possibly do? Humph! Bailey Yushin's eyes shone and sent a palm attack. A sword king's lashing. Let's see you deal with this. Whoosh tilde, the whole sky crackled and was littered with purple sword waves as they rained down on Zhuo Fan. Unlike the last time, not only the range was way bigger, but the power had multiplied as well, as did their numbers. The thick hail of energy blades came down on Zhuo Fan to skewer him and bury him. Invincible's sword watched for anything he might pull this time. It was quite baffling how Zhuo Fan just stood there, not budging an inch. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan flickered out of sight, the wide attack hitting nothing. Where'd he go? Bailey Yushin started. Whoosh! A fierce gale blew out just then from his side. Bailey Yushin flinched and slashed with sundering sword in reflex. Bam! With a scarlet glow and the familiar ruthless power coming into his heart, Bailey Yushin's hands went soft as he got flung into the air. His blood was boiling as he stopped in the air, finding Zhuo Fan in his previous position, with his right eye shining in one golden halo. The space is under my control. How did you get next to me? That's impossible. Thunderflame void annihilation. Zhuo Fan's reply was a quirky smile, his right eye shining in 2 golden rings while his left flashed with the black thunderflame. Whoosh tilde a broken beam of black flames shot from Zhuo Fan's eyes and at Bailey Yushin. Thanks to Zhuo Fan's boost in power, his eyes grew stronger as well, to a terrifying degree. Even Bailey Yushin, a fresh spirit king, was slow to react against the thunderflame-empowered void annihilation as it came for his life. Bailey Yushin could only use the ability of a spirit king, extending his fingers to warp space in front of the attack and deflect it. It didn't help. Bam! The attack hadn't deviated even an inch, the black beam of flames shooting for the invincible sword still. As void annihilation was the bane of any spatial skills, no spatial attack could affect it. The move wouldn't be so named otherwise. The thunderflame was also capable of burning anything in existence. The invincible sword ended up a powerless spirit king before this kind of attack, forced back despite his overwhelming power. The divine eye of the void was a sovereign's ultimate skill as well. There was hardly any skill more qualified in the spatial field in the whole sacred domain. Chapter 1171. Unleashed Power. Bailey Yushin's eyes twitched at the incoming beam of black flames, his heart shaking. It went beyond his comprehension how he was in a stage beyond any mortal's grasp, yet a punk like Zhuo Fan defeated him. So he stopped trying to make sense of it all, calming himself down and raised the sundering sword out of instinct. Bam! The invincible sword's hands trembled, and he got sent flying from the mighty attack, only coming to a stop a mile away. The black flames spread over the blade and onto his shaking hands as well. Staring hard at the snickering figure, Bailey Yushin turned grave. He had just used his advantage as Spirit King, yet it still proved useless against such an attack. It showed the possibility of losing this fight, against some Genesis stage brat that could break his stage advantage. The audience was speechless, with Bailey Jingwei's group dumbstruck. They couldn't wrap their heads around how their patriarch, the peak existence of this world that had just gone a step higher, was pushed back. What the hell is Zhuo Fan? Darkness comes, and Sword Star wanes tilde. Someone from the Devil Palace began, and it turned into an endless flood as all disciples cheered, singing the song that had spread throughout the lands. More and more sang, stronger and stronger, the fervor igniting their spirits. He was the Dark Demon Lord, their Devil Palace Lord, and he was going to crush the undefeated nation. The fanatic shouting raged in the others' ears. Bailey Jingwei heard it too, his face bleak as he gnashed his teeth. The soldiers hesitated, not knowing what to do. It can't be true. The Patriarch losing, the Empire falling. Hum tilde as doubt spread through the battlefield. A barrier was placed around Bailey Jingshi, Bailey Jingwei, and their sword kings. The invincible sword looked at his divine sword wrapped in black flames and felt fear. It soon turned into raging battle lust, flicking those flames off. He exploded with power, reaching every corner of the world and making it tremble. The deadly aura descended like the end of day was upon them. Divine Eye of the Void's fifth stage, Void Wall. Knowing what was happening, Zhuo Fan's right eye displayed 5 halos. The Dharma Kings and the Sword Kings on the scaffold were covered in 7 invisible barriers. Zhuo Fan raised his hand and traced along the demonic sword, making every inch he passed release black thunder flames, bolstering the demonic sword's power. Whoosh tilde he flicked it at the man in front with an evil smile, though his eyes were craving battle still, his power at its peak. Ugh. What are they doing this time? All the soldiers felt the space tremble with each barrier set in place, then looked at Bailey Jingwei's group and at the scaffold with tears in their eyes. Dude, you're both setting up for some absurd move, I get it, and you protected your main guys. But what about us? We're just small fries, so we can just die, is that it? This is discrimination, I tell you, discrimination. The Dark Demon Lord not included us nobodies since we're enemies, but the Patriarch, you too. What's worse, you're the one who started this damn showdown. All were downcast and despairing at how easily they were cast aside. With no choice, they fled every which way. Run, rumble, they only raised a leg when suddenly the sky, earth, air, everything exploded with lightning. It disintegrated everything. The soldiers, the rocks, the remaining 10 million soldiers, all were gone just like that. The invincible sword shouted as he slashed at Zhuo Fan, the world becoming sword waves as they came at Zhuo Fan. Such a move was enough to do in a sword king from the pressure and errant power alone. All the lucky survivors witnessed such godly power from the safety of their barrier. Is this the fully unleashed power of a spirit king? It's dreadful. It's like fighting the world itself. He controls the air and everything in it. Who could ever hope to overcome all that power? That's why they set up barriers. It's the only reason we can witness such might without turning to ashes as well. Having front row seats at the untold destruction, everyone felt a chill down their backs. They gasped at their fortune of being important enough to not get kicked to the curb. Some looked worried at Zhuo Fan. How was he going to face off against the world that had now turned on him? It was beyond merely sending waves of soldiers like they did with the invincible sword back in the last war. But against such incredible danger, Zhuo Fan smiled. Even with the world under Bailey Yushin's control, he won't ever get to control my surroundings. Zhuo Fan huffed. His right eye displayed 4 golden rings and his left flickered with thunder and fire. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Thunderflame Space Crusher. Boom! The space around him hummed as black thunderflames darkened it, turning it into Zhuo Fan's dark world. He was no spirit king, unable to control the air and space around him. But this small area answered to him and him alone. Crack tilde the violent purple thunder blades shot for Zhuo Fan, but all were erased upon entering the black domain. Bailey Yushin narrowed his eyes, finding the mass attack useless, so he switched tactics. He gathered his power and slashed hard, opting for a focused strike to break the enemy's defense. Whoosh tilde a purple wave once again streaked the sky, turning 300 meters big as it got charged with the lightning it crossed along its path, looking to destroy the unstoppable domain Zhuo Fan erected. Zhuo Fan's soaring sword art wasn't any weaker, though. His right hand flared and slashed hard with the power of a Qilin. Whoosh tilde a black wave shot, inspiring dread and death as it met the invincible sword's attack. Rumble, the two waves exploded with noise and power. The pressure filled the world with purple lightning and black flames, sent everywhere like a meteor shower, destroying the already ruined place even more. Those behind the barrier watched this incredible showdown between mammoths. Glancing at the destruction around, they all felt their blood run cold. Curses, their clash only gets more unbelievable and world-ending. The shock had yet to subside, with Zhuo Fan wielding the demonic sword rushing at Bailey Yushin. His eyes maintained the Thunderflame Space Crusher, but instead of making it focus on himself, he made it turn into a mile-long black dragon. He stood on its head, charging with all his fury. With the space under Bailey Yushin's control, lightning struck him constantly from all over to no avail. Against the mighty black dragon, all the thunder blades fizzled out as he charged to take down the head. Bailey Yushin's heart shook, turning grave at Zhuo Fan's bravery. He now noticed that even with all his power, while he controlled the fate of everyone in his area, only Zhuo Fan was immune, a monster among monsters running amok. Bailey Yushin steeled his heart and relinquished control of space around, focusing all the power of the world. Chapter 1172. Reaching the summit. SSS, tilde the power rose sharply as it was focused. Bailey Yushin pointed his sword with all the purple lightning focused on its edge. In practically an instant, endless amounts of purple lightning focused on him, bringing about a frightening display of raw power. With a sharp cry, the amassed purple lightning turned into a 300-meter huge bird carrying Bailey Yushin and the divine sword. Thanks to all that unimaginable power crammed in there, the huge bird was blinding in its glow, like the sun. Bam! Zhuo Fan and Bailey Yushin's blades once again met. Only this clash did not resume at their own power, as they had further amplified their strength through different means to new heights. Zhuo Fan's divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame tripled his power. While Bailey Yushin used everything at his disposal, his control of the world included to focus the lightning into a bird, a 10-fold increase. Zhuo Fan could handle a third of the invincible sword's strength with it being spread out. But now, with all that wild power concentrated, Zhuo Fan had no chance against it. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan got flung 2 miles along with his black dragon of thunderflame. The invincible sword shuddered and fell back 1/2 mile. As they came to a halt, they charged again with their blades. The skies thrummed with their booming attacks as a black dragon and purple lightning bird kept colliding all over the place. In but moments, their blades screeched 100 times, shuddering the world around them. The audience, that was still alive, kept getting more shocked. The two of them had the literal power at their fingertips to kill millions of soldiers. They were weapons of mass destruction in and of themselves. No human should hold so much power. No wonder the world can't have both of them. The two spared no effort in securing victory. At last, the sounds of their clashes, strong enough to raise the dead, ceased with the smash of one of them into the ground, leaving a crater dozens of miles wide. Danking Shen's group panicked while Bailey Jingwei's group lit up. It was Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan rose from the deep rubble he was buried under and spat blood. He was gasping and weary. Shriek tilde the purple lightning bird hovered above his head. The invincible sword sat on the bird's head, gazing at his strongest opponent of his life, weary as well, but his eyes were smiling. Zhuo Fan, you lost. No matter how strong your soaring sword art is, you're stuck at the Genesis stage, limited by Yuan Kai and unable to match a spirit king like me. Going all out against me so many times was your mistake. Humph, aren't you the same? Zhuo Fan huffed. Spirit King stage can control the power of space and air, but doesn't enjoy such a great increase of his own strength. Old man, focusing your control into a limited space only drew faster on your Yuan Kai reserves, faster than even me. Not to mention, how long can your aged body last taking on so much power? I bet you can hardly move. Bailey Yushin grinned, his body swaying with a popping sound coming from his bones, but his eyes were still focused on the fight. Why the hell would you care? I'm standing while you've fallen. The invincible sword glanced at the curtain of light coming from the heavens above, his mouth forming a smile. Once I'm through with you, I'll have no qualms going there, ha ha ha. Bailey Yushin laughed. Heaving the now heavy divine sword, he was ready to end his strongest opponent. Everyone watched tense and riveted. Zhuo Fan showed a weird grin. It's too soon for you to go, ha ha ha. Thunderflame Dragon Nest. Zhuo Fan plunged the demonic sword down. A surge of black energy exploded like a tide, turning the earth black as night. Roars upon roars came from it as it roiled like the sea. Black dragons flew into the sky, powered by the thunderflame, all aiming for Bailey Yushin and his lightning bird, drowning him in blackness. Everything now took a much bleaker and darker hue. Zhuo Fan snickered. Invincible sword, you shouldn't have focused all that control of the space on yourself. Just so you know, I have a domain soul, and by relinquishing control, I can use it for myself. Now you're in my dragon nest. Let's see you come out now, ha ha ha, roar Tilda. Thousands upon thousands of black dragons breathed fire on the lightning bird and chipped away at it, bit by bit. Bailey Yushin held a cold smile. What can a mere domain do to me? Bailey Yushin shook hard, and the lightning bird cried out. Purple lightning flared, and the dragon nest suffered an explosion as it collapsed. The bright sun once again blessed this wretched battlefield and his aged face. SSS Tilda, but the invincible sword had no time to react as a figure flashed in his face. Ugh. The invincible sword was frozen, looking down to find that his lightning bird had a thin and long hole running through it, all the way to him and through him. The invincible sword looked with a stiff face at the black flames on his abdomen, while his legs were engulfed in it already. Slowly eating at him. Invincible sword? A cold voice came to his ears. I told you my sword arts are for devouring. The dragon nest wasn't so it could whittle you down, but to engulf your senses. With a spirit king able to control space, I had to be on high alert all the time. Not even my domain would have escaped your range. A shame you focused it all on you and lost your advantage, so I used this chance to blindside you with an attack. Bailey Yushin's brow shook, looking back to find Zhuo Fan's calm face as he wielded the black sword flickering with flames. The invincible sword gripped his sword, looking at the light above, feeling unreconciled. But then he gnashed his teeth and threw the sundering sword, roaring, Zhuo Fan, you win. You get to go to Devil Mountain. Take the sundering sword and reach the summit. Do not disgrace that sword. Bailey Yushin sighed and closed his eyes, the flames burning him to ashes. Feeling the purple blade trembling in his grip, mourning for its master, Zhuo Fan sighed. The invincible sword, a worthy opponent. Pa. In the sacred domain in a little shack, a youth sat before a chessboard about to put a piece. His hand shook and the piece rolled among the others. It's gone. He took a deep breath. The spirit king in the mortal domain is gone. What a pity. He was about to arrive at the world they always yearned for. The shadow at his side stood. The spirit king this time was off. He should have long since come, but suppressed himself to stay for something. Might it not be the same again? No, this time he's gone for good, while last time his signature was merely weakened. Someone killed him before he could come. The mortal domain had 2 spirit kings? No, someone jumped stages to do it. The man gasped. Jumped stages. Any spirit king birthed in such a wasted place, like the mortal domain, is a priceless talent. Yet one was killed by someone jumping stages. This hasn't happened ever. That was because for so many years he never thought of returning. Now that he wants to, none could stop him, ha ha ha, pa. A piece slammed on the board and the youth let out a mad laughter, chilling to the bone. Chapter 1173. I'm back. P. Patriarch. Bailey Jingwei slumped to the ground, his feet giving in with a look of utter despair. The rest of the Sword Star Empire's people were numb while the Emperor fainted. The heart of the Empire, their god, the Patriarch, the invincible sword had died. This can't be happening. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, coming out of the illusion they built around the man. The invincible sword's ashes scattered in the wind, while the divine sword, having been his lifelong partner for thousands of years, now rested in Zhuo Fan's hand. This reality could not be denied. Bailey Jingwei closed his eyes, tears trailing down his face. The Sword Kings kneeled and slammed to the ground. Only Shangyu and Feiyun just stood there, frozen. Shit, I made the wrong bet. He believed that the invincible sword would help him in his goal, only to find this always undefeated man finally meet his match. Shangyu and Feiyun's heart sank into hatred. While some wallowed in despair, others rejoiced at a new lease of life. Bailey Yushin fell, marking the decline of the Baileys. As for the convicts, they were celebrating. The monster Bailey Yushin is gone. Ha ha ha. Zither Sword King watched the sky at the new dawn rising, welcoming it with a smile. Darkness swallows the stars, bringing about a new dawn. I never dreamed it would come true, ha ha ha. Liu Mubai was moved to tears. The weight of the past, the hatred of his clan, had been carried for years and years with no hope of being relieved of such burden. Now it was over, making all his toil as Sword King for 1,000 years all the more worth it. Everyone was engrossed in their own raw emotions, some of joy, some of sorrows. Zhuo Fan held the sundering sword and placed it in his ring. Tilda the demonic sword shook in request. Zhuo Fan smiled. I know, but later, you won't be sorry. Let's return first. Ding. The demonic sword rang as he slipped into Zhuo Fan's body. Zhuo Fan smiled and descended, taking away the barriers and releasing the convicts' bonds. In an hour, they were all free. Palace Lord? Wu Randong was the first to bow, filled with endless gratitude and reverence. The other Devil Palace disciples followed suit, looking at Zhuo Fan like he was the shiniest jewel. But fear remained still, of disturbing this great man, never daring to meet his gaze. Ignoring their excitement, Zhuo Fan spoke to Wu Randong. All obstacles are removed now. Finish the Imperial Capital project within the month. Yes, sir, Wu Randong bowed. Ling Yunshin brought the 4 lands captives with a bow. Thank you, Sir Zhuo, for your timely rescue. We'd have perished for sure. It's fine, since I didn't come for you. It was meant for the Empire and I to fight. He stood in my way and I brushed him aside, nothing more, nothing less. It was nothing personal. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Ling Yunshin nodded. Yes, Sir Zhuo has always been walking alone above the disputes of the lands. You never had anything against the Empire. It's only that our goals aligned, that we faced the same enemy. But, Sir Zhuo, you should have told us of your plans against the Empire, and we would have worked together to make it easier. Why did you insist on having us suffer like this? You have the nerve to ask me that. You had Bailey Yushin on the ropes 100 years ago, so why did you stop? Ling Yunshin was lost for words. Zhuo Fan said, Sect Leader Ling, it's not that I don't trust you. What I don't trust is human nature. Central Area had pushed you into a corner, making me your Grand Marshal. After the land's war, what use would my word have? The same applies now. If not for the Empire waging war with the lands, you'd have never even thought of listening to my orders. Bailey Jingwei's spy aside, people only ever group up to repel outsiders, right? Ugh. Ling Yunshin gave a nervous chuckle, then he rushed to change topics. Sir Zhuo, speaking of the spies, curse you, Bu Xingyun. I'll have your body scattered in the wind. Ling Yunshin rushed to the spies, shouting and cursing, looking smug like he had just earned a hard victory. Bu Xingyun sighed, panicked, and fled. But Ling Yunshin's group caught them and started laying it on them hard and fast. Zhuo Fan sneered. Those geezers. Big brother Zhuo. Master. Luo Yunhai and his wife came with the Luo clan, all excited. Zhuo Fan smiled and cupped his hands. I ask that you forgive me for the trouble I... Shove it where the sun doesn't shine. A raging voice echoed as a charming figure stormed over and jabbed a finger in his chest. You rotten bastard, where have you been all these years, not so much as sending a hello for 100 years? You were better off staying dead. You could have at least let us know you were safe. Everyone was worried sick. Zhuo Fan staggered under the assault, able to face Invincible Sword's mighty aura, yet couldn't take the pokes from a pretty lady. All he could do was shrug. Young miss, I did want to let you know, but I've always been busy and didn't want to involve you. I feared. So that makes it fine to blow us off. Didn't we get dragged into it anyway? Whatever comes, it'll come, regardless where you are. What doesn't won't, but you still aren't there either. What's there to fear? Luo Yuncheng kept yelling and taking it up on him for all those years, only to finish in tears and catch him in a strong hug, leaning her head on his chest. Her eyes were red as she sniffed. Answer me and don't go. I told you, no matter what it is, we'll do it together. Please don't leave, all right? Zhuo Fan froze, looking down at her fair face, and shook his head as he didn't know what to do with his hands. Young miss? Hand down. Luo Yuncheng had his hand placed on her waist, then lay happily on his chest, smiling and crying. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, looking at the others who were happy staying out of it, looking for an excuse to get away. Palace Lord, I'll gather the men and start working. What's the hurry? I just rescued them. Can't they relax for a few days? Hey, Zhuo Fan saw Wu Randong run off. Zhuo Fan looked down at the young miss glued to him and sighed. Young miss, I need to look for my wife. Luo Yuncheng shook but held on still. She spoke after a pause. It's fine if you go after Miss King Cheng, I won't stop you, but you can't stop my feelings for you either. Young miss. You don't have to say it. Luo Yuncheng stood straight and looked him in the eye with a smile. I told you I won't stop you, and neither can you stop me. We're a family. Let's go back, Steward Zhuo. Your seat has always been saved for you. No matter what you do, we do it together, even finding Miss King Cheng. We'll always be by your side, so long as you don't throw us away. The Luo clan nodded, showing their sincerity. Zhuo Fan felt warm at their intention and sighed a nod, if you so wish. The Luo clan's head steward has returned. They all cheered and jumped in joy. But seeing them like this, Zhuo Fan might be smiling, but his eyes showed sadness, meeting only to part. Our days together will be short. The path of ascension is almost done. Stop, don't touch him. If you have something with him, take it up with me. A shout drew Zhuo Fan's attention. He frowned and looked over with a start. Nodding, he walked over, chapter 1174, to the winner the spoils. Bam! A convict kicked a brawny man to the ground, mocking, ha ha ha, so this is what the mighty Sword King has come to, ha ha ha. Stop, we surrendered. What are you trying to do? Bala Yuyu glared at them, gnashing her teeth. The youth sneered, giving her a most unbecoming leer. What, you ask? Weren't the Sword Kings always acting so high and mighty? With the invincible sword dead, any kind of lashing out won't do you any good. Surrendering is your only hope at living, so play along, or else. Or else what? A steel grip had twisted his wrist. The man whipped his head with a scowl, only to pale hard. Marshal Zhuo, we've got all the prisoners sorted out for you to handle. Bala Yuyu shook, observing the man she had been daydreaming about day and night for the past century, and her heart raced. Zhuo Fan sneered. You actually know they're my prisoners? Others who didn't might think it was you who got them. You must be so amazing taking down the central area's Sword Kings. I'd never, Marshal Zhuo. You're our Grand Marshal of the Four Lands just as it was 100 years ago. We're doing it all for you. Humph, what a pretentious excuse. You never did anything for me 100 years ago, and now that I got the central area, you wanted to step in. Zhuo Fan flung the man into the air, vanishing in the distance. I'm fine without it. The rest acted oblivious, lowering their heads and clearing the area. Ignoring the profiteers, Zhuo Fan turned to Bala Yuyu, who never took her eyes off him. He snapped his fingers and her bounds came undone. I saw how you never got a wound on you when you fought Kaior. How did those ants even catch you? I sealed my own cultivation. You did. Yes, you've won and we lost. Those bastards used Brother Lei to threaten me, so what could I do? Or did you expect me to be as fearless as the Patriarch, and have you cut me down? Bala Yuyu glared. Zhuo Fan shook his head. My fight with him has been in the works for a century, an honorable duel bearing no grudge from either party. Along the way I took the Empire for my own purposes, still nothing personal. Now that the Empire is mine, I want nothing else. You're free to go. Free? Bala Yuyu started. You're letting us go free? What if we'll take revenge? Zhuo Fan chuckled. Can you really, with just that much strength? Don't make me laugh. Not now, but who's to say later? Neither later. Zhuo Fan cut her off. Since I overcame all of you, I hold no fear for the future. If, by some miracle, you do succeed, that proves I've been idle and deserve to die. A real man isn't afraid of any challenge. Moreover, I'm a challenger myself. Challenging myself for my own goals is all the more reason I can't let others catch up to me. Or I wouldn't have needed him to step in and would have died at your hands instead. Bala Yuyu's eyes grew hazy. You're just like Patriarch, no stronger. Patriarch always yearned for the top, but feared being overtaken. You don't have such fear, and that's why you won. You flatter me. What I fear is something you can never reach. Zhuo Fan waved, walking away. Take them and go. We've had a nice run once, and this is my thanks for it. Bala Yuyu gave him a long look, then pointed at the others to remove their binds. A sudden roar then shook the heavens as someone shot for Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan? What now? Whoosh! Zhuo Fan clutched the neck of the attacker, Bailey Jinxian. Revenge for the invincible sword, is that it? I told you that none of you have it in you. But since you challenged me, I'll answer with the same coin. Zhuo Fan gripped harder, cutting his breath. I'm a man of principles and can overlook the boiling hatred you all nurture, but the moment you try anything, you have to own up to your actions. Wait. Bailey Yulei shouted and rushed over, pleading, Sir Zhuo, please let the Crown Prince go. If you must kill him, take me instead. Zhuo Fan squinted. Bailey Yulei, we were on better terms 100 years ago. Though it was to help another and thus you helped me, I still consider it a favor. But what is your deal with the Crown Prince to go so far? It's about that time 100 years ago as well. He knows I had let you go, yet never revealed it. Holding his word for 100 years, he earned my friendship. Didn't you stop to think that maybe he had his reasons? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, you're no saint, I see, knowing to use gratitude to your own means. Bailey Jinxian said, As the Crown Prince, I've learned how to rule. Gratitude has nothing to do with it, just business. But yes, when you had your black flames on me, Thunder Sword King did save my life. He did right by cutting my arm off. I had the same thought, but couldn't do it because that would mean everything would be over, my throne would no longer be mine. Have you ever heard of a cripple sitting on the throne in humanity's long history? So Thunder Sword King had solved my crisis and my life. But later, I helped them hide their connection with you, not really thinking over the implications. But without an arm, I was fated to be alone, so why then insist on making an enemy out of a Sword King? It's all to protect myself due to what happened, and I had to keep it to myself. See, he had it all figured out and didn't do it for you. I bet you looked after him these years, so you should be square. Zhuo Fan snickered. Bailey Yulei's brow shook, yet his voice was firm. Regardless, I still feel friendship for him keeping it a secret for so long and ask that you stay your hand. Sure, since you felt friendship for him, I felt the same for you. But only this once. At least wait until you have the strength before coming at me. Zhuo Fan smirked and let go, walking off. A month later, I'll be leaving this world to where your Patriarch yearned to go. Anyone is welcome to come since I lack manpower, ha ha ha. Bailey Jinxian squinted. What's his angle? Trying to get us on his side after killing the Patriarch. As if. It's hard to tell. With her heart already made up, Bala Yuyu muttered. The Patriarch and Zhuo Fan fought an honorable battle with their lives on the line. When the Patriarch died, he held no hatred. Among cultivators, what grudges could there be among challengers? Your Highness, you'll never grow strong without at least this much aspiration. Look at yourself. After 100 years, you couldn't even defeat the likes of Yi Lin and Aoyang Changqing, the same ones you once beat. A missing arm shouldn't have affected your strength as much. Think back at what you've been doing this past century. The only thing that came to Bailey Jingshan's mind was hate. He hated Zhuo Fan for taking his arm, losing his status, and everyone for mocking his deficiency. The hatred had taken over his mind to such extent, he almost let the sundering sword art waste away. Bailey Jingshan sighed long and hard, closing his eyes. The first step to become stronger and defeat the man he hated all his life was to let go of the hate and set his eyes on the top. Bali Yuyu glanced over and showed a sneaky smile. Let us all go, then, to the world of the strong that the patriarch wanted to see. At the very least, we'll ease his spirit, right? Ha ha ha, you just want to be at the kid's side. Bailey Yule snapped his eyes on her, shaking his head. In another part, following the ruckus, Bailey Jingshi and Bailey Jingwei were shoved and sworn at. Bu Xingyun and the other spies were beaten black and blue. Luo Yunhai's brow shook. They are still the prime minister and emperor. Even as captives, why must they be scorned so? The winner gets the spoils, and they lost. Zhuo Fan walked by, but aren't I supposed to be the winner here? These people from the Four Lands were mere captives, and now they think of themselves as the bosses. Luo Yunhai pleaded. Big brother Zhuo, Bailey Jingwei is vile but never trounced our dignity. I hope you will let us handle him. Yeah, I always pay back with the same coin. I may kill him but never shame him. Zhuo Fan nodded. You're the clan head, so do what you will. Luo Yunhai perked up and rushed into the fray. Zhuo Fan shook his head. See, this was my last lesson to you on good and evil, righteous and demonic. Now who here is right and who is wrong? Miss Murong? Chapter 1175, Gathering of Royalties. Humph, so this is the loftiest emperor and greatest prime minister in the whole wide world. You got cocky, you showed off. Now look where that got you, beneath my boot. Hi, you finally got yours. Now it's our turn to toy with all these big shots. Ha ha ha. Bang tilde Bailey Jingwei's group gnashed their teeth without a word, taking all the abuse they threw at them, be it physical or emotional. The abusers grew wilder, stopping only when Luo Yunhai came over to break them up. But even so, they left with a wide and scornful smile, like some prized underdog. Murong Zhu shook her head, disappointed. These dignified people cast away their people, shirking all duty in face of disaster. Yet they now prance around high and mighty as they take it out on the defeated enemy. Even Bailey Jingwei, the greatest mastermind and our enemy, wouldn't fall so low. Zhuo Fan smiled as he left with a dark glint in his eye. Good and evil begin from thoughts. In this world, who could reign in his wild nature? Ha ha ha, the imperial capital fell. Aside from Shangyuan Feiyun and the spies, taken away by the other lands' leaders, the rest of the captives were handed to the Luo clan to be dealt with. The news spread like wildfire throughout the empire, crushing the morale of all the forces still trying to fend off the invading Three Lands armies. The empire fell, and the central area fell as well. This became the new reality. The Eastern Lands rebellion soon won as well, with the Shangyuan clan reinstated as its ruler. The Five Lands regained peace, the Dharma kings returning to their old jobs, handling their lands. Zhuo Fan put everything aside, going with the Luo clan to rest with the others. Luo Sifan and the other two kids were torn from worry. They welcomed her parents back with utter joy, while the oldies from the Luo alliance noticed the first great steward returned as well. Everyone gave him a deep bow of respect. The kids became aware that Steward Zhuo was a monumental existence to the alliance. Also, he wasn't blind. It left them baffled. Zhuo Fan caught up with his old friends, offering a different kind of comfort. 3 days passed, and Zhu Changfeng was with Zhuo Fan in the Luo clan's backyard, enjoying idle talk and playing chess. Luo Sifan was engrossed seeing the pieces fly across the board, glancing at Zhu Changfeng and seeing him frown hard. She raised her hand to propose. Grandpa Zhu here. Ha ha ha, young miss, if I place it there, then I'll burn my own foot, with Steward Zhuo not even needing to land the killing blow. Zhu Changfeng rubbed his beard, chuckling and cupping his hand. Steward Zhuo's chess skills have grown sharper. I admit complete defeat. Luo Sifan pouted. Grandpa's huge. You lost 10 rounds already, but weren't said to be the best at chess in the Western lands. Why? That's when Steward Zhuo wasn't around, since I lost to Steward Zhuo once 100 years ago, ha ha ha. Huge, Changfeng laughed. Zhuo Fan smiled. Prime Minister Zhuge, you're still holding on to that grudge? Ha ha ha. Big brother Zhuo. Master, Luo Yunhai and his wife came over, bowing to him. Zhuge Changfeng and Luo Sifan rose up and greeted them. Clan head, madam? Mom, dad. Yunhai, you're the clan head. I should be the one to visit you. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Zhuo Fan gathered the pieces on the board while talking casually. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Big brother Zhuo, you jest. I'd never try getting you to visit me. I heard you are back, and many of our old friends from the Western lands are here to see you, even the Exalted. Exalted double dragons? Luo Sifan jumped. The Exalted have hardly gone around the land, and even I never met them. To think they'd show up at our door. That's a given. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Steward Zhuo defeated the invincible sword, the best in the world. He is now in the Luo clan, and it bolsters the Luo alliance's fame and value. They say the Luo clan has replaced the Bailey as the best clan in the world. The Exalted have to show respect and can no longer stay haughty like before. Luo Sifan oohed, looking at Zhuo Fan like a prized pony. Uncle Zhuo is so grand. Zhuo Fan stood and walked. Since we're friendly, let's meet them. I won't get the chance again. Wait. Zhuo Fan turned back at the sharp shout. Shuinger, it's been a while. I've been in the Luo clan for days, yet never saw you around. Where have you been? Ha ha ha, holy maiden, Zhuo Fan chuckled in good humor. He was still feeling odd, since Shuinger should have known he was with the Luo clan, yet never came to see him. Luo Yunhai's group smiled. Yun Shuang smiled back and took Zhuo Fan's arm. Come with me. Why? My patriarch wants to see you. Your patriarch? Zhuo Fan asked curiously. Shuinger's eyes glimmered. Yes, my Yun clan patriarch, Sovereign Yun, one of the 10 ancient sovereigns, wants to see the demonic emperor Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Fan's heart tensed, looking grave. The missing Sovereign Yun was in the mortal domain. 10 days later, in a thick forest, a man and a woman dashed through the woods to land among some ruins. Every rock was covered in vines or hidden by the wildlife. This is the Yun clan's ancestral home, Zhuo Fan asked. Yun Shuang nodded. The Yun clan left this place ages ago, and it came into ruin, making it look bleak. If not for the last 5 lands war growing to such a scale, I might have never come back here to seek my patriarch's blessing. I then stayed here under his guidance to cultivate. Yun Shuang made a sign, and the random rocks scattered about rippled, and the air shimmered in front. Let's go. Giving Zhuo Fan a smile, she pulled his hand as she took the lead to enter the shimmering air. The two ended up in a dark cave and found themselves unable to control their bodies, floating in space. The only presence there were the endless stars casting a mystical glow. Boom! The image of a 300-meter-tall old man whooshed in their sight, releasing a white aura and shedding light in this dark space. Welcome to my star space, demonic emperor Zhuo Yifan? Why, your sovereign Yun? Zhuo Fan's heart shook, finding meeting a sovereign still shocking. He bowed and offered his respect. Greetings, senior. Yun Shuang bowed as well. Greetings, patriarch. There's no need for that. I am but a trace. Sovereign Yun looked stern. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan, do you know why I asked for you? Zhuo Fan never looked up, bowing still. I do not. Please enlighten me, senior. Because you lost something. Without it, you will die. Sovereign Yun was grave as he shouted, Boy, your death isn't important, but it will involve the fate of every living thing, bringing misery to us all. You have to get it back, understand? Zhuo Fan pondered and said, Senior, what am I looking for? You know fully well what. Sovereign Yun shouted, You were operating outside of fate, and I could not see your destiny, but I could still see your past. But all these years I had been blind to you. Do you know why? It's because you had something on you that helped you in all your cunning endeavors. Do you know what that is? Zhuo Fan guessed. Is it that, what Senior is referring to? Only you know what you're to find. I'm only giving you a reminder. Sovereign Yun was being cryptic as his hand shone white and revealed a black sphere, throwing it to Zhuo Fan. "This is a 6th grade sacred weapon I made with all my power, World Bridge. No place is out of its reach. As long as you think of somewhere, it will take you there, helping you find what or who you want. It will also guide you towards what you're looking for." Chapter 1176, Opened Ascension Path. Taking a closer look at the black sphere, he noticed energy swirling within, like the primordial energy that made the world, followed by endless stars surrounding it. His mind felt like he was in a vast and endless world, aware of his insignificance in the face of such a universe, an ant squashed by forces unseen. He was jolted to his senses the next moment, sweat trickling down his brow. His heart was filled with fear and unease. His pride and arrogance as a human was squashed then and there. Yun Shuang said, "Big brother Zhuo, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Easing a breath, Zhuo Fan stared at the black ball. "Senior Sovereign Yun, how do I use your treasure?" The sovereign smirked. "Figure out yourself. No matter who or what you're looking for, this world bridge will help you." "That's all I had to say, boy. You can go." Sovereign Yun flicked his hand and an astral wind sent Zhuo Fan flying. Yun Shuang started, "Big brother Zhuo." "Shuanger?" Sovereign Yun shouted, as did Yun Shuang. She turned back and said, "Patriarch, I'm about to fade away." Sovereign Yun turned transparent, yet he smiled. "Since ancient times, this trace remained because of World Bridge's help. All I've been doing was waiting for a man to appear to give it to him. Now that time has come and I shall vanish. The rest is up to him. Don't let it all go to waste." The voice faded as well in this dark place. With a boom, everything collapsed, turning into fading glimmers. The sun shone within, revealing just an ordinary cave. Patriarch Shuanger lamented, bowing at the deep cave before leaving. With a start, Zhuo Fan plopped on the ground, thrown among rocks and kicking up dust. Finally straightening himself, he said, "I was clearly in the mountain, and now I'm at its foot. The senior sure doesn't see his guests out. Talk about rude. Big brother Zhuo." Shuanger came over and saw him covered in dust. "Are you all right? Patriarch's dismissal can be a bit harsh." Zhuo Fan patted the dust off his clothes. "It's fine, but are all sovereigns like that? Do all of them have weird hobbies?" Shuanger giggled. "Big brother Zhuo is going back to Sacred Domain. Can you take me along?" "Why? You need help and I can lend a hand." "Oh, that?" Zhuo Fan hesitated, put on the spot. "Peak Genesis stage isn't bad, but I know you're bad at fighting. Sacred Domain is too." Shuanger was firm in this. "Don't underestimate me." Shuanger's eyes shone an eerie blue and an astonishing power came out. With rumbling combing from everywhere, the entire mountain range crumbled on the spot. But it wasn't due to the shaking, it was because it was flattened. Zhuo Fan felt heavy as well and sank into the earth. Everything in 100 miles sank 300 meters. Shuanger stopped and looked in pride. "Well, big brother Zhuo, that's a third of what I can do. I refrained from flattening 1,000 miles around since there are people living here. And that's not even my special skill. You're practically a different person after receiving Sovereign Yun's guidance." Zhuo Fan's face twitched. "But why didn't your patriarch train disciples to protect your clan?" Shuanger shrugged. "Patriarch cared for the world. He only waited here for you to give you something. He doesn't care what befell the clan or how it fares. He only taught me because he sensed your aura 100 years ago and wanted me to help you." "I see. But why would he help me? Is it because of the sovereign path?" Zhuo Fan frowned, looking at the black ball in his hand, and then patted Shuanger's shoulder. "We'll meet in Sword Star Empire's capital in 20 days. Don't be late and don't tell the Luo clan." "You're not taking them? What's the point of being in so much danger?" Zhuo Fan sighed. "They are kings in the mortal domain and have a stable position. They should enjoy retirement. By going to Sacred Domain instead, they will have to start over, facing danger upon danger. In short, there are many horrible men there and even more hidden experts unaccounted for. I even feel scared. Taking them along will make it hard to protect them." Shuanger nodded and sighed. The two returned to the Luo clan and stayed for a few days, meeting old friends from Western lands before leaving for the Empire's capital. At that time, a dozen days passed already, with most of the people Zhuo Fan gathered already there. Gu Santong and Kiowa were obvious, with Yi Lin and other Dharma kings, Bali Yuyu, Bailey Yule, and Bailey Jingshan present as well. Even Murong Zhu was going. "Miss Murong, you're coming along?" Zhuo Fan asked. Murong Zhu nodded. "My sight has broadened and I wish to see the upper world if you don't mind." "I don't, not since you're your brother's problem now. If he doesn't mind, why should I? Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan came before the Thunder Pavilion. There was not a trance of lightning as before, turned into an average place. That was because a month back, Zhuo Fan threw a casual seal over it when he was here. Glancing at the bowing Wu Randong nearby, Zhuo Fan said, "After we leave, you are to watch over the mortal domain." "At my signal, activate the second array, got it," Krista Clearl. "Palace Lord, the Empire is gone and my hatred has quelled. I only wish to fulfill the Palace Lord's orders." Wu Randong bowed sternly. Zhuo Fan nodded and made a sign. The space around them rippled. "Worlds arts combine, seas of spiritual clarity. Aid me in activating the array. Open the path to heaven and guide me on my journey." Boom! Every land began shaking, the sky filled with the cries of the frightened. The tunnels dug throughout the lands and packed with sacred stones intertwined as they activated and linked the 5 lands into one gargantuan array. Whoosh! A white pillar shot into the sky from the former beast-taming sect. Violent and volatile power gushed from it, racing through and into the array dug underground, all the way to the imperial capital. Russell more pillars of light shot out, from Ultimate Clarity sect, North Sea, the former Flying Cloud Manor, and more. It was like they connected heaven with the earth, unleashing tremendous power. The people near these locations blanked out on the spot. Even Genesis experts could barely breathe from the pressure. They could barely crawl on the ground, horrified at the development. 7 pillars in all, scattered throughout the 5 lands, rose into the air. The thick spiritual energy from the sacred domain came pouring in from the world wind tunnels, fueling the huge array and coming to the imperial capital. Dragon Ancestor roared in joy. "Ha ha ha, at long last, the time of our freedom has come, ha ha ha. Finally completed. The kid is about to return, ha ha ha. Safe travels, old friend." In the All-Beast mountain range, vaulting Kunpeng felt the spiritual energy around changing and saw the 7 pillars of light with a wide smile. It all went according to plan. A plan in the making for eons, ha ha ha. Whoosh! All that power focused in one area. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and made another sign as he pointed. "All paths converge, ascension path open." Boom! With one last strong worldwide shake, the Thunder Pavilion let out its own white pillar into the sky. Boom! The heavens above then manifested a dazzling light, the same one that was calling the spirit King Bailey Yushin. The path to the sacred domain was finally open. Chapter 1177. Forward together. Drip! The earth shook and water dripped inside a dark prison. A weary middle-aged man sat on a filthy bed, bleak and forlorn. Crack noise came from just outside with a man bowing. "Greetings, your majesty?" "Open the cell." "Yes." A man in royal garb stepped in, looking at the prisoner in ruined clothes. "Imperial brother, did you hear? That's the sound of old friends leaving. But even as the ruler of a nation, I still had no suitable parting gift." "Who is leaving?" The prisoner looked up, staring at Tianyu's emperor, Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong sighed. "My sworn brothers, of course, Zhuo Fan and the Luo clan. They're going to a bigger world and reaching new heights we could never even dream of. I can only stay here and wish them safe travels." "Ha ha ha, for your majesty to come see a traitor in person, is it just to show off?" Yuan Yang mocked. "I sided with the Sword Star Empire, the greatest power, only for Zhuo Fan to later destroy it. Now you have caught me and must be mighty pleased. Now there's no chance of me fighting back. I am at your whim to kill, to maim." Yuan Kong looked saddened. "Second brother, to be honest, I'd have truly removed you if this happened 100 years ago. But now everything changed. I felt my power waning with the Luo alliance hanging overhead. I've been depressed and forlorn. But then Luo Yunhai returned to me my full authority. I thought I'd be happy, but all I found within me was an endless void." Void? Yes. Yuan Kong sighed. What's so great about imperial power when all is so futile? For this power I killed my elder brother, harmed my father, and then became a puppet just so that someone would throw me back out like trash. The moment the power returned to me, I cried, "What the hell is this?" Kings and officials, fathers and sons, tear at each other, and for what? So that one man can stand alone in the cold, harsh emptiness. Yuan Kong teared up, leaving Yuan Yang in shock. Yes, just what is authority to make me, the foolish and chubby third brother, so ruthless to kill our father and first brother, then hunt you down as well? Second brother, I am confessing here, but you shouldn't pin everything on me either. It was in fact the Crown Prince who killed our father then. I only joined later and killed the Crown Prince on the charge of patricide. The Crown Prince killed our imperial father? Don't spout nonsense. Why did I hear then that you killed them, teaming up with the Luo clan to take power? That's the truth. You're my prisoner, so why would I bother making everything up? Yuan Kong sighed. Imperial father drew outsiders to fight the Luo clan and set the stage for the Crown Prince's death, all so he could leave the lands to me. In the end, the Crown Prince struck first, the Luo clan had shockingly won, and with them in the shadows, I became their puppet emperor. If it weren't for the Luo clan, it still would have been me who inherited it. For Imperial Father never planned on giving power to the Crown Prince. Yuan Yang's face shook. How can that be? I thought you killed them, and I've always sought revenge. When the Imperial members vie for power, who doesn't seek revenge? Yuan Kong sighed. Everyone went insane trying to cull everyone outside of their control. Be it our Imperial Father or the Crown Prince who won, neither would have let you, the imprisoned second brother, free. I as well was a threat to the throne and removed. Yuan Yang squinted in a daze, then he slumped powerlessly. What have I been doing this last century then? Helping those trying to kill me for revenge? Ha ha ha. Guard, release Yuan Yang. Yuan Kong shouted and a soldier obeyed. Yuan Kong gave him a long look, then smiled. I had a drink with Zhuo Fan a few days ago and realized a problem. He never cared for power but winning against the world. We fought hard and bitterly, but won the rights to a life of solitude. Second brother, the other lands condemn their traitors, with Shangyuan Feiyun, Bu Xingyun, and the others having a sordid end. You are still my second brother, my only remaining brother. Zhuo Fan had been a true friend to give you to me, and none other cared much either. Now, Yuan clan has another member left alive. Yuan Yang could finally move and doubted, aren't you afraid I'll come back to fight you? Fight me. I'm but the lord of a third-rate empire while you climb to be a valued minister in the Sword Star Empire. Why would you come after me? Yuan Kong mocked, turning to leave. Zhuo Fan left, Luo clan left, all old friends left. I have no brothers and I'm going to live a life of solitude. And with your crimes, even if I succeed the throne to you, would the Double Dragon Manor agree? If you can take down the Double Dragon Manor, why come for my throne then? Funny, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Yuan Yang's eye twitched as he watched the Emperor leave. Nothing mattered in the end. It's all nothing but pure bias. Why even fight anymore? Ha ha. Yuan Yang walked out with a hunched back, feeling like centuries caught up with him. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan finished the signs and regarded the light pillar. He turned to the others. This is the path to the upper world, follow me. Once we arrive, you have to listen to all I say, lest you get on someone's bad side and never see the light of day again. Yes, everyone shouted. Yilin took the first step to Zhuo Fan. Big brother, isn't it a recoil array to break open the mortal domain? Why did it change into a path of ascension? What about Master and others? They'll wait for a bit. Zhuo Fan squinted. Yilin, do you have that much trust in those old bones' words? All we got from what happened is from their mouths. Who can prove it's real? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, emphasizing every word. You saw every aspect of humanity in the Five Lands War and can tell. Central Area defeating the Four Lands did not mean their destruction. Four Lands defeating the Empire didn't mean Central Area's fortune. Each power fights for itself. There's no morality involved, no good, no evil. By letting those old monsters go, can you guarantee it won't blow up in our faces? Yilin frowned in hesitation. Pa Zhuo Fan had a grave look, putting a hand on his shoulder. We'll go first to see the situation in the sacred domain. If it's like those guys said, I'll give Wu Randong the signal and he'll activate the recoiling array to free them. But if it's a lie, painting themselves as victims for their sake and that of world peace, they'll be locked up for the rest of their lives. Don't give me that and get a move on. Zhuo Fan pushed and threw Yilin into the pillar, gone before he could scream. Zhuo Fan turned to the rest, beaming. Who's next? Me. A roar of anger came as a girl flashed in his view. Zhuo Fan started. Why, young miss, what? You foul cretin, you're taking off again and leaving us behind. And no, it's just that there isn't suited for you. Big brother Zhuo, no matter what you say, we agreed to stay together. You have no right to slip away. Luo Yunhai smiled. Look, I've brought the whole clan to fight alongside you. Lai Jingshan's venerables appeared. Lai Jingshan and the power couple, as well as thousands of Genesis stage veteran soldiers. Even Luo Sifan and the brats came. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Aren't you afraid of leaving the Luo Alliance's core empty? No, out with the old and in with the new. Luo Yunhai waved. We built the Luo Alliance here, then we can do it again there. Big brother Zhuo, I'm still young and have ambition. I fear nothing. Let us do this together. Yeah, Steward Zhuo, let us follow you. The others shouted their agreements. Zhuo Fan sighed, yet he felt gratified inside. Just as he was about to speak, someone pushed him into the pillar. No more talking. Let's all go. Someone held Zhuo Fan and dragged him inside the pillar with a sweet smile. Chapter 1178, Lightning Tribulation. Tilde everyone vanished one after the other. Wu Randong made a sign when he was alone, and the gaudy pillar of light faded away. The other 7 pillars in the 5 lands followed suit. Wu Randong smirked, looking at the sky. Take care, Palace Lord. Until next time, brother Zhuo. Wu Qinkyu and the others watched them go from a distance with cupped hands. I really want to go as well and see the wider world outside, but you had sect matters to attend to. I also have my clan to consider as well. Shangyu and Qingyan shrugged. What's more, we have to watch over the grand array he took a century to set up and receive him at any time. He gave us harsh warnings about this. It may very well be related to his survival. Wu Qinkyu nodded and smiled. Yes, he has a lot of trust in us, with his life even, to give us such a task, to cooperate with Devil Palace in guarding the grand array. We are not about to let him down. Ha ha ha. The others smiled broadly, while they watched Zhuo Fan go, filled with respect and trust. In Ultimate Clarity Sect, the dragon ancestor blinked at the sudden disappearance of the light pillars. What the hell? The mortal domain isn't open yet, so why did it stop? Then it hit him and he raged. Rotten cretin, you have the nerve to throw us away. Just you wait. You're going to pay for this. We'll wreck you so hard you'll come back crying, begging us for help. Curses? He left for good this time. In the North Sea, Heaven's Sealing Sea Owl peeked his head out of the water, sensing the world settling, shaking his head in boredom. Boy, take care. Who knows when you'll be back? The huge head dipped back under the water. Being around Zhuo Fan for 100 years made him recall those ancient times he interacted with humans, filled with warmth and joy. Now, he was back to being alone. Whoosh tilde the mortal domains people each had their thoughts regarding Zhuo Fan's leaving. But in the sacred domain, in a scorched area, a beam of light appeared and people walked out of it. The thick spiritual energy slammed into their face, flooding their every fiber and making their Yuan Kai run wild without even focusing on cultivating. They all were left speechless. Is this the world the patriarch wanted to see? It's incredible. The degree of spiritual energy here is scary, no different from a sacred stone mine, no, 10 times denser. With the sacred stone mine sealed off, the amount mined was very little for everyone to enjoy. But here and now, this was a cultivator's paradise. Everyone was overjoyed, with Bali Yuyu giggling. Zhuo Fan, is this Devil Mound? Her joy was short-lived as she turned to him. Young miss, we've arrived. Can you let go? Zhuo Fan sighed, laying on the scorched earth with Luo Yuncheng clutching to him for her dear life. Luo Yuncheng smirked, happy to hold him with closed eyes. No, or you'll just be running off again. This place is foreign to me. I couldn't find you in the 5 lands, and this will go double here. So you better stay put, for I'm not letting you go. Get off already? A dainty hand grabbed her collar and yanked her off Zhuo Fan. Bailey Yuyu looked mighty jealous. Have you no shame, woman, throwing yourself at a man in broad daylight? He's my steward. Why do you care who I throw myself to? If you hate it so much, will engaging in such activity at night be to your liking? Damn you. That's enough. Bali Yuyu was fuming mad, but Zhuo Fan interfered. He brushed off the dust and stood up with a stern look. We have arrived, and I have to give you fair warning not to wander about and draw trouble. We can't take any of it, understand? All were just as grave as him. Zhuo Fan continued. First off, this place is called the Sacred Domain. Compared to mortal domain, everything is a few stages higher, with treasures at every step, making this place teeming with experts. I'm sure you've already felt the outrageous spiritual energy density, making it easy to cultivate. While in the mortal domain, a supreme genius of 12 achieving bone tempering stage can be praiseworthy, and reaching the profound heaven stage would be monstrous. Here, however, radiant stage kids are running all over the place, with more talented being in the ethereal stage and the true monsters at the Genesis stage. Especially you three brats, listen up. Your parents might have let you come to set up shop in this great place, but this is no paradise. It is hell. Walking about as you are, any other 16-year-old will wipe the floor with you, so be careful, for those days of lording over with status and power are over. SSS tilde everyone gasped in shock. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. In the mortal domain we were at the peak, but here we're at the bottom, no different than common people. Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. So in the sacred domain, if you want to hold any kind of power, you need to be a spirit king at the very least. Anything in the mortal stages are ants. That's why none of us have the right to show off and must keep our noses down. Everyone grew heavy, feeling apprehension. They were among the top in the mortal domain, and now they ended up scraping the barrel. Zhuo Fan smirked. But there's no need to be discouraged. You're at the bottom because the mortal domain's conditions were too poor. Based on talent alone, you're sacred domain monsters as well, especially the Sword Kings. Reaching Spirit King stage should be easy, taking only time. So all we need to do is endure for a while, and then we can leave our mark on sacred domain. Truly, everyone's eyes glimmered. They were all men who enjoyed status. Even though they sank to rock bottom, they now had faith they could make a comeback. What of Devil Mountain? Is it the same as sacred domain? Bali Yuyu asked, getting the attention of everyone. Right. He always says he came from Devil Mountain, so why are we in sacred domain? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, giving a sinister smirk. Of course it isn't. Devil Mountain is but a part of sacred domain. Don't be quick to think Devil Mountain is friendly either. From now on, Devil Mountain is in fact our greatest opponent. Everyone shuddered. It's not his sect. Why, rumble tilde thunderclaps sounded from the heavens as lightning snaked about the black clouds. Flinching, the people panicked. But then their power started boiling like, breaking through, they all cried out. Zhuo Fan exclaimed. Yes, mortal domain was not just barren of spiritual energy, but also being suppressed. Coming to sacred domain is like overcoming all adversity, and thus our cultivation will soar. Especially a Sword King's who had been kept at the peak for too long, he'll be rushing to advance without a moment to lose. Damn it. Why is it so bad? Isn't advancing a good thing? What do any of you know? Zhuo Fan frowned hard, looking at the roiling thunderclouds. Other stage increases aside, reaching Spirit King stage means you're shedding the mortal coil, being remade. That means a lightning tribulation will fall on you to rebuild your meridians and purify you and Kai. One breaking through is fine, but the issue here is that there are so many at peak Genesis stage. With all calling forth lightning, the power will multiply. The issue isn't you withstanding it, but Yunhai and the rest suffering as a result. Chapter 1179, Scarlet Lightning Valley. Everyone got restless at his words, with Murong Lai saying, All Genesis stage cultivators with me. We'll draw away the lightning tribulation. Too late. Glancing at the thundering clouds above, lightning struck nearby, leaving behind a black crater 50 miles wide. Zhuo Fan squinted and shook. Black energy came out of him, covering Luo Yunhai and thousands of others below Genesis stage. I'll protect them with my domain while you get some distance and take on your tribulation. Murong Lai and the rest shot away. But another boom sounded as lightning slammed overhead and cut off their flight. But recalling the many innocent lives behind, they kept forcing themselves to fly. Boom tilde lightning snaked and struck down on them. Zhuo Fan held the fort, ignoring the lightning striking him as well. He worked his energy to keep the others safe. At the same time, black energy was released around, absorbing the lightning's power to increase his own cultivation. His meridians and Yuan Kai were being refined with every strike. He was only in the 7th layer of Genesis stage, but ever since he arrived here and felt the thick spiritual energy, his cultivation grew as well. While he was defending the Luo clan and the rest, he was also taking in the heavens' power, strengthening himself several times. With a muffled sound, he reached the 8th layer. Zhuo Fan grinned, boom. Another lightning came down on his head and he shook all over. His demon transformation art was revved up to the max, working to remove the lightning's power, but still a fraction got loose within him, roaming through his veins and making his body spasm. Blood spilled from his mouth. He chose to contain it and endure. He could, in fact, use more of his focus to absorb the violent lightning, but then who'd defend the little guys? He could only bear it in silence. Boom tilde the deadly lightning struck again and again, thick as a bucket or thin as a plate, crashing down like a mountain, 81 times. Zhuo Fan bore through it, and while his body smoked now, he was still fine. His meridians at least had strengthened, and his cultivation reached the 9th layer. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm close to Spirit King as well. Zhuo Fan looked at the scattering black clouds and sighed. Never mind. Taking 81 lightning strikes almost burned through all my body. Taking another round right now to advance to the Spirit King level will most likely kill me. Next time. Zhuo Fan felt his aching body, but his power surged with vigor through his limbs. Only a monster like Zhuo Fan, able to fight a Spirit King, could take something like that. Other Genesis cultivators would have breathed their last around the 30th strike. Just as Zhuo Fan was about to let the others out, booming sounded again and looked up. The deadly lightning echoed in his ears once more. His brow jumped, his face twitching. You don't mean it's still coming, do you? Boom. Another explosion was his answer to that challenge as an even thicker lightning slammed into him. The dreadful power made him tremble all over as he spurted blood. What is this? That's no lightning tribulation. No such lightning has that kind of power. Zhuo Fan peered at the sky in shock, finding the thunderclouds weren't just black, but laced with crimson, soul-sucking blood lightning. This is Scarlet Lightning Valley. Looking at the burnt soil below, Zhuo Fan finally knew where he was in sacred domain. Lightning constantly struck it, and on a different level than outside this area. Each lightning was devastating in might, turning a brighter red the stronger it was. Once a red lightning fell, even a saint would have to be wary, yet a white lightning could press hard a Spirit King. That was what made this place so desolate. No one wanted to come in here just to die the next second. What's with our rotten luck? We just came to sacred domain and landed in this place. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth. This place wasn't up to Lightning Canyon, but it wasn't far behind either. Right, Thunder Pavilion, Zhuo Fan exclaimed in realization. The 8 world wind tunnels in the mortal domain corresponded with Sacred Domain's 8 extreme locations. Thunder Pavilion was linked to this Scarlet Lightning Valley. Since they came through the Thunder Pavilion's location, they ended up in this god-forsaken place. All the constant lightning around the Thunder Pavilion was due to this place as well. Zhuo Fan held his head. This is fricking fate, I tell you. The recoiling array needed to draw spiritual energy from all around. The crucial thing is balance. Its best location was the heart of the 5 lands, which was Thunder Pavilion, which made coming from mortal domain to the sacred domain always going to be here. The Scarlet Lightning Valley couldn't be avoided. Now we just have to get the hell out of here under a shower of lightning before a scarlet one drops on us. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, and a demonic sword appeared in his palm, shining scarlet. Soaring sword art. Soaring heaven. Zhuo Fan slashed, and a scarlet sword wave shot at the thunderclouds. Rumble, white flashed just then, striking the wave. Scarlet and red collided and dissipated, but Zhuo Fan's art remained, its power piercing the clouds and punching a hole through them. Zhuo Fan grinned. This works. Now I just have to break down the clouds and the scarlet lightning can't form. But he then watched as the clouds flickered with lightning and sealed back the hole like it never happened. Zhuo Fan's face twitched, his hand waving the sword around as he sent attacks at the clouds. I'll just have to be faster than its recovery. Booms sounded constantly, the sword waves clashing with the lightning, yet the art's power reached the clouds many times and punched holes in it. But then the lightning grew in strength, and Zhuo Fan's soaring sword art lost its advantage, until it could no longer even block it. The following lightning struck Zhuo Fan and numbed his whole body while the holes in the sky were patched up as a trace of scarlet flashed. Zhuo Fan started. Once they start turning red, I'll have no chance. Zhuo Fan's hands were sweaty. Ding! A ringing reached his ears and Zhuo Fan flinched. His thunder ring flashed purple and the sundering sword appeared in his other hand. "Oh, sundering sword, what are you up to?" Zhuo Fan asked. Whoosh, the purple sword released a powerful lightning wave, then took Zhuo Fan to face the heavens. Zhuo Fan blinked, but still chose to follow the spirited sword into facing this challenge. Boom! Lightning thundered and a huge strike came down at Zhuo Fan. It even contained a trace of red. Damn it, the lightning changed. Zhuo Fan panicked, wanting to block with the demonic sword, but the sundering sword moved first, slapping it out of the way and releasing a strong purple wave. It carried Zhuo Fan's arm and struck hard. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the purple lightning wave blasted the incoming attack into harmless motes of light. The purple sword then shot into the thunderclouds and blew a huge hole in them, greatly weakening the charged lightning clouds. To the point, the snaking lightning glowing red turned white. This is destruction, the power of the sundering sword art. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. I see the soaring sword art might be tough enough to break heaven, but clouds are formless, merely pushed back and not dissipated, letting them recover fast. But with the sundering sword art, containing the power of destruction, the thunderclouds were greatly weakened. Chapter 1180, Sundering Sword's Inheritance. Ding! The sundering sword hummed softly, as if to confirm his words. Zhuo Fan snickered. Then, sundering sword, rise with me and break that lightning, tear a hole in the sky so that I can use apocalyptic thunderflame to make sure it never recovers. Ha ha ha. Bam! The sundering sword put a stop to his mad cackle, smacking his head with the wide part of the blade, making his nose swell. What was that for? Rubbing his poor nose, Zhuo Fan snapped back, irate. I wield you now, you're my sword, I'm your master. Is that how you treat me? See how I pulverize your sword spirit. The sundering sword paused, then struck again, only this time it did on the demonic sword. Ding, wanna fight? Don't mess with me. The demonic sword was no pushover, reacting by floating in front of the sundering sword and taunting it. The sundering sword just stood still. Zhuo Fan said, You're saying to put all my skill aside and use just you to face the thunderclouds. Ding. The sundering sword shook again. Hey, don't just ignore me. I'm made of sterner stuff, 4 swords in fact. Yet a newbie like you tries to take my place. Why should Master use just you? Trying to replace me, is that it? Ha, keep dreaming, hunk of rust. In a few days you'll be a part of me, hi hi hi. The demonic sword had enough of the sundering sword's arrogance and brandished its edge, trying to pick a fight. Zhuo Fan nodded. All right, I'll give you this chance. Demonic sword, return. The demonic sword stalled, looking stumped at his master's decision, even depressed. Master, you already got a new flame and forgot your trusted sidekick. I'm made of 4 blades here. Demonic sword didn't make a fuss, noticing Zhuo Fan's determination, turning into a black light and slipping in his body. Zhuo Fan gripped the sundering sword, and it took him towards the sky to fight the heavens. Lightning struck constantly, yet all Zhuo Fan did was swing the sundering sword around, destroying the attacks as purple glows flared on every contact. The utter destruction of the lightning had the thunderclouds growing weaker. When Zhuo Fan used the soaring sword art, he only scattered the lightning power in the clouds, only delaying its growth and not stopping the source. Now, though, he had the means to destroy them. Boom! Zhuo Fan charged into the thunderclouds with the sundering sword, with lightning coming from all around now. If I used Thunderflame Void Annihilation now, the clouds? Bam! Zhuo Fan indulged in a flight of fancy, but the sudden knock to the head brought him back to reality. Zhuo Fan sighed and shook his head. Fine, I get it. No other skills but you happy. But how is a lone sword supposed to remove all the thunderclouds in a 1,000-mile area? Time waits for no one, and once red starts appearing. The sundering sword was silent, for a lack of a better word. Then it started moving and took Zhuo Fan's hand with it. Its blade shone a deep purple glow. Zhuo Fan shook all over, as a figure suddenly appeared in his mind as he wielded the sundering sword. Sundering, one day I will take you to the top, become the focus of everyone, ha ha ha. Bailey Yushin cackled among the flaring lightning clouds as he hacked at the incoming attacks with pride and arrogance. Only I am worthy of such a divine sword, not those common folk. But, Bailey Yushin paused, showing fear, there will always be someone better out there. If one day someone can take you from me, it proves I'm not worthy of you, and you should have a much stronger master. He will be just like me, taking you to the top and not disgrace your sundering name of splitting the heavens. By then I shall be dead, but you must pass on all my knowledge and insight in the way of the sword to him. If I can't take you to the top, then my path will? Tilda the sundering sword shook to console him. Ha ha ha, I'm only assuming here. Who in the world could ever defeat me? Don't worry about it, ha ha ha. Bailey Yushin wielded the divine sword with burning battle spirit. Zhuo Fan finally understood the sundering sword. It passed on Bailey Yushin's legacy. There was none out there better than Bailey Yushin when it came to understanding the sundering sword art, not even the sword sovereign. While he had made the 5 divine swords by combining their arts with the 5 sacred beasts' powers, he was not the least bit aware of what changes that brought. Bailey Yushin, however, was a man immersed in the sundering sword art all his life, having understood the core of the sundering sword art. Why else would the sundering sword's inheritance have Bailey Yushin's image and not someone else's? There had to be countless people wielding it through eons, including the sword sovereign. But only one man truly understood it. Zhuo Fan's gaze steeled, slashing around based on Bailey Yushin's example. Wind picked up and purple lightning flared as the sword fell. The thunderclouds around shone and then faded away. From just the sword's intent, lightning exploded in all directions and the world crumbled. Zhuo Fan forgot himself in this state, his form following Bailey Yushin's actions to perfection as he unleashed devastating and brutal sword strikes. By the time he finished the entire set of strikes, the sky was clear of thunderclouds and the sun shone brightly on the scorched earth for the first time ever. Zhuo Fan felt a tear come loose at the display, not due to him, but induced by the sundering sword spirit, having their minds linked. The sword spirit might not speak, but it could send Zhuo Fan its deep emotions. Purple flickered from the sundering sword, blending with the world's spiritual energy. Zhuo Fan saw as the sword spirit scattered its own energy to return to the earth once it passed on the sundering sword art. A true sacrifice for a true friend. With the death of the invincible sword, it wanted to follow him as well, but his wish to pass on his legacy kept it here. Now it could pass on as well without remorse. The sundering sword now became just an empty shell. Zhuo Fan reached the top. As the last purple energy faded, Zhuo Fan saw the invincible sword shout in his mind and knew it to be the sword spirit blessing him instead of its former master. Zhuo Fan smirked and nodded. Like master, like sword. Like sword, like master. The sundering sword spirit was as carefree and heroic as the invincible sword. Tracing the purple divine sword's blade, Zhuo Fan smiled and placed it in his ring, his eyes firm. I will reach the top, along with your sword art. Whoosh, Tilda Murong Lai and the others popped up next to Zhuo Fan. Sir Zhuo, are you all right? Yes, what about you? Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and the domain faded, revealing strong auras. Luo Yunhai's group had broken their restraints and entered Genesis stage, while the three kids were now in ethereal stage. Zhuo Fan nodded, turning to the Sword Kings with a glint in his eye. Murong Lai's group had been kept for so long behind that now they were at peak Spirit King stage. Even Lai Jingshan and the elders reached mid-Spirit King stage. They were all thrilled at the boundless Yuan Kai they felt. Steward Zhuo, your cultivation fell again to the 5th layer of bone tempering stage. Lai Jingshan gasped. Zhuo Fan now focused on his own cultivation and cried out in astonishment. Mid-Spirit King. Having met with lightning tribulation, the peak Genesis stage Zhuo Fan, due to Sundering Sword's inheritance, his heart grew as well as making the true self-art bring his cultivation down to the bone tempering stage, while his true cultivation lay at mid-Spirit King stage. Though reaching Spirit King brought lightning tribulation, Zhuo Fan had been waving Sundering Sword around without restraint. Thus he unknowingly cut his own tribulation down before he could feel it. He felt down at the realization. I missed the chance to toughen my body. But since he got a taste of the others' tribulations, his regret faded. What's the point of going through all that again when I already got a Spirit King's body the first time around? Ha ha! Everyone. With all safe and sound and Zhuo Fan gaining the Sundering Sword's insight, a bargain to be honest, his eyes flashed. With our Spirit King's cultivation levels, we now can form a group. Sword Kings, having gotten a divine sword's insights, will be more than mere Spirit Kings. I dare say that we can now jump ahead and carve our own slice of the sacred domain. Chapter 1181, Hunter Hunted. Come right up. Top spirit ores, black crystals, and other top goods. 12th grade pills. The peddlers were shouting their wares in the market of a small town, having put them on a dazzling display for all interested parties, making this place buzz with activity. In front of the town, there was a towering guard post, with the word on it spelling Joy Town. A girl led her 12 imposing Genesis stage guards up to the entrance. She also had one thin youth right next her. The bustling little town fell utterly silent. Everyone turned their heads at the unfamiliar faces, each pair of eyes glimmering with hidden intentions. It lasted merely moments, as they all resumed the chatter and activity like the previous unnerving pause never occurred. Luo Yunchang found it strange, giving Zhuo Fan a look, but the latter smiled as he signaled them all to enter the town. The market was just as busy as before, yet it now had a strange vibe to it. The eyes of all the people found themselves resting on the newcomers at one point or another. Luo Yunchang was unnerved, her face grave as she clutched Zhuo Fan's hand. Zhuo Fan, this town is creepy. We wouldn't be here otherwise, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan snickered, his eyes taking in every last face around, showing the same hunting gaze as the townfolks. Zhuo Fan took Luo Yunchang and the others to a tavern and bowed. Young miss, it's getting late. Could we rest here? Luo Yunchang nodded, following his intention of going inside after him. Whence you came and where you're hailing, travelers? Will you be stopping by or resting? A dolled-up middle-aged woman smiled the minute they entered, asking and scanning them like a hawk. Zhuo Fan said, Have 5 of your best rooms ready. Young miss will take 1 and the rest are for us 13. Oh, 5 rooms? The host looked troubled. Forgive me, but my meager establishment does not have so many empty rooms. How many are there then? 1. 1 isn't enough. Zhuo Fan shook his head. We can't have young miss take it and have no one watch over her. Young miss, let's just find another tavern. Luo Yunchang gave him a look and nodded. We'll do as Steward Zhuo says. This is the only tavern in Joy Town. Going out to find more and you'll be left sleeping with the stars overhead. A shout came. They all jumped, looking to find a middle-aged man covered in fine attire and glittering decorations. The hostess lit up and bowed. Steward Fang? Owner, this doesn't concern you. I'll take care of our new friends. Steward Fang smiled and sent the hostess away before he cupped his hands towards the group. I am Fang Ding, the steward of Liao clan. How may I address you? Zhuo Fan gave a curt nod, smiling back with cupped hands. I am Zhuo Fan, Luo clan's steward. Here is my young Miss Luo Yunchang and her guards. Trading brought us through this area, and we thought of resting after noticing the darkened sky." "Oh, you're a steward?" Fang Ding's eyes shone with suspicion. "Brother Zhuo, if I may be so bold, your cultivation is a little." Zhuo Fan caught his meaning and looked crestfallen as he sighed, not willing to talk about it. Luo Yuncheng intervened. "To be honest, Steward Zhuo was born with incomplete meridians, unable to compare with other fellow cultivators, but his intellect is beyond reproach. My father especially had him take over our affairs. A steward isn't a fighting role, so what's the point of a high cultivation, wouldn't you say?" "Ha ha ha." Luo Yuncheng held Zhuo Fan's hand, giving him a compassionate pat on the hand. "Well, I'll be, the pretty boy is mooching off her." Fang Ding reached an instant conclusion. A 20-something-year-old guy in the bone-tempering stage is worse than a toddler. Might as well spare him from a crippled life. No matter how sharp he is up there, there's no way to become a steward. While a steward is no fighter, he is, after all, the face of a clan. He clearly curried favor to reach his position. Humph, the kid is garbage. Fang Ding was smart enough not to speak his mind, though. "Brother Zhuo, there's a master in every walk of life. Now you're a steward and tomorrow a leader." Fang Ding patted his shoulder as he laughed. "Since I find you so close and you all have nowhere to stay, why not spend the night at the Liao Manor?" Luo Yunchang perked up, but was looking immensely gratified as she bowed. "What a great idea, but we wouldn't want to impose on your clan head. Young Miss Luo, my master is a most hospitable person. Everyone in 100 miles knows him for his generosity. My master would help any in times of need when they knock on his door, be it stranger or fellow townsman." Fang Ding smiled. "Why else would this town be called Joy Town? I'm sure you've noticed our people's cheerful nature. This place is under my master's supervision. He is sure to go wild with joy having you staying over at his place." The hostess then giggled, coming over and complaining. "Master Liao is a man of honor and integrity. He stole so many of my guests, I'm scraping a living here, ha ha ha." Fang Ding smiled. Luo Yunchang and Zhuo Fan shared a look, then said with respect, "Then thank you so much, Steward Fang. Excuse us for imposing. Young Miss Luo is too kind." Fang Ding returned their gesture. Fang Ding lead them out of the tavern. The hostess' face went dark just then, showing a cruel smile as bloodlust boiled in her eyes. Fang Ding brought Zhuo Fan's group minutes later to a large manor. He greeted the guards and walked in. The guards beamed and bowed, unlike any guards from the usual lording clans. Luo Yuncheng felt her hair stand on end, noticing the disdain hidden behind the facade, gripping Zhuo Fan's hand tighter. "Young Miss Luo, please wait a moment while I fetch master." In the large hall, Fang Ding bowed as he made his escape. Zhuo Fan smiled back, looking around the place. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuncheng whispered, "Zhuo Fan, something definitely not right about this place." "Of course there isn't. Who in their right mind set up a town at the edge of Scarlet Lightning Valley without a good reason? From what I know, there's been a large war here once, turning it into a wasteland with no people or resources. Who would ever want to stay here?" Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, looking at the manor with a smirk. "The ones coming here can only be those with checkered past no one wants. They only know how to live by harming others, through means no one would speak of in the open. Not even demonic cultivators dare to step in here. For all they know, that bright and cheerful smile could be hiding a bloodthirsty monster." Luo Yuncheng shuddered. "What the hell are we doing here then? Let's run before." "Run? We came here to scout and check their limits so as to choose the best way to make our move," Zhuo Fan mocked. "In a lawless corner like this, just how bad could it get? He wants to be the hunter, but time will tell who the real prey is, humph." Luo Yuncheng nodded. "Zhuo Fan, are we really going to steal another's turf?" "Of course," Zhuo Fan nodded. "The sacred domain has long since been split up, and the borders are not about to change overnight. For outsiders like us who want to keep low, we can only do that by assuming another's place. There's nothing remotely honorable about Joy Town, but someone still knows it. That gives us the certified identity we desperately need." Chapter 1182. Liao Clan Head. In a dark room, a used rocking chair creaked as it swayed at the motions of an elderly man with white hair and a dim expression. Fang Ding bowed. "Clan head, I've looked into them on the way, and they're merchants. The highest-level cultivator is their clan head, a spirit king, holding a bit of sway in a small town. They have nothing else to their name. We can begin. How are the goods?" The elderly man spoke in a jittery tone. Fang Ding was solemn. "Clan head, be assured they're exquisite. The young miss and the 12 guards are in Genesis stage. Only that pretty boy steward is a waste at bone tempering stage and can be ignored. Let's take a look." The elderly man coughed and walked out with Fang Ding behind him. With a light coughing, the elderly man entered the main hall. Luo Yunchang's group stood up and greeted him. The elderly man's black and blue face, like a freak's, had the women frightened, and they let out an "Ah." Zhuo Fan squinted, sizing him up. "Is my face that scary, young miss?" The old man coughed twice and smiled before taking the main seat with Fang Ding at his side. The women strained to keep a straight face as they bowed. "Clan head Liao, forgive our loss of composure." "It's fine. I know better than anyone just how ghastly I look." "Everyone jumps the first time, ha ha ha." The old man waved off their concern, then sized them up with a glimmer in his eyes. Luo Yunchang felt a chill come over her, like she was being put on display for others to judge her worth. The old man restrained his piercing gaze and showed a wide smile. "Steward Fang has been telling me young Miss Luo's father is a lord over a city." "Which was it again?" "Magical City." Luo Yunchang smiled. The old man pondered. "Magical City is nothing special, occupying around 100 miles, far smaller than my town. Any spirit king can take the lead there." "The Luo clan shouldn't be a tough nut to crack, then." The elderly man continued. "Magical City, under whose administration?" "Liao clan head, please. Everyone knows the 8 emperors of the sacred domain." "Half of sacred domain belongs to the 8 emperors, while the other half to the 7 sacred mountains. The bits and pieces stuck in between are at the discretion of the tougher spirit kings to fight over. They're places no one cares about, and unfortunately, housing people they care even less." Luo Yunchang sighed. "Father offered a gift at the start of the year to the Lord of Tempest City, and hoped to get his recommendation to gain the Sword Emperor's help. But even the last of the Sword Emperor's 72 city lords did not deign to see us. He even threw our gift out the door, forcing Father to come back in disappointment. It's not easy to get on anyone's good graces." The old man sighed. "Yes, in these times great danger awaits any who do not have a strong backer. You have managed to get a city lord position today, but tomorrow someone else will take it from you." "Yes, these are harsh times, eh?" Luo Yunchang gave him an odd look. "Liao clan head, I beg your pardon. What do you mean by that last part?" The old man had an eerie grin. "That I'm so relieved your father has no one to turn to. It'll give me that much sweeter sleep once I take you, ha ha ha." Luo Yunchang started in shock and jumped to her feet. The 12 guards and Zhuo Fan moved to defend her. "Don't waste your energy, insects." The old man sneered, and with a flick of his hand, the group felt a gale coming at them and flung them into the air. They then vanished the next second and reappeared in a place where there were piles and piles of bones. Luo Yunchang shrieked, then looked for Zhuo Fan. "Ah, Zhuo Fan, save me." "Barrier?" Zhuo Fan squinted at his surroundings and said, "To think the town had such a place. On the surface it looked flourishing, but beneath it hid a mountain of bones." Luo Yunchang clutched to him for dear life as she looked around in worry. "How do we escape?" "There is no escape. Your meager strength won't ever get out of my first-grade sacred array." A laughter came from everywhere in this morbid place, and the old man re-emerged in front of them with a snicker. Fang Ding and all the town folks were here as well, laughing at the Luo clan's flustered and panicked looks. Bang tilde Luo Yunchang's anger-fueled fist let out muffled sounds as it landed on the invisible barrier that's surrounding them, roaring, "Geezer, let us out right now or you'll be sorry." "Let you go? Why, on account of your third-rate city's lord of a father? Ha ha ha." The old man cackled. "Please, not only do I not fear him, but would you believe me when I tell you that he won't even suspect me, woman?" Luo Yunchang's face fell, her eyes staring hard. Zhuo Fan smiled. True enough, with Scarlet Lightning Valley being so close, any disappearance would immediately think it is the main reason. Who'd ever think such a joyful little town would hide a den of bloodthirsty monsters? I must say, you're more than you look, kid. You got good eyes on you. The old man cocked an eyebrow as he gave Zhuo Fan another careful look. I can see it's not just your pretty looks that got you the steward job. So you do have skill after all. Yes, I picked this place because of Scarlet Lightning Valley offering a perfect excuse for any and all kills that I make. No one would ever think it was me. Zhuo Fan smiled. Right, you're quite cautious, looking into all travelers that reach your town. You're letting those with backing go while striking at the nameless ones. It mattered little if those little groups the victims belonged to had the power or not, especially since you have Scarlet Lightning Valley as cover. Let's say your cover is blown, but even then, as Peak Spirit King you'd make light work of them. You've made a killer living in this place, and it's safe too. You know me so well, kid, despite being a cripple. I'm starting to like you. The old man nodded, offering, why not join me and I'll spare you? Zhuo Fan smirked. Luo Yunchang was furious, hammering away at the impervious barrier while screaming like a banshee. You could be the lord of your own area with your strength, so why did you choose to do such things instead? Even working under the 8 emperors should be easier than attacking in the shadows. The old man gnashed his teeth, then eased with powerlessness. Because he has no other choice. No matter how much the 8 emperors love talent, they'll never take in someone who uses the soul-devouring array. They'd rather avoid repeating the age-old scenario of being hunted down by all of Sacred Domain. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he shouted. The old man shuddered from shock, glaring hard at Zhuo Fan. Who the hell are you? How do you know? As for the town folk, they were equally overwhelmed. Soul-devouring array. What's that? Luo Yunchang frowned hard. With an evil smile, Zhuo Fan stared at the other party, opening the sordid past hidden for so many years. Soul Eater is a demonic cultivation art that took everything from another cultivator to further their own power. Only what it's absorbed also contains regret and hatred, taking its toll on the user's mind while rotting the body from the inside. Therefore, restraint is an absolute must with this method, to purge all the hatred first and strengthen one's core before using it again. That is if one doesn't want to end up becoming a walking corpse. Zhuo Fan pointed at the old man's ghastly face and laughed. The old man's face twitched, boiling mad. Chapter 1183, Messing with the Wrong Guy. That's because of the art? Luo Yunchang gasped. Zhuo Fan grinned. Yep, this is where those absorbing constantly without moderation get. Young miss, have another look at the piles of bones. He sucked them dry, so much so that the hatred and death festered beneath his skin so much that his body couldn't take it. He's a spirit king, but with a withered look, he's getting very close to keeling over. The only thing prolonging his miserable existence is doing it over and over again, which also further amplifies the problem. To survive, he has to absorb many more people, leading to more dangerous absorption. This vicious cycle would invoke the wrath of all cultivators. There's no emperor out there who would take such an unnecessary risk. It's like committing social suicide, which is why he would be hated like that patriarch, Liao Tianding, in the past. How do you know so much? The old man looked at Zhuo Fan like he was a monster. Luo Yunchang's brow shook. Liao Tianding? An even more suicidal fool. Zhuo Fan smirked, his face grave. That guy wasn't as subtle as his grandson here in avoiding genocide. He had no qualms about killing scores of people. He was a demon among demons, the first ever to be called a demon king. City after city turned into ghost towns with their only residents being piles of bones. His frozen cultivation also jumped from spirit king all the way to saint, just short of becoming a sovereign. All he missed was a sovereign path, otherwise he would have lived forever. Too bad he first became a public enemy, inciting the wrath of the entire Sacred Domain's dark and white factions. For the first time ever, they joined hands in destroying him. It ended with his death somewhere around Scarlet Lightning Valley, here in fact. His clansmen then vanished into thin air, never to be found. Not that it mattered, since this art was something only he knew and it died with him. But by the looks of things, he had passed it on. That's why you're all so sneaky in setting up a town here. The old man's face twitched hard, overwhelmed at having his secrets spilled. He pointed a shaky finger at him, stammering, Who the hell are you? How do you know a 10,000-year-long secret? 10,000 years, Zhuo Fan mused. That bastard got me killed around 5,000 years after the Great Battle. I see, so that means that my rebirth through the 9 Serenities' secret records took me 5,000 years. The old man roared at having received no answer. What are you? Why do you know? Because I was there as well. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with malice. The old man gave him a baffling look. No, impossible. Just how old are you? How could a mere bone-tempering cultivator have been in that battle? Geezer, I have to say, your patriarch was insufferably arrogant and died. While you have learned from his lesson and kept your head down, it's a real shame how much you've fallen. You are now in the presence of the head of the 8 emperors in. Your sword, Emperor Ao Changshan? The old man cried out. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Since when did that old coot take the throne? I am Demonic Emperor. Demonic Emperor Zhao Chen. The old man didn't know restraint, crying over and over and cutting him off. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth. Geriatric fool, are you even listening? In the battle to hunt Liao Tianding down, that rotten punk hadn't even been born yet. I'm the head of the 8 emperors of that time. Has there ever been a demonic emperor as the head of the 8 emperors? The old man blinked, looking utterly lost. Zhuo Fan's face twitched and sighed. Old man, how old are you? Over 3,000 years. I see, Pipsqueak, you truly deserve getting killed. Zhuo Fan laughed. You've only come 2,000 years later and you've already forgotten my name. That's a death sentence right there. Then again, you ought to die regardless. Being so obscure, so withdrawn from society with no friends or relatives in the world, no one would even notice your passing. You're practically made to die. That first reason only made it more obvious. Everyone sank in confusion. Zhuo Fan snickered. I'm saying that I'm copying your style and killing all the insignificant targets to replace them. From now on, Joy Town will be the Luo clans and you will sink into obscurity. What? They all stared blankly, then cracked up. Ha ha ha, take our town. Who do you think you are shouting such idiotic dreams as a bone-tempering cultivator? Just because you know some old events, you think you can play the senior to intimidate us. Can't you even tell your stage? A bone-tempering cultivator gets 2 centuries at best. Who are you trying to fool by saying you were there 10,000 years ago? He, brat, you almost had me with your big talk, but you're now in my trap and I will suck you dry. Yet you still have the nerve to say you'd take Joy Town from us. What a joke. Everyone laughed, looking at Zhuo Fan with nothing but scorn. No matter how much of a smooth talker you are, you should never say such idiotic things. Even calling yourself some long-lost third cousin of an emperor's second sister would have been smarter if you wanted to live. At least that would intimidate us enough to get you released. But that brash talk? No one's going to buy that obvious lie. Bam! A sudden explosion rang in their ears even as they laughed, cutting it short soon after. The soul-devouring array had just gone from pristine to total destruction in just a moment. In its place were black flames licking at the edges. Ugh! Their smiles got frozen on their faces, and their laughter got stuck in their throats. Their eyes were the only things betraying the fear and shock they felt inside. Zhuo Fan's left eye flared with the black thunder flame, his smile insufferable. Sorry, but I'm no comedian. I only know how to follow through with what I say. You're doomed. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and a black wave shot into the sky, followed by a loud explosion and a shower of black flames. Hutilda terrible energies drew near the town folk, enclosing them and the sinister town beneath the joyful facade. A spirit king? The old man gasped, his mouth trembling. 1-3-20. How in the hell did so many of them come here? Who have we messed with? Sensing all those raging energy signatures and none of them on his side, the old man was in despair, with the other struck with dread. Just what emperor had they irked to send so many spirit kings to their little town? Mommy, who the hell are they? Is this an entrapment? The old man was a wreck inside, howling. Everyone run! We can't take them, just run! A boom cut him off, and the sky above roiled with black flames. Fang Ding and all other town folk got reduced to ashes. The old man shook all over, turning a stiff head at Zhuo Fan to see him smirking. Flooding the space with your power and controlling it. You're a spirit king as well. You got that right? Zhuo Fan grinned, raising his hand and shouting. Die? The old man gnashed his teeth, roaring, I'm a peak spirit king. You won't kill me by being in the same stage as me, thousand soul possession. Wraiths howled, and the air grew cold as they flouted into existence. Despite having the space under his control, the wraiths still appeared. They didn't get to survive for long, as the black flames burned them down to nothing a second later. The old man was dumbstruck. What the hell is this? I'm at peak Sword King stage, so why on earth are my actions so damn useless? Geezer, you may be higher in cultivation than me, but I trump you in quality, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan grasped, and black flames howled on the old man's side, slamming into him and covering him completely. Og Tilda. His mournful cries, filled with pain and horror, rent the sky as he twisted in futile attempt at survival. His eyes, however, contained nothing but confusion as he roared in defiance. Just who the hell are you? The head of the 8 emperors 5,000 years ago, demonic emperor Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Now the Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan. You should be honored for dying at my hand. Ah! With one last cry, whether in regret and defiance, or maybe even fear, the old man breathed his last, and his existence burned from this world. Chapter 1184. Another change. Roar Tilda. Draconic roars littered the sky as Danking Shen brought the few Luo clan spirit kings from the north side of town, killing their way in. The dragon and sword energies flared unrestrained and took down all people that tried fleeing this disaster. From the south side, Bali Yuyu turned into a demon, spreading death and destruction with her rain of swords. Murong Lai was in the east, standing guard and unleashing hell with his flames. Aoyang Lingshan came in from the west like an ice wall, freezing anyone that tried getting out and turning them into crystallized works of art. As howls and cries of agony resounded, the town's population was purged with the closing of the net. By the time the mortal domain residents entered the town proper, there was nothing but blood and body parts all over. Murong Zhu felt it unbearable and searched for Zhuo Fan. Are these people as bad as you thought? Are their crimes so heinous? Ask her. Zhuo Fan shrugged and walked to the others, shouting, Clean up the place, it will be our home for a while. The men cheered and started working. Murong Zhu turned to Luo Yunchang, having more pressing concerns, like morality. Luo Yunchang gave her a smile as she explained what happened. Only then did the woman's worries ease, the town cesspool of pointless killing. Like the saying went, evil beget evil, though imps had no chance of fighting against the likes of a demonic emperor. Murong Zhu turned to watch Zhuo Fan giving orders with a smile. This demon was right. He's only going after those that deserve it. The housing was distributed according to each individual's strength, placing the Luo clan's leadership and the spirit kings in the manor. They just had to touch it up a bit first, like putting up the Luo clan signboard, marking as official the switch from the Liao clan's town to the Luo clan's. Zhuo Fan found a few hidden arrays and other secret tunnels, quite convenient in fact, such that he didn't need to make any new ones. So after he handled the basic organization, he went into seclusion. It was not to cultivate, but to fulfill the dear wish of his trusty guardian. Ding! The demonic sword made its appearance in a shower of black light as Zhuo Fan worked on setting up a refining array. It hovered about, shaking with excitement and entering the center before Zhuo Fan's even said anything. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Blood spirit, you were supposed to be my vital blood infant, and I only let you inside the vaulting sword to keep its nature. I'm also curious to see if I can do the impossible and combine the 5 divine swords said to never be melded as one. Even if not a sovereign weapon, the union of the 5 sword arts are best suited for me. I should be the one getting excited here, so why are you so eager then? You didn't look to have gotten much out of the combination of the first four. Ding, tilde, the sword rang, its patience non-existent as it urged him. Fine, fine, let's see what tricks you can do. But let me warn you, you better hang tight as the apocalyptic thunderflame burns you again. It won't be pretty, though. Zhuo Fan smiled. The demonic sword swayed in excitement. Smirking, Zhuo Fan made the signs to start the array. Sword spirit renewal, 5 become 1 as a sacred weapon ascends to give birth to a sovereign weapon. Hutilda Zhuo Fan's left eye released black flames, melding with the array. The air around the array warped as the black thunder flames covered it completely. The demonic sword was being cooked under the ravaging flames, shaking now and then. It was good that it couldn't speak, or the room would have been echoing with its screams of torment. Zhuo Fan held out the sundering sword, now without a sword spirit, and threw it in. Crackling sounded as the demonic sword and the sundering sword melted and slowly fused. Demon transformation art. Zhuo Fan shouted and released a flood of black energy into the array. The black smoke engulfed the crackling flames, and as the last wave of black smoke came, it enveloped the two swords in darkness. The array turned into a black cocoon, with black energy swirling around its outer layer as explosions of thunder and flames echoed from within. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan observed every little change in the array, his heart tense. He had never heard of a sovereign weapon even existing or anyone attempting to refine one. Although he was piggybacking on Sword Sovereign's 5 sacred weapons, he lacked an ounce of confidence. I just can't tell what will become of the fusion of the 5 sacred weapons. Will it be as before, just adding another sword, or will it go through a change? Uniting 5 sword arts has to be at the level of Sword Sovereign's sword path, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Zhuo Fan stared hard at the writhing ball of darkness, pacing around and sweating out of anxiety. Time slipped away, and flashes kept coming from within. Only about 8 hours later did they show signs of growing weaker. The flames were strong still, though, while the sword was nowhere in sight. The only reason he knew it was still there was because Zhuo Fan's life was connected to the blood infant. After much hesitation, Zhuo Fan reached out, hoping to peer inside. But what if the fusing is at a critical point, and my interference would ruin it? So Zhuo Fan halted, pushing down his curiosity, and waited. It took 3 whole days before Zhuo Fan ran out of patience, with the ball showing no obvious sign of stopping in the meantime. Just as he was about to stop the array, the black ball gave a mighty shudder and caused the ground to do the same. Zhuo Fan almost fell. Boom, tilde, even the sky started rumbling and warped, with some strange cloud forming, as if in a frown. Plop, tilde, in the 7 sacred mountains, an old man with white beard was perusing a script in a refined pavilion. The world then shook around him, the peak itself as well, and the sky showed multicolored clouds. Everyone cried out, "Why is this happening again? Didn't this end with the one 100 years ago? We didn't even get to understand that, and now another is coming. This is different from the last." The old man floated and turned to the others. "Look, a century ago we couldn't even use our cultivation, unlike now." "Oh, that's right." The other elders floated at once and could finally stand upright, but the sky's changes had them confused. It's unlike last time, but still quite similar. Pa, in a small bamboo house, a chess piece landed on the board as he turned to look at the sky outside. After so many years, someone challenging the sovereign stage appeared. "Who?" Another man spoke in a rough voice. "You remember the one who has the highest chance of dragging down a sovereign, Patriarch Blood Demon? Him, he had a shot but not his own path and was unable to advance. No matter how strong, he was still no match for a sovereign. Only, Pa, another piece fell on the board and the man said, it can't be said the same about his blood infant. A spirit. Yes, spirits are born in this world, within the scope of the 10 paths, with none having its own true path, yet having the chance of forming a sovereign path. Once one has this, one can gamble with a sovereign, if the blood infant stood independent. That's not possible. Who would just let their vital blood infant fly free? The other man denied it. The first man lay another piece and sneered. Yes, one can't gain without giving up first. This was the reason why that old man could never match a sovereign. But that's in the past. There's no sovereign path appearing, yet the change is still here, showing that someone out there has the potential. I wonder who? Is it one of his friends he brought along, perhaps? Ha ha ha, how amusing. The mortal domain is filled with talent. The more barren a place is, the more miracles it enjoys. Chapter 1185. Apocalyptic Sword Child. Boom tilde the shaking kept up for 6 hours. From his room, Zhuo Fan had no way to see the changing skies, looking startled as he stared at the black ball, afraid of doing anything and ruining it all. The black ball began hissing and shrunk down to just half a meter in size, revealing a strange shape that made Zhuo Fan tense. As the ball shrank even more, the shape became clearer. Zhuo Fan's eyes jumped wider as the black ball vanished. What was revealed was a thin 7-year-old child with a darker skin tone dressed in pitch-black robes. The ball shrank only because he was absorbing it. Zhuo Fan was struck dumb. "Master!" The child was so sharp that he kneeled and cupped his hands. Zhuo Fan's eyebrow jumped, staring hard at him. "Master? Then you're my vital blood infant?" "Yes, thank you so much, Master, for giving me such a strong body and offering me a vessel." The kid grinned and said in gratitude, "After the 5 sacred weapons combined, I became a sovereign weapon, and sovereign weapons can take human form. This is the reason behind my appearance. I shall never forget your grace and favor for as long as I live." The child kowtowed 3 times. Still out of it, Zhuo Fan mumbled to himself before snapping out of it. "A sovereign weapon taking human form, which means that you, as its sword spirit, are now this body's soul. I see, so that's why you were so eager to combine with the last sword. It was a way for you to become human." The child scratched his head, laughing at being found out. "To be honest, Master, humans are the ultimate beings of the world. All spirits aspire to take human form, to live as they do, to dance, laugh, speak, and create. However, becoming human is fraught with dangers and perils, doubly so for spirits who are less sentient than even common spiritual beasts. I was fortunate enough that Master gathered the 5 sacred weapons and merged them, thereby creating a sovereign weapon and giving me the means to become human. I have you to thank for all of this, Master." The child kowtowed again, filled with gratitude. Zhuo Fan pondered and then sighed. "My vital blood infant you were once, but now we've grown apart, like our ties have been cut. No wonder you no longer need me to survive, as you now have a sovereign weapon for a vessel. Master, you have built me this body, making you my parent. How could I ever abandon you?" Reading between the lines, the child puffed up his chest as he declared, "Henceforth, I am your sword, guarding you and never leaving you, just like old times. The only difference is that I can now exchange actual words with Master." The child shone and turned into a pitch-black sword, floating towards Zhuo Fan as it glittered. Unlike its previous form, when it had a trace from every sword, all signs of the other swords were removed by adding the 5th one. Zhuo Fan paused before growing solemn. "You have your own body, and your fate is yours to decide. You have finally gained freedom after following me for so many years. Are you content with never wandering the great world outside? Just tell me the truth. We've been so close for so long, so I won't make it hard for you." "Master, your cold treatment is because you don't believe me, or that you don't believe yourself?" Whoosh tilde the demonic sword turned back into a child, his gaze firm. Zhuo Fan paused and found it to be the same look he had. "I am Master's vital blood infant and never had a sense of self, my survival depending on Master. Only with time have I gained a personality within you, Master. That means all my habits and quirks have come from you, even your heart. I am another Master, while you are yourself. If Master owes no favor, does that mean I do? Master is giving his all to help the Luo clan, and I will give my all to be at your side every step of the way, nothing more, nothing less." Zhuo Fan jerked, giving him a long look. "Everything this child knows comes from me. He's like another me. I am never one to be an ingrate, and neither is he. He is a replica of my own personality, so what's there to doubt? He ceased to be my blood infant, but became my strongest companion, a loyal guardian sword." Zhuo Fan smiled. Then you will be my sword child guarding my side. Yes, master. Sword child nodded with a bright smile. Zhuo Fan nodded, then paused, giving him an odd look. Sword child, would you still be loyal to me even with all the heinous and treacherous acts I'll be doing? Oh, that, like I said, I learned everything from you and I am just like you. You betray, then I betray. Or maybe, even if you might not let me go, I'll just off you and go my way. Then I'll do the same as you, resort to heinous acts to get what I want. It's that simple. SSS tilde Zhuo Fan gasped, his heart shuddering, then he patted his chest. All right, at least I'm a man of principle and won't stoop so low and wallow in filth. Or I wouldn't just be losing a divine sword, but gaining a powerful enemy. Zhuo Fan walked out, his thoughts racing, trying to recall if he had ever betrayed himself. The kid better not have copied that as well and treat me the same. Talk about getting what I deserve. Sword Child beamed behind him, though he was a little restless. Sword Child, how is your strength? Before refining, I've been growing alongside you. If you got stronger, so did I, therefore I am a mid-stage spirit king like you. Oh, then do you know any special skills? Don't tell me you know all of mine as well. No, I can't use Divine Eye of the Void nor the Apocalyptic Thunder Flame. Though I took all of the 5 arts you comprehended and combined them into a 6th. 6th, the Apocalyptic Sword art? Zhuo Fan talked while walking. I need to be cautious, not only against enemies, but also taking precautions with myself. It's a must. The two left their room and met with the Luo clan's higher-ups waiting at the door. Seeing Zhuo Fan come out with someone half his size left them stunned. Hasn't he been in there for 3 days? Why is there a child by his side? Did he make him himself? That's no laughing matter. Like 3 days are enough to bring a child into the world. It takes 10 months at the least. Knock it off. You think that's the problem, how a man birthed a child that grew up so fast. Maybe there's a hidden tunnel in his room through which the kid sneaked in. Not possible. I've been on guard every minute on the hour ever since Steward Zhuo entered seclusion. There's not a fly going past me without my knowing, let alone a child. Everyone started a heated debate over this very crucial topic. Zhuo Fan snickered. What are you all doing here? Did something happen? Steward Zhuo, the world started shaking and the sky changed colors. We came to see if you were fine. Lai Jingshan bowed. Zhuo Fan waved his concern away. I'm fine, so you can return. Our cultivation has been soaring recently and needs time to stabilize. After that, we have big things ahead of us. We know. They all nodded with no plan on leaving, their curious eyes glued to Sword Child. Catching on to their obvious curiosity, he made the introduction. He's my personal guard, the Apocalyptic Sword Child. Personal guard, they all started. Steward Zhuo, you need a guard at your level. That means he can't be too far behind your strength. A pipsqueak? Yeah, Dad, if you really wanted one, pick me instead. Gu Santong gave Zhuo Fan an odd look. Bang. Zhuo Fan knocked on his head, chiding, You dare say that about others? Which 6-year-old, I wonder, lorded about in Tianyu like he owned it? How is that the same? I'm a killin. Gu Santong puffed up his chest in pride. A dark and thin palm landed on his shoulder. Young Master San, a spar will make everything clearer. Ha ha ha. Gu Santong shook, meeting a pair of black eyes and an evil smirk. Mommy, he has the same look as Dad. Is he some long-lost son out of wedlock? Gu Santong jumped in fright. Chapter 1186. Killin vs. Sovereign Weapon. Place your bets, no take-backs. The Joy Town that had been bathed in blood was once again filled with noise. Only this time, it happened 100 miles outside of it, in a valley. Qiu Yanhai even had a stall set up as he shouted, We're all friends here, people, so don't be shy and place your bets to make this place livelier. Our young Master Sen has a 1 to 3 odds, and on the other side we have Steward Zhuo's secret guard, the Apocalyptic Sword Child, 1 to 5 odds. All bets are now open. People already gathered around and started taking out all their valuables. The stall was packed with pills, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of super-rare ingredients. With a bang, a large scarlet wine jar creaked the stall's boards. Everyone knew then and there who was the weirdo behind such an exotic bet. Qiu Yanhai's face twitched. turning to the wine sword Immortal's red nose. Senior, well, I did say there's no limit to make it livelier, but you can't just take out some jar of wine. That's like 10 spirit stones, tops. You call this 10 spirit stones. What you see right here is an aged and fine wine of the Murong clan. I made the trip to their home just to get it before coming with you all. It's always on high demand. The only reason I'm willing to part with such a great wine is seeing you all so fired up. Wine sword Immortal patronized. Qiu Yanhai shook his head. Fine, I'll write down 10 sacred stones on account of your seniority. Now, who will you be betting on? Isn't it obvious? Steward Zhuo's young master San, the wine sword Immortal chuckled. With all the action going on so far, everyone knows of Gu Santong's strength, no less than ours. And since we've gotten to the sacred domain, everyone reached the Spirit King stage while his power had to have improved as well. As for that sword child, he doesn't look like much, so I'd rather be on the safe side and stick with young Master San. Everyone nodded in approval. Rather than taking a risk on an unknown fighter, they'd play it safe by betting on Gu Santong. A zither then slammed on the stall, followed by a casual voice. I'm betting on sword child. Liu Mubai. The wine sword Immortal gave him an odd look. You know his strength to bet on him? Liu Mubai snickered as he shook his head. Nope, but for Zhuo Fan to make him a personal guard, that should be proof enough, right? In fact, I find young Masterson awfully rash for taking on his challenge just like that. Knowing the enemy is what gets you victory. While he is an open book, the opponent is sealed shut. That's why the sword child has a higher chance at winning. Makes sense. Exactly what I'd expect from the zither sword king who bid his time to exact revenge for his clan, calculative and observant. The others lit up and switched their bets from Gu Santong to the sword child. The wine sword Immortal licked his dried lips as he moved his wine jar as well. Liu Mubai, I'll trust you on this, but you better pay me back if I lose. Sure, and my zither is also among those bets, ha ha ha. Liu Mubai didn't mind it, looking at the fighters on their peaks with a smile. Ever since the empire fell, he had felt so relieved having his wish granted and also brighter in his demeanor. On the side where there was constant cheering, Zhuo Fan, Luo Yunhai and the rest were standing on a hill and watching the two filled with battle lust. Luo Yunhai said, Big brother Zhuo, who is the sword child. Can he take on young Sanzi? He should. Zhuo Fan said, Young Sanzi became an early-stage spirit king after coming to the sacred domain, but the sword child is my demonic sword transformed with half my skills. In fact, he should have all my skills besides my eyes. He shouldn't lose out against young Sanzi. What? They all shouted. He's that divine sword? Sure is, and precisely because he's not human but a spirit in a sword, we can't see his cultivation. Zhuo Fan nodded. In his words, he's the same as me, a mid-stage spirit king. As for his strength, we'll just have to wait and see. Letting young Sanzi fight is the perfect chance. The others nodded, with Kaior sadly staring at Gu Santong. Brother, do be careful, the kid is father's sword and not human. In a fight between a divine sword and sacred beast, victory might not be so easy. Gu Santong was totally in the dark about his opponent's nature, judging him by his young appearance, that he was still too young. If he's a sacred beast, his form means he's not matured yet. If he's a human, then that makes him weak as a lamb, so he boasted, Kid, we're on the same side, so I'll give you the chance to walk away. I won't judge you for it, nor make it hard on you for father. Young Sanzi, you're as cocky as ever. The sword child smirked. Even as a sacred beast, you're now in sacred domain and only an adolescent. There are plenty of people that can kill you. I'll just help father by giving you a fair warning so the next time you go out, you'll be a bit cautious and not lose your life. Gu Santong shook, giving him an odd look. Is he really Dad's son? His tone, his style, his arrogance, they're practically the same. All the others gave Zhuo Fan strange looks. Steward Zhuo, that's a miniature version of you in child form. Zhuo Fan smiled. The sword child had taken everything from me, resembling me more than a son. Gu Santong saw no reaction from Zhuo Fan and made up his mind. It doesn't look like the kid is close to Dad and I can set him straight. He put on a mean face and smirked. I could accept it coming from Dad, but from a pipsqueak? It sounds more like a taunt. We'll see who beats who soon enough. Gu Santong shot forth, and his fist glowed scarlet as he struck at Sword Child. Though it was obvious there was some restraint, leaving a third of his strength behind. Though Gu Santong still thought it excessive and brought it down to just half his strength. Young Master San, just let loose and come at me with everything. I can easily take it. The Sword Child smirked, his eyes set as a red glow shot from his finger and at Gu Santong's fist. Whoosh tilde a sword wave sword. It clashed with Gu Santong's first, letting out a deafening boom. Gu Santong shuddered all over and got pushed back 100 meters. His gaze now horrified as he turned to Sword Child. Soaring sword art and at peak strength. How do you have such power? Only Dad can unleash it to this level. He inherited Steward Zhuo's sword skills fully, worthy of being his sword. Shangyuan Feixing's eyes shook in admiration. Zhuo Fan grinned. He was connected with me, body and mind till now. It's normal to know the 5 sword arts, and from what he told me, he also learned a 6th one. Now that's something I'd like to see. 6th? Shangyuan Feixing and the others nodded. Right, with Steward Zhuo learning the sword arts to the peak, his divine sword spirit has to be even sharper, able to combine the 5 arts. Now I'm also looking forward to seeing it, ha ha ha. They all laughed, looking eager as the battle unfolded. At the betting stall, all those who were about to bet on Gu Santong shifted to the other guy. Qiu Yanhai cursed. What do you think you're doing? Have you no ethics? Saying you'd take it and leave it, but now that young Master San is lacking, you switch tunes. Fat chance? Damn it, I only lost that exchange and now they've all lost their faith in me. How mortifying I got to up my game. Gu Santong's face twitched hearing Elder Qiu's shouts, anger getting to him as he shot for Sword Child. Lousy brat, I was going easy on you, but no more. Get ready, ha ha ha. Gu Santong's hands shook and struck at the air. Boom. It felt like the world was collapsing as the air warped from all the shaking. It got so strong, black scars appeared in space, spreading fast towards the Sword Child. The cracking sounds jarring to the ears. The audience gasped. The space fractured. Doesn't that mean letting a scar touch you would tear you to pieces? This is too much. Gu Santong's past attempt with this move only warped the air. Now, though, he was at the Spirit King level and could warp space. Space was the place where everything existed. By rupturing it, then the space being occupied would be torn to shreds. Steward Zhuo, it's turning deadly. Everyone turned to Zhuo Fan. He was still just looking with a smile. The kid ain't human, making no difference even if the sky got torn apart. The others exclaimed. But of course he's a divine sword. The space rupturing won't affect him. Chapter 1187, Fatality. Condense. The spatial crack struck at the Sword Child like a viper, the blackness therein promising to swallow him whole. Sword Child couldn't care less, evident by his smirk as he shouted and flicked his hand. A cold wind blew and the encroaching scars slowly lost their speed until they froze in place, with a trace of ice even revealed on them. Gu Santong gasped. Heaven-sealing sword art? Ha ha ha, yes. I am Master's sword, any sword art he knows, I know. That's why, young Master San, feel free to come at me with everything. The Sword Child smiled, finally going for Gu Santong. He waved a finger and flames exploded into an inferno. The black gaps in space merged with the flames and slowly healed. With the path cleared between the two, the Sword Child had an easy time shooting for Gu Santong's face to poke him with a crackling finger. Gu Santong's face twitched and stepped back while using his fist to defend. Decimating sword art and sundering sword art, how is it you know all my dad's 5 sword arts to perfection? No son could ever do so much. Who are you? I told you I'm Master's sword. Bam. Gu Santong unleashed his full power at long last, his fist sending a scarlet wave that struck at the purple thunder sword wave. The intense clash had crushed 40 mountains around the area to dust. Gu Santong shuddered, forced to step back from the aftermath. The Sword Child laughed as the shock wave came, pointing at Gu Santong. I am a divine sword in body, not of flesh and blood. I don't fear my insides getting jolted, not when I haven't got any. That's where a sacred beast differs from me, vaulting sword, dragon soar. With a draconic cry, the sword child pressed his advantage, sending another sword wave with his finger. This time, Gu Santong barely got himself steady to brace for impact. All he could do in the end was punch back. Bam. Gu Santong's hasty punch lacked his full power and was once again pushed back. The sword child smiled, standing still. Most cultivators would try to settle the rattling inside them before the damage mounts instead of unleashing strikes so fast. I don't have such a problem. I could hound you and kill you in just 10 moves, all while you couldn't even defend. The outcome is clear and there's no point of fighting, ha ha ha. What a deadly sword! The audience gasped in shock. Steward Zhuo, a humanoid divine sword is so dangerous, bereft of weaknesses. His body is even stronger than a sacred beast, unheard of. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yeah, even I didn't think young Sanzi would lose so fast. That's why the sword child was so thankful for me refining him such a body. As a divine sword, it's truly godlike. I wonder if there's anything out there that can hold him back. Zhuo Fan mused. He has everything I have except for the eyes. Everyone was grave. The sword child is simply monstrous. But what if he turns on us? He called himself Zhuo Fan's sword, but that was a weapon in the end, one that had no will but to follow its master's intent. But with the kid as he is, Steward Zhuo, he's got your smugness to a T. Lang Wucheng pointed out. Though he looks rather young, and youngsters tend to have overblown egos. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yes, he's just like me. Only that in my early years I was restrained, more ruthless than brash. He has no constraints, and while he is a second me, we will most likely walk different paths, and he needs someone to watch over him. Brilliant, Steward Zhuo. Lang Wucheng nodded. Zhuo Fan's eyes turned frosty as he observed the fight. Gu Santong was a powder keg ready to pop from being pushed around so much. He roared then, and in a flash of red, the image of a 300-meter Qilin appeared overhead, its roar shaking the world. The spirit kings felt their hearts seize from shock. Young Master Sen wants to go all out, making everything shake. Can the sword child take it? I'll just bet this wine jar on young Master San. Wine's sword immortal got shocked as well and switched his bet again, with many others following him. Only Liu Mubai and a few others were relaxed. Wine sword immortal, you're gonna be sorry. Check out the sword child's look. Wine sword immortal turned and only now noticed that despite Gu Santong raging and roaring, the sword child held nothing but disdain in his eyes. Young Master San, since you don't know a helping hand when you see one, you leave me no choice. The sword child's eyes shone and raised a finger. A black power gathered. You went all out, so you should have a look at my 6th sword art, apocalyptic sword strength. The prideful Gu Santong's eyes shook, unable to take the other's naked taunt. He roared and his power surged before he punched with both fists. Lousy brat, have a taste of this upheaval, a soaring Qilin's might. The piercing howl rang in everyone's ears as the Qilin image opened its maw. It then shot for the sword child with fury burning in its eyes, ready to burn the world if it had to. Come on, the sword child snickered, the black sword wave ready as he struck. Who told it was anticlimactic how plain it was launched, with no fuss, like a breeze tracing the air. The sword wave, however, erased everything in its path, even the dust from existence. The sword wave looked flimsy by all accounts, yet it struck fear in the hearts of all who watched. It was not total destruction and explosiveness that was scary, but the silent yet decimating moves that could take lives without leaving a sign. Zhuo Fan was out for 2 seconds before he came to and understood the gap between the fighters. Sword child, stop this right now. Too little, too late. The black sword wave reached young Sanzi's Qilin image, but there was no bang, not even a fizzle. The black wave passed through the image, making it pause before fading away, purged from this world. Young Sanzi coughed blood at the backlash, looking pale, but the black wave was coming with death behind it. Young Sanzi panicked, everyone panicked. This is fatality. Sword child, didn't you hear me? I told you to stop. Zhuo Fan shouted in anger. Sword Child's brow shook and gave a cruel smile at the panicked face, with no intention of stopping. The space started warping then, with the Sword Child at its center. He looked back at Zhuo Fan with a frown, only to see his cold gaze and the 7 golden halos in his right eye. Master, don't? Divine Eye of the Void 7th stage, Void Seal? Zhuo Fan muttered. Whoosh! The space contracted, and the Sword Child shook as his eyes went blank and collapsed. He turned back into the pitch-black sword with a dim glow. It showed no signs of being alive. The black sword wave coming at Gu Santong faded away just in time as well, making him breathe easier for having escaped with his life. That strike is deadly, no less than Dad's apocalyptic thunderflame. Chapter 1188, Advancing Again. Zhuo Fan walked over to the apocalyptic sword and picked it up with a sigh. You really are me, but only the young me, twisted, conceited, and obnoxious. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, you thought by having a sovereign weapon body, I couldn't take you on. The 5 divine swords were affected by the divine eye of the void, and this form isn't any different. Think long and hard about this. Zhuo Fan made a seal, and the demonic sword entered his body. And you, young Sanzi, there's always someone better than you out there. This will be your lesson. Zhuo Fan walked to Gu Santong and warned. Gu Santong hung his head, giving a heavy nod. I know, Dad, I won't be as arrogant again. You've said that 100 times already. Why would I believe you this time? Ha ha ha, you'll learn the more you suffer. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The others came over and bowed. Steward Zhuo, how will you handle the Sword Child? He's a loose cannon. I'll handle it, don't worry. Zhuo Fan soothed their fears. With these few days of peace, we found a temporary residence in the sacred domain. To grow bigger, however, we must first take down one of the 8 emperors. That being said, I'll be setting out to get a feel of the sacred domain's current situation to remove all unknowns. Wait for my message and be ready to move. Won't it be too dangerous to go alone? Yeah, I'll come with you. Luo Yuncheng spoke up with Bali Yuyu stepping forth. Zhuo Fan calmed them down. It's fine. The sacred domain is my world. I know it better than any of you. I have enough strength to survive even an encounter with an emperor. Rest assured that I'll be all right. Xuanger, come over for a minute. Zhuo Fan called Yun Shuang to remain after the others were now at ease and whispered, Did you finish what I asked you to do? Did you divine her location? Yun Shuang's brow shook. For some reason, I am blind to Sister Qingcheng's fate, just like yours. Patriarch said that you lost something. Did you give it to her? Can it hide one's fate? The sovereign path. Zhuo Fan squinted and asked ardently, How else am I supposed to find her? Where do I start searching the big sacred domain without so much as a clue? Xuanger bit her lip. Forgive me for being unable to help, but what? You alone can find her? Me? Yeah. I know nothing of reading the stars. Didn't Patriarch give you something? It will guide you towards what or who you want to find, Slightly explained. Patriarch also mentioned that what you're looking for is yours. The two of you would be drawn to each other. By using the item, you'll find it and Sister Qingcheng. Zhuo Fan thought for a bit and nodded. I see Sovereign Yun gave me the black sphere for this purpose, but how do I use it? Figure it out yourself. I surely don't know. Yun Shuang shrugged. Zhuo Fan sighed and nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll try it as I go. Now I need to get away so the fear of the Sword Child caused will fade. I must also teach that boy some manners. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands to her and the rest, leaving. The others gave him a respectful goodbye as well, while only a red-nosed old man just wouldn't let go of a jar of wine, crying like his parents were dead, like an old woman. My precious wine, I could never leave you. How could my foolproof mind ever conceive the risk of betting on Gu Santong? Senior, betting is business. You made the wrong wager, so I can't help you. Now let go. The wine soared immortal wailed like a child while Qiu Yanhai fought to try and pry the drunkard's fingers from the jar. With their gap in cultivation, no amount of effort helped in the end. Zhuo Fan's face twitched and gave the two geezers a long look. What was I thinking bringing these fools? Zhuo Fan left as the rest sent him off. After a good distance, he looked around and found a deserted cave, setting up an array to hide himself as he took out Sovereign Yun's black orb. Looking into the sacred domain situation was more of a whim, while finding Chu Qingcheng was his real goal. He couldn't have said that to the guys, since they came with him to a new world to settle down, not help him find his woman. How could their de facto leader ever do such a petty and irresponsible thing? When they found out he was up to no good, going on a hike, they might just as well go out and meet their fortune elsewhere. A remarkable leader had to, at all times, inspire fairness and grandeur. As for looking after my family and other private stuff, that goes behind doors, hee. Taking out the black orb, Zhuo Fan stared hard. Qingcheng, where are you? And how do you start this thing anyway? Sovereign Yun, what a guy, giving me the tools but not the manual. Where do I even start? Zhuo Fan whined. As he stared deep into the orb, his gaze grew hazy and the darkness inside the orb swirled, pulling him in. Zhuo Fan shuddered and his eyes went black. He plopped on the ground with eyes wide open, coming to his senses the next moment, only to find himself surrounded by stars in a black space. Stars flew by him so close he could reach them with his hands. Where am I? What am I doing here? Zhuo Fan jerked around and then recalled. Sovereign Yun's place was the same. My mind must have entered the orb. Is this how you use the treasure? But how am I supposed to find her now? Zhuo Fan frowned, looking up at the glittering stars in doubt while he paced around in thought. Yun Clan's holy maiden can read the heavens through the stars. Sovereign Yun reads mortals' fate through the stars as well. Maybe to find Qingcheng I have to understand the stars' motions. Should I go to Shuenger for tips? But it looks more like a trait than an art. Yun Clan's leader is the only one able to do it. What to do? Zhuo Fan stared at the sky in a dilemma. His face began slacking as he took in the stars' glows, noticing something peculiar. Kid, humans are the ultimate beings of the world, the basic of all other things. Humans hold 360 small cosmoses within that work in tune with the universe. Each person has a protector star. When you observe the skies, you are in fact looking at their fate. Your eyes do not see the starry night sky, but the universe's cycle of reincarnation. To find what you seek, use your heart and you will grasp it. An aged voice whispered in his ears, making his heart jump and focus harder on the stars. Zhuo Fan stared blankly, ignoring everything, time itself, as he gazed upon the stars and their movements. His Yuan Kai began moving along with the stars in strange and baffling patterns. At one point, he realized the stars melded with him. Looking at the stars was like looking at his body's innards. The flow of blood, breathing, all made his organs shake, understanding it all. I want to find Qingcheng. As he grasped everything, his heart throbbed and the stars followed his wish. His senses perceived as the brightest 9 stars formed a line, shooting eastward. 9 stars in a row, deceiving the heavens and changing fate, hidden from a sovereign's power. She's in the east. Zhuo Fan lit up and shook awake. He got up and found the black orb at his side. Putting it away, Zhuo Fan was in high spirits as he shot out of the cave. He noticed it was dark then, with the stars in the sky being the same ones he saw in the orb, and the brightest 9 forming a line. Was it the black orb affecting the stars? Or did they reflect what was in the black orb? Or maybe Zhuo Fan was controlling them. Confused, Zhuo Fan felt stunned. Hot damn, I advanced again. I'm now a late-stage spirit king. What's more important was that his surface cultivation level had dropped to the first layer of bone-tempering stage. My heart grew once more. Chapter 1189. The Ruby Cloud Sect. Whoosh tilde beneath the sunny and clear sky, Zhuo Fan darted across the land, his eyes holding a strange light as he used the stars to be his guide. Glancing at the sky, he squinted and smiled. He was getting close to the last of 9 stars' position, close to the one he wished to see. Zhuo Fan got excited. Ever since he saw the stars inside the black orb, he felt odd, like there was something connecting him with every little thing in the world. He could even see the stars in broad daylight. Senior sister, Master had us take the purple gold glazed cup and meet up with Senior Ants group in Mist City for a treasure competition to make sure we get our hands on the map to the Nether Sea. but I just don't feel right leaving junior sister behind all by herself. And why not? That dumb girl is as plain of talent as she is of strength. Not just I, but even all of you are stronger than her. What's the point in bringing a dead weight? She's just relying on Master's favor to come along and get a share no matter how much in the wrong she is. But Master said so. Quiet? That sickening girl must have strung Master along with her sweet words. All she's good at is sucking up. There's no way I'm about to share credit for such an important mission with her. We'll just say she was too slow and couldn't keep up. Their nagging echoed through the thick forest, reaching Zhuo Fan's sharp ears. Nether Sea isn't that the Nether Sovereign's place. Although I've caught a glimpse of it in the Mortal Domain's world wind tunnels, I had no idea how to enter it. But could such a map be real? Zhuo Fan paused and rushed over to the forest. He got his clothes in order and casually walked through the vegetation. Russell Tilda? Who's there? A sharp cry came as 6 sharp swords glinted as they shot for the bush. Zhuo Fan felt their bloodthirst before he saw their faces. Zhuo Fan snickered but still faked panic. Wait. I lost my way and don't mean any harm. Zhuo Fan rushed out of the bush, shaking in fear. Before him were 6 pretty girls, all perfect beauties in their own right, yet their cold eyes ruined the image. They sized him up and noticed him in the bone tempering stage. They sighed with ease, and the leader, their senior sister, mocked. You're so old yet only in the bone tempering stage. Never knew someone like you existed in sacred domain. Humph, so weak and yet you're wandering around a forest? A spiritual beast might pounce on you at any time and leave only your bones behind. Very true, I also know this is dangerous, but I have to earn a living. There's nothing else I can do besides picking herbs, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan gave a silly laugh, his face foolish as his sharp eye inspected their cultivation. Oh, 3 spirit kings, 1 mid-stage, 2 early stage, with the rest being at peak Genesis stage. Quite a strong team. Zhuo Fan snickered and bowed again, pretending to be confused. Mrs., may I ask you what is up ahead? I've been in this forest for 3 months, unable to come out. A mere bone-tempering cultivator got what he deserves being stuck out here when you can't even fly. The senior sister relished in his predicament, with the other girls shooting him mocking smiles. She said again, feeling proud for some reason, Boy, you're better off turning back before you meet your end in this forest. And don't go any further lest you want a painful death. Why? Ahead is the Ruby Cloud sect? The senior sister sneered. Zhuo Fan exclaimed, his face sinking. I was wondering why this place felt familiar. It turns out to be close to the Ruby Cloud sect. Humph. I've been following the 9 stars for so many months, ignoring the places I pass. Also, I can find my wife. Oblivious to his reaction, or better yet, never even registering anything about Zhuo Fan's person, the senior sister arched her slim eyebrow and kept on patronizing him. You must have heard as well of my sect's rules. Any man that dare come uninvited is to have a fate worse than death. Dying in a spiritual beast's mouth is heaven compared to that. So be smart and get lost, humph. Ha ha, you think I don't know that. Who doesn't know of those old biddies and their menopause? Zhuo Fan snickered inside, showing a weird smile on the outside. Does that mean you're all Ruby Cloud sect disciples? Yes, scared now? The 6 girls thrusted their chest out in pride, their eyes holding nothing but loathing. We're on a mission right now, and even though we're on a tight schedule, you should be honored for us to look after a nobody like you. If you had met our master, hee. Clang. Zhuo Fan's smirk grew wider, clenching his fists. If I really had met your master, it would have been really bad indeed. As for you, Zhuo Fan's killing arm gave a cold aura. Senior sister, please wait up. A gentle voice sounded, and a girl of around 20, dressed in white, huffed as she entered their sights. Just another corpse. Zhuo Fan huffed inside. The others were annoyed. How did this girl even follow us? She's worse than a ghost. Senior sister, the girl giggled as she landed on the leader's side. Why didn't you wait for me and went ahead? I could hardly keep up. The senior sister rolled her eyes in disdain. Junior sister, the road is dangerous and we didn't want you to tire and meet with danger. You should go back. Master cares for you so much and won't punish you for returning. Just say that I told you so. Senior sister, don't say that. We're close sisters, and I can help you when you're in trouble. It's also my very first mission outside the sect. I can't just fail it." The girl was quite lively, totally oblivious to her senior sister's disdain. She was like a sheep raised in the pen that had never braved the dangers of the wild outdoors. Zhuo Fan snickered, giving her a long look. "Your senior sisters only think of you when they say you should stay in the sect. The world is fraught with dangers, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan clenched a fist behind him, his eyes gleaming coldly. "Hey, who are you? You can also tell they're nice to me." With a pure smile, the girl turned to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan held the same odd smile as he nodded. "Yes, they're so nice to send you to hell, but now I see you came for death yourself." "Ugh." Zhuo Fan shuddered just then, looking deep in the girl's eyes, and felt his heart racing. She's really plain, no amazing beauty, but delicate and innocent. Those eyes gave him a familiar feeling. The girl looked into his eyes at the same time, lost for a moment. "Have we met before?" "What is your name?" Zhuo Fan's heart jumped. "King Cheng." The girl spoke without hesitation, considering Zhuo Fan as one of her friends on the spot. "Chu King Cheng." Zhuo Fan froze as he took her in fully and muttered like in a dream. "Chu King Cheng, still the same name." His numb mind looked in the distance, then turned to the girl's lost eyes, the fist behind relaxing as he smiled. "King Cheng, I found you at last." The rough hands held Chu King Cheng's soft cheeks, his eyes looking only at her and appreciating her for who she was with a soft gaze. Chu King Cheng showed no revulsion to this stranger. She felt an odd sensation inside, like she knew this man but could not recognize him. Chapter 1190. You have to be mine. Bam! Zhuo Fan drew closer as he held that cute face, but then a palm sent him flying and into the ground. Chu King Cheng jumped and blushed hard as she recalled what happened. "Damn punk, you got some nerve going after a Ruby Cloud sect disciple? You must have a death wish." The senior sister started cursing at Zhuo Fan on the ground, about to stomp on his legs for good measure. Chu King Cheng saw it and managed to stop her. Heavens damn it, nosy crow. Zhuo Fan's brow twitched as his anger boiled. The couple finally got together after so many years, but they couldn't even enjoy the reunion as the retarded biddy had to ruin it. Zhuo Fan wanted nothing more than to flatten them to a gooey mush. The only thing holding him back was knowing Chu King Cheng was from Ruby Cloud sect. So he took a deep breath to bottle the rage. It just wouldn't do for the husband to waste his wife's besties in a fit of fury. Why did Chu King Cheng end up appearing in Ruby Cloud sect of all places? Checking the 9 stars direction and recalling the familiar feeling he got from this girl, Zhuo Fan was certain beyond any shadow of a doubt that she was King Cheng, and not just in name either. Making a monumental effort to restrain himself, Zhuo Fan put on a pained look as he crawled to his feet. He saw the angry shrews and raised his hands in a rush to explain. "Sisters, please. The striking similarity young miss has with my late younger sister made me lose myself in emotions. It won't happen again next time." "Next time? You think you can just touch a lady's face?" The senior sister was outraged, about to smash him into the ground again, but Chu King Cheng jumped in. "Senior sister, please. He must have loved his sister dearly and didn't know that he was doing something improper. It wasn't with intention, so please don't blame him." "Humph, blame him? For what? It wasn't me who he was hitting on anyway. Since you don't care, why should I?" The senior sister flicked her sleeve with a snarl, flying away with her other sisters. "Let's just go and not waste time with that fool. She deserves being taken advantage of for falling for a rotten man's lies." "Senior sister." Chu King Cheng cried after her, but the women were gone and she hung her head sadly. She then blinked her big, bright eyes at Zhuo Fan. "Did you do that because I looked like your little sister, or was it on purpose?" Under her hopeful and intense gaze, Zhuo Fan knew she was looking for comfort, to justify her act of kindness. It would have been so much easier to just nod and play along. While he didn't mind with others, towards King Cheng, he could lie. Now that the extras were gone from butting in, he could come clean. "No, I really couldn't help myself, but not because of my little sister, since I don't have one. It's because of my lover." "Wah!" Chu King Cheng went red on the spot, then she glared before turning to leave. I was wrong about you, thinking you were nice, but it turns out you're just like senior sister said. You did it to take advantage of me and end up making them call me a fool. Chu Qingcheng looked hurt, following after the women when Zhuo Fan shouted, "Wait! What now? If you try anything, you'll be sorry." Chu Qingcheng paused, then looked back at him hesitantly and threatened. Her tone only made Zhuo Fan chuckle. She's in Genesis stage and I'm in bone tempering stage by all appearances, yet she is using that shy tone. How is that normal? Zhuo Fan shook his head, giving her a long and deep stare. "Miss, I was not toying with you, nor did I try to take advantage of you. It's truly because I see you as my lover. My wife died, and seeing you resemble her, emotions overwhelmed me." Chu Qingcheng started, looking in Zhuo Fan's honest gaze, and blushed as she gave a weak nod. "You must really love your wife, then I won't hold you to what happened." The naive young miss turned around, wanting to leave with the matter settled. "Wait, what is it this time?" Chu Qingcheng paused and looked back curiously. Zhuo Fan sighed, "Miss Chu, I can tell you're a good person. Could you do me a little favor? I got lost in this forest, and could you give me a lift? Take you with me. You can't? I guess I can." She looked conflicted, but against Zhuo Fan's request, she just couldn't find it in her to refuse. She shyly got to Zhuo Fan's side and looked to see if the coast was clear before she reached out around his waist. I'll fly you out, Jay, just don't move." Chu Qingcheng jumped and they were in the air. Zhuo Fan took this moment to reach around her waist. Chu Qingcheng panicked and blushed harder. "What are you doing? Hands off!" "Miss, I'm a bone-tempering cultivator and I'm scared for my first time flying." With a wide grin, Zhuo Fan took all the advantage he could. Chu Qingcheng was left succumbing to his sly hand and focused on making the trip as short as possible. At one point, Zhuo Fan's head up and leaned on the girl's shoulder. Chu Qingcheng jerked and cried again. "What are you leaning on me for? First time flying is scary." Zhuo Fan smiled wider, to which Chu Qingcheng gaped. She was simply powerless against Zhuo Fan's slick tactics and reasoning. Despite it all, she still couldn't find a reason to hate him, taking a deep breath to warn instead. "Hey, have some manners. Try anything again and I'll drop you." This time Zhuo Fan went for the kill, moving from simply leaning on her shoulder to hugging outright. Chu Qingcheng's heart was in chaos, her cheeks steaming from how red they were. "What are you doing? Let me go." "No, I'm scared of falling." Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan was at peace holding the one person he hadn't seen in 100 years. He was too content to let go. Chu Qingcheng was frantic and landed on the ground before someone saw them. She could never let her senior sisters see her like this. It was too damn mortifying. Whoosh tilde the two touched down, with Zhuo Fan holding onto her like an octopus. Chu Qingcheng's face twitched and snapped. "Hey, we're on the ground, now get off." "No, you're lying. We're definitely in the air and I won't fall for it, he. The young miss had met the biggest rogue of them all, with the thickest skin ever, as he used every trick to stay glued to her. Chu Qingcheng squinted and huffed before she used force, throwing Zhuo Fan off, hard. He landed on the ground with a bang. Chu Qingcheng glared. "You definitely took advantage this time and you dare lie to me. Young Miss Chu?" Zhuo Fan dusted his clothes before he smiled. "Before I answer, would you answer me 2 questions first? Is there anyone you fancy?" Zhuo Fan went right ahead before she could reply. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Are you engaged?" Chu Qingcheng started, then shook her head. "Why is he asking me this? Great." Zhuo Fan got the answers he wanted and laughed, coming before Chu Qingcheng and reached out to hug her close as he looked longingly at her. "Now I'll answer yours. I did it on purpose because I like you. You have to be mine." Dong, Chu Qingcheng's mind blanked out, her eyes hazy. What on earth is going on? "How am I yours just like that?" She finally reacted after a few long moments and shoved him. "You're crazy. We only met a couple hours ago and I have no idea who you are. I am Zhuo Fan there. Now we're no strangers, Qingcheng. Come with me." "As if. I am a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. When it comes to marriage, I have to tell my master, an old crow meddling in my affairs. Qingcheng, come with me." "No one can stop us," Zhuo Fan shouted, his voice filled with power. Chapter 1191, Annihilating. Chu Qingcheng gave him a long look, her eyes twitching. She then shook her head and put on a cold face as she walked away. Do you have any idea who my master is, you lunatic? Braggart. I know, one of the 8 emperors, the one called Enchanting Empress, but ever since demonic energy had affected her hard in the battle at 9 Serenity's tomb, she aged. That's why we call her the Crone Empress. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. King Cheng, come with me, and I promise the biddy won't ever get to you. Chu King Cheng covered her ears and shook her head. Be silent. Don't sully my master's name. Just who do you think you are? Those senior sisters of mine are enough to flick the life out of you, let alone master. If you care for your life, stop talking. Not even I can save you then. Save me? Zhuo Fan was touched, beaming. King Cheng, you'd take my side before that biddy. That means you do care about me, so why not come with me? Chu King Cheng hesitated, me and my big mouth, just what was with her. Why did she blurt that out? She barely even knew the guy, only finding out his name just now. Her heart was conflicted while her face icy, glaring back. There'd be no point in the end, not when you're using me to replace your wife. This isn't love. There's no such thing as love at first sight. Now go, I've taken you out of the forest so you're safe. King Cheng, you have to believe me. You are my wife, not a substitute. You and her are one and the same. Zhuo Fan spoke with determination. Chu King Cheng rolled her eyes, laughing. Sure, then chase me. We'll talk again when you catch me. Chu King Cheng pulled a smug look like she outsmarted him, then flew away. Zhuo Fan smirked. Dear me, if you don't take me flying, I'll just have to do it myself. Everyone says flying as a couple is so much better, while flying alone is so boring, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan had no trouble going after her, treating it like a game. An hour later, Chu King Cheng was rushing in her senior sister's direction, but having caught no sight of them for so long began to weigh on her mind. Ugh, I'm not strong enough to keep up, and with that delay I'll never catch up. Why can't they just wait for me? Fang Min, as the head senior sister of Ruby Cloud sect, you should be showing at least some remorse seeing your fellow sisters in peril instead of ignoring their fate. Hand over purple gold glazed cup or else. A coarse laugh echoed across the sky, startling Chu King Cheng. Looking over, she noticed in the distance her fellow sisters surrounded by 24 men in black. 5 of them were even late-stage spirit kings. As for her sisters, all were injured, with 5 taken prisoners and only her head senior sister barely hanging on. Chu King Cheng shot straight for them, striking with a cold palm at the man's chest. How dare you harm my senior sister? Bam! The man snickered and pointed 2 fingers at her. The power between the fingers shot through her cold aura and into her body. Chu King Cheng coughed blood, collapsing on the spot. Ha ha ha, the broads of Ruby Cloud sect are so mighty, for even a 7th-layer Genesis cultivator to strike me, a peak Genesis cultivator. What a moron. The guy mocked and his team laughed. Fang Min shook her head, glaring at Chu King Cheng. You fool, you saw us surrounded, but instead of going to the sect for help, you charged right in. You thought your meager skill was going to save the day, senior sister I. Chu King Cheng hung her head low, the words wounding her. Fang Min scoffed and shouted at the men in black. Arrogant bastards, you knew we're from Ruby Cloud sect, yet you still came for us. You've just signed your death warrant. He, why do you think we're masked? The leading late-stage spirit king stepped forward and shouted. We'd much rather avoid having the Crone Empress hounding us till the end of days. If you want to live past today, hand it over and we'll let you go. When we get violent, at the end there's just us men and you girls, ha ha ha. The others laughed, showing greedy smiles. Fang Min grounded her teeth, with the other girls putting a tough front when they were all afraid of those creepy smiles. These filthy mongrels don't care. Hesitating, Fang Min was put on the spot. By handing it over, the blame of failure would fall entirely on her. But if she didn't, they would never be able to live with themselves after today. Fang Min was on the fence, weighing her position in the sect or her future. Her eyes wandered back to the depressed Chu King Cheng and lit up. She shot before her and threw a prismatic cup to her. Junior sister, take this and run. I'll hold them off. You can't let me down. Senior sister. Run. Fang Min shouted again, looking ready to die for the cause. Chu King Cheng sniffed and nodded. She took the treasure and ran. She would give her life to protect it, to repay all her senior sister's trust in her. The men in black saw her run off and shouted, "Girl, give it here if you don't want a really good time." Whoosh tilde the men ignored the other girls and shot after Chu Qingcheng. Fang Min gave a token of resistance, looking at the frail figure almost overrun with men with a creepy grin. "Girl, get back here." Boom! A powerful palm struck at Chu Qingcheng from behind. She tensed up and noticed him to be the peak Genesis expert she went after before. Her heart sank. Despite the peril and certain doom, she was set to carry on her sister's mission. Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth and held the cup tight with one hand, while using the other to launch an attack in reply. The man in black snickered. "Ha ha ha, missy, you're still acting tough after that defeat. Die." Bam! All they knew was that the guy's power had the clear advantage, yet as the two of them clashed, the man in black up and got pulverized into a bloody mist, his very trace gone from this world. Ugh! The other chasers halted on the spot, looking dumbstruck. No way. How can a seventh-layer Genesis cultivator be that much stronger than a peak one to kill him in one shot? Why the hell was she hurt in the first place then? Was it to bait us? The Ruby Cloud sect disciples blinked in disbelief. They knew all too well about their little junior sister's strength, and it was clearly nowhere near that level. That guy was a peak Genesis expert, only beneath a spirit king. They all had suffered at his blows, yet now, everyone was dumbstruck, even Chu Qingcheng, staring from her palm to the bloody mist in shock. Was my palm that strong? This never happened before. None noticed a shadow lurking in a bush just off from the conflict, watching. An eye was particularly eye-catching, shining in 8 golden rings. "Divine Eye of the Void 8th Stage, blink," Zhuo Fan muttered as he put away the fingers, his smile cold. Sending a move through space, right in front of the opponent before they react, is in the realm of a Spirit King's spatial control skill, catching anyone off guard, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan glanced at the stunned Fang Min, his face hard. This woman knew Qingcheng couldn't handle them, yet still handed over the treasure and faked holding them. What a twisted heart. She did it to save her skin and shirk responsibility for failure, letting Qingcheng take the fall. For messing with my wife, her fate is death. Qingcheng might look innocent as a lily now, but her man ain't just going to turn the other cheek. Chapter 1192, Killing a Spirit King. Girl, you've been holding out on me. Once the reality of the situation sank in, an aged man in black shot forth as he released his deadly aura. Never would I imagine that I'd have to step in against some lousy girls. Now it's time for you to join my brother. The man raised his hand and the air around Chu Qingcheng warped. Chu Qingcheng cried out, "A spirit king? I may be at the early stage, but I'm a spirit king nonetheless. Against a 7th-layer Genesis cultivator like you, it's more than enough. You can hide as much power as you want, but it still won't touch upon a spirit king's might, ha ha ha." The man's eyes shone with pride. Chu Qingcheng's face grew hard, her heart sinking as she took out a 12th-grade spiritual sword as she stood on high alert to all movement around her. However, the trembling gave her unsettled mind away. Deep down she knew an attack could come from anywhere, especially since she was up against a spirit king who could control the space around her. What was she to do? She was wound tighter than a violin, tense and anxious. The men in black snickered at her being so jumpy. The spirit king laughed and grabbed. "Say good night, girl." Whoosh tilde the space shifted just then, and a rain of arrows launched for Chu Qingcheng. She panicked, her face paling. A spirit king could attack out of the blue, giving her no time to react. She clutched the spiritual sword harder, feeling like she was about to fall. "Qingcheng?" Her fellow sisters shouted in worry. Wounded as they all were, they had no hope of providing any help, only staring helplessly as their little junior sister was about to meet her end. Whoosh tilde the downcast Chu Qingcheng up and vanished from everyone's sight, leaving the arrows to miss their target. The Spirit King shouted, "Where is she?" Above, from behind his cozy little bush, Zhuo Fan grinned to himself as his right eye shone in one golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void 1st Stage, shift. Hum tilde Chu Qingcheng popped back into their sights just half a meter above the Spirit King's head, looking as dull as ever. What just happened?" The man in black panicked, his eyes filled with confusion. What was that? I had control of the entire space, so why did this chick appear next to me without me sensing her? Just who am I dealing with here? The guy and Chu Qingcheng shared an equally dumb look of stupefaction, forgetting who they were. The rest just stared at them like statues. Chu Qingcheng's sisters were overwhelmed. What supreme skill was that? How did she do that? The Spirit King clearly didn't notice her either. One senior sister cried out, "Qingcheng, now's your chance, attack." Chu Qingcheng woke up from her daydreaming at long last. Right. She couldn't get a better shot than this, and slashed down. The Spirit King had no way of taking on a 12th grade spiritual weapon with his body and surviving. Chu Qingcheng perked up and went for his head. The man reacted fast, flicking his sleeve and revealing sharp fingers as they aimed to grip Chu Qingcheng's wrist. With his power, it wouldn't stop as a mere seizure of the hand, but breaking it completely. The girls sighed inside. Even with Qingcheng so strong, a Spirit King still has the upper hand even at such close distance. Their gap in experience shows. Chu Qingcheng knew this as well, and her heart sank. For some very peculiar reason, though, the man's claw and the entire arm up and got flung in the air as it sprayed blood everywhere. The guy was frozen stiff with an utter dumbfounded look in his eyes. What the name of all that's holy going on here? Can anyone explain it to me? He would never get to know the truth, not like anyone here knew anyway. As he lost his golden chance to stop Chu Qingcheng, her sword came down with ease. The Sword King got split in two, his innards and spilling out like molasses, soaking the dirt in his blood and guts. His separated eyes were still as confused as before, unable to unravel the profound mystery of his death. The shock outcome was so great everyone was in denial of what they saw. Chu Qingcheng handling a peak Genesis expert was unexpected but understandable, somewhat, but doing it to someone a stage above. That guy had shed the mortal coil and became a Spirit King. And yet he got done in with a sword, something not even a peak sword king could do. Everyone's eyes twitched as they looked at Chu Qingcheng in fear and confusion. Her senior sisters as well were slack-jawed with popping eyes. Thump Tilda, the late Spirit King and leader of the men, landed before Chu Qingcheng. While his features were covered, the cloth couldn't hide the naked bloodthirst in his eyes. Appearance is an illusion. A chick like you looks harmless as a puppy, yet a true expert hides underneath all that facade. He cupped his hands to her, shouting, "Please oblige me a few moves, young miss." He unleashed his power and the space all around started fracturing. The men in black cried out and cheered. Chu Qingcheng was shocked to the core, forcing herself to breathe under that stifling power. Even as it pushed against her, she managed to stand still. The man grew grave. "Young miss, you're not going to show your true strength. You showed great power by dispatching my people with frightening ease, yet you can't even handle my pressure." He ramped up the aura by a third. Chu Qingcheng coughed and sank to one knee, feeling like something was crushing her. The others were mocking her. "These broads are something, but not enough for our boss. He's the strongest, ha ha ha." The leader never left Chu Qingcheng out of his sight, on high alert. The two deaths before were just too bizarre. "Curses, you dare mess with my woman?" Zhuo Fan wore a cold smile. "Since you insist on wanting me to step in, then you better be ready for it." Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 8 golden rings. Divine Eye of the Void 8th stage, blink. Hu Tilda Chu Qingcheng felt uplifted out of the blue, the pressure gone as she stood back with ease. She was perplexed. Did he stop? Looking around, though, told a different story. The air around her was still shimmering. The grass beneath her was flattened and the rocks pulverized, yet 10 meters around her was right as rain. Chu Qingcheng was stumped. What's he playing at this time? The guy cracked up and looked ready to fight. "So you're finally giving your all. Let's do this then, young miss." See that? She's standing under the boss pressure. Only Spirit Kings can do that. Yeah, that's why she killed 2 of our strong men, because she's on another level. We were too careless, taken in by her average appearance when she was nothing but a Spirit King expert. She must have been baiting us for the right moment to take the treasure back. The other men in black bobbed their heads, commenting on Chu Qingcheng's performance. She must be the real head senior sister of Ruby Cloud sect to guard the treasure. Fang Min's face twitched and ground her teeth. This lousy brat. This is absurd. I'm the real head senior sister here, Chapter 1193, Shadow. Ignoring the comments, Chu Qingcheng was tense enough as it was due to the opponent's challenge. But she still raised her sword to point it at him and looked tough. Come, I'll never hand over the purple gold glazed cup. Neither do I want you to, for it will be the winner's spoils. The leader's hand released a gray energy, his eyes sharp as they made the young miss cower. Whoosh! Before the leader even got to strike, however, Chu Qingcheng's sword acted first. A sharp sword energy went by the leader's head, striking another spirit king somewhere behind. Blood spurted everywhere as the victim was removed from this world. Ugh! The leader stiffened, frozen on the spot as if he regarded Chu Qingcheng like a monster or a creature beyond any comprehension. He had no time to even flinch as the attack flew dangerously close to his own head before taking down a brother of his. Just an inch to the side, and it'd have been him instead. Gulp. The leader was sweating buckets just as he saw the young miss looking perplexed at what transpired. Her sword moved by itself. Woo! Chu Qingcheng's sword acted up again, sending another sword wave, whizzing past the leader's scalp to pop another spirit king into a cloud of bloody mist. Everyone shuddered as they jumped back, looking at Chu Qingcheng like she was a devil. A twitch of the sword nailed one down. Such simplistic and efficient killing was that of an expert killer. What was even worse, she was mocking their leader, the one she was actually facing while culling them instead. Just how outrageous is this chick's power to even slight a late-stage spirit king? Is she an emperor? As blood leaked out of a slight cut on the leader's cheek, he now saw Chu Qingcheng with nothing but fear. He never saw a faster sword in his life. The girl wasn't innocent by a long shot. The strikes were shot with brutality, meant to execute with impunity. Miss, who on earth are you? Unable to get even his voice under control, the leader shuddered in front of Chu Qingcheng's guileless gaze. Chu Qingcheng mused, then replied according to the custom, with cupped hands. I am Ruby Cloud Sect 362nd Generation Disciple, Chu Qingcheng. May I know who you are? 362nd, the youngest? How do you have such power and skill? Incapable of getting an answer, the leader frowned in thought. He regarded Chu Qingcheng again with utter shock now. That's. A shadow grew behind Chu Qingcheng, dark and shifty, and he only realized it now thanks to his spirit king-level cultivation. The force he felt from it left him weak in the knees, and he staggered back. He hastily cupped his hands. I am in awe of Miss' incredible feat of strength. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Let's go. The leader waved and was the first to flee for his life, his back soaked. The rest of his men were right behind him. The missy must be really something for the boss to choose retreat over attacking. Chu Qingcheng was absolutely perplexed, just saluting back on reflex. Yeah, later? Humph, what frickin' later? You came for a fight, so don't think of getting out alive. Chu Qingcheng didn't care about them, while Zhuo Fan snickered from his cozy little bush. Chu Qingcheng's shadow shot out and her sword acted up again. Whoosh! A sword energy flew at the men in black, running through the chests of 3 people. Plop tilde they all turned to a bloody mist, all Genesis stage experts. The leader snapped at Chu Qingcheng. Miss, we never touched any of your people. We're even leaving, yet you would be so cruel as to kill us fleeing men? No, it's the sword. Chu Qingcheng looked hurt at the accusation, lamenting as she turned to her sword. Her words got cut off literally as her sword had a mind of its own. Sword energy flew galore, each robbing a wail of agony from a man in black, along with his life sending them to the great beyond. The leader looked at the heavy casualties and roared, Curses! This chick is an oddity and bloodthirsty like a banshee. Run, we'll pay her back later. Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine, so optimistic? Humph, there won't be any loose ends. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan flicked from his bush with an insidious smile. Chu Qingcheng's shadow moved her hand and sent more sword energy flying, making it so it was all her doing. The sky was filled under the gaudy lights of the sword waves, soon covering the ground in fresh and bloody corpses for the new grass to grow. The Ruby Cloud sect disciples looked startled. Since when was junior sister King Cheng so cruel? Chu King Cheng watched as lives were mowed down like grass on the verge of tears, shouting, "Stop, please stop." "No can do, King Cheng. I'm ending this here and now for your sake." Zhuo Fan muttered from the bush. Chu King Cheng held the sword with both hands, trying her best to get it under control. She cried, "Stop this instant or I will cripple my meridians. Without my Yuan Kai you can't do anything?" Zhuo Fan listened at last with a shake of his head. "Fine, since you said so, and if it'll make you happy." Chu King Cheng's shadow settled and the flood of sword energy slowed down to a halt. Though only 3 men in black remained, including the leader. Glancing back at the she-demon, the wretched thieves ran for their lives while the girl was downcast. They came here thinking it was an easy gig, but luck had it they got almost all of their men killed. "We need backup to deal with this hellspawn." The Ruby Cloud sect disciples glanced at Chu King Cheng, slumped on the ground with dull eyes. They couldn't recognize her, only feeling fear. "Senior sister, are you all right? I kept the purple gold glazed cup safe." Chu King Cheng jumped back to her feet like nothing happened, beaming at the girls. "You're all hurt. Want me to heal you?" Pa Fang Min yanked the cup from Chu King Cheng's hand and mocked as a form of thanks. "Little junior sister, you sure kept to yourself all this time, but now you showed us. Without your help today, junior sister, our lives would have been forfeited. All of us are so useless, needing junior sister's protection." "Senior sister, don't say that. It's my duty." Chu King Cheng was worried as she spoke obliviously to the sarcasm. "Senior sister, why aren't you pleased that we have overcome this disaster?" Fang Min chuckled with scorn. "Oh, I'm pleased as punch of junior sister's glorious future. You alone had finished off 24 people and many spirit kings among them, making us fall short. But junior sister, when did you become so cruel to kill people on a whim? We all saw them leaving, so why did you go after them still? If I didn't know any better, you'd have to be from Devil Mountain than Ruby Cloud sect." "Senior sister, I really didn't want to kill them. It was my sword. It just moved." "That's rich." Fang Min snickered, her tone biting and mean. "Sisters, let's keep going. We don't need to worry about little junior sister anymore. She has an almighty independent divine sword and can do away without our help." Fang Min was the first to fly off, with the others taking healing pills before giving Chu King Cheng looks of fear and then following. Chu King Cheng was left alone and in guilt, looking at her baffling spiritual sword with conflicted emotions. She liked the sword for coming to her and her senior sister's rescue, but hated it for going out of control and isolating her from her senior sisters. It was never the sword, however, but a man, the one wearing a creepy smile just off to the side in a bush, chapter 1194. An emperor joins. Chu King Cheng lowered her head, depressed, looking at her sword with a sigh. "Senior sisters are wrong about me. I'm no killer." "Ah, they have the treasure and might meet other mean people." Chu King Cheng started and spoke to her spiritual sword. "Cerulean, we have to protect senior sisters, but you have to behave and not kill whenever. You have to listen, or—" Chu King Cheng's voice drifted, not knowing how to threaten her rampant spiritual sword. "Or I'll just get another one." Ding, the sword slightly shook in ridicule. "You call that a threat? Besides, that wasn't me, so why are you threatening me?" Humph, the oblivious Chu King Cheng was deaf to her spiritual sword, of course, looking relieved as she chased after her senior sisters. "Ah, save me, someone save me." A sudden cry reached her ears. Shrieked Tilda. She also heard the sharp shriek of a bird. Chu King Cheng looked back in panic. 100-meter-big bird, covered in blue flames, was holding a man in its beak. 8th-level spiritual beast, Firestorm Eagle, Chu King Cheng shouted. How did this guy end up caught by a spiritual beast like this? "Cerulean, let's go save him." Chu King Cheng shot for the 8th-level spiritual beast and slashed. Bam! A white sword wave hacked into the blue flames, freezing the air and making the fire fizzle out. Shriek Tilda, the spiritual beast, cried out, and Zhuo Fan used this chance to get out of its beak. The spiritual beast didn't fight the girl, choosing to flee instead. Chu King Cheng beamed, then recalled Zhuo Fan and went to him, only to find his legs sticking out of the ground. Chu King Cheng grabbed one at random and pulled. Sorry, I was so focused on the fight with the beast I forgot about you. Are you all right? Ha ha ha, I'm perfect. I am in the bone-tempering stage after all and won't die from something as simple as falling. Zhuo Fan grinned and wiped his face of dirt and dust. King Cheng, thanks for saving me again. It must be in the stars to meet. We have to be fated to be together. King Cheng's face fell and threw him. Humph. A scoundrel only knows how to spew lies. I wasted my time saving you for nothing. You're just trying to make your move on me. I should have just let that bird eat you. You'd never, since you can't go on without me. Zhuo Fan was sickeningly corny, though he was also right as his words made King Cheng blush, her heart racing. She shook her head of those random emotions and gave a smirk. You're nothing to me, braggart, so why would I ever stick around with you? Humph, now off you go, Shu. I still need to find my senior sisters. Bye. King Cheng left. Ah, Zhuo Fan howled and his forehead was covered in sweat, straining to speak. King Cheng, don't worry about me, just do what you have to do. Leave me here in the wild outdoors for another strong spiritual beast to come around and take a bite out of me again. I won't blame you since you don't care about me. Just go do you. King Cheng looked back to see Zhuo Fan grimacing and looking pale while his leg bled. King Cheng rushed over and took out a gauze to bandage him. Weren't you a bone-tempering cultivator? Why did you get a broken leg from falling? It's that spiritual beast who snapped it in its beak. Zhuo Fan gasped. Bone-tempering stage isn't enough to withstand those sharp fangs. Here, a healing pill from my sect. She fished out a vial in a rush and fed Zhuo Fan a pill. King Cheng's heart felt forlorn for some reason. But as we're all Genesis experts, we only got pills for internal wounds. It will take a week to heal your leg as is. Zhuo Fan nodded, looking distressed. Not moving for a week, I'll be a sitting duck for spiritual beasts to gobble me up. Stop saying that. You'll be fine with me around. King Cheng glared at him, but then she looked in the direction her fellow sisters went. Zhuo Fan smiled. King Cheng, aren't you going after your senior sisters? Just go and forget about me. How can I just leave you with your leg like this? Puffing her underwhelming chest, King Cheng spoke with honor and righteousness, but then she hoisted Zhuo Fan's arm and helped him up on her back, smiling. Isn't this better? I'll carry you to find my senior sisters and let you down in a safe place. That's mighty clever of you. Zhuo Fan lit up and nodded. King Cheng smiled in pride. Of course, now let's go. The two were gone like the wind, but the pure girl failed to notice the big eagle looking at them from a distance. Thank heavens that prick is gone. Brother, what's with that cut on your back? Another eagle shrieked in teasing, many times bigger. Did a human play with you? Want bro here to set them straight? The first eagle flayed its wings and squawked, looking panicky. No, definitely no, please don't. I never want to see that guy again. Is he that tough? From the wound, he doesn't look much to me. The slash barely dented your feathers. You know nothing. It's not the sword wielder, the tough one, but the guy forcing me to hold him in my beak. Its eyes were filled with fear as he recalled Zhuo Fan's black orbs. Its feathers even trembled from terror. The bigger eagle looked stumped. Who on earth did this guy meet to make him shake like a leaf? The escaping men in black arrived at a barren mountain where a refined elder was enjoying his tea in his chair. The three men in black slumped weakly at the old man's side, bowing. Clan head? Well, where is it? Clan head, we failed to take it and suffered heavy casualties. The leader hung his head. Crack, the cup broke in the old man's hand, his voice laced with fury. Failed. More than 20 experts and a late-stage spirit king failed. Weren't they just 7 girls? You couldn't even deal with them. Are you morons or simply garbage? Clan head. The others shivered with the leader speaking. Clan head, let me explain. 6 of them were nothing, but the last girl was simply horrible. She killed without blinking and had an uncanny power about her. None of us could handle her. Even WW would have ended up dead if we were any slower. The old man eyed them and rose from his chair, his eyes sharp. For you, a late-stage spirit king, to fail against her, then she must be something else. That leaves only me to step in. Clan head, you're going to go after them yourself? The demonic emperor entrusted us with this task, and I'm not about to botch it. The old man snapped back. If just one of you had shown even a bit of promise, I wouldn't have deigned to steal from some nobodies. The old man covered his face with black cloth. The demonic emperor said not to harm anyone if possible, as to not stir up the old hag. All that matters is that we ruin their deal in Mist City. Let's go? Yes, they all got excited. With the clan head stepping in, that girl is finished. He is a mighty expert in the sacred domain, a true emperor, chapter 1195, Imperial Descent. Whoosh tilde under a clear sunny sky, the 6 disciples of Ruby Cloud sect were the only ones flying. The leader had a nice face, but the grimace ruined her image. The head senior sister looked angry all the time these past 3 days. One looked worried. Senior sister, aren't we going too fast? There's been no sight of junior sister all this time. Maybe she's lost. Humph, a spirit king is beneath her, but she can't catch up. She must have been playing around since it's her first time outside the sect. Why do you care? Fang Min spat with venom. The disciple's heart shrank, but still tried. Yeah, it's her first time this far from the sect and might not know the way. Should we leave her some signs to follow? You talk too much? Fang Min barked. That girl's so tough now, so why would she need your care? Are you leaving signs so the enemy can find us instead, is that it? The girl shrank under head senior sister's harsh stare. Fang Min glared at her, then looked back ahead, brooding and furious as they went on. Boom! A sudden pressure came out of nowhere over them, and their flight was cut off, falling to the ground. An aged voice laughed from everywhere. Ha ha ha, you think I need some signs to find you? Whoosh tilde 50 men in black landed before them, with 20 spirit kings among them. Their leader wore black, his scary eyes making the girls tremble. Imperial descent, he's an emperor. Fang Min gasped, full with dread as she looked at the older man. Her heart was beating so hard it might jump out of her chest. The other girls could barely breathe. The old man mocked. Juniors of the Ruby Cloud sect, I'd rather avoid having any real altercation with that biddy so hand over the purple gold glazed cup. I'll be letting you all go without harming one hair on you. What do you say? As a mighty emperor, senior must be of great renown in sacred domain. Why would you lower yourself to some petty theft, Og? Fang Min tried the diplomatic way, her tone shaky, but an even stronger pressure descended and forced her to shriek and cough blood. The old man snickered. We all have our sordid past, or do you not already see our covered faces? Girl, give it here and we'll be out of your hair, no fuss, no mess. But if it gets to it, I'll just have to pry it from your cold, dead hands. The girls tensed, all looking towards Fang Min and awaiting her decision. Head senior sister, what do we do? Senior. Fang Min's eyes darted around, smiling. Sorry, but you're getting ahead of yourself. You really want me to kill you all? Ha ha ha, kill us? Fang Min laughed in his face. Senior, you got me all wrong. I'm not so stupid to fight the impossible. The treasure just isn't with us. You can just kill us and see for yourself. The old man's face twitched as he gave her a hard look. Not on you. Do you think I'll buy that? Search ahead then. Fang Min grinned as she forced her feet under her, taking out her storage ring. I'll go first. All I have is in there. Take a look. Why, still don't believe me? Ha ha, you can just search me as well. Fang Min started undressing under the fixed gaze of the old man. As her dress grew lighter, her curves grew more obvious. The other guys behind were enchanted. Many gulped and drooled, having forgotten about some lame treasure, engrossed in having her take off everything. That took priority by far. Senior sister. Her fellow disciples were tense and jittery. When senior sister finishes, it won't be us next, will it? We'll now lose both the treasure and our purity. What is senior sister thinking going so far? All right. Fang Min was left in a most enticing and revealing inner garment when the old man stopped her. His men hung their heads at having lost a good show, whining inside. Clan head, can't you mind the timing? Only just a bit more. I know you're withered, but you could at least think of everyone else. The old man already believed this last somewhat for going so far, not even bothering with the throne ring as he shouted. I'll believe you for now, but if you don't have it, who does? My junior sister. Your junior sister. Junior sister is the strongest, so the treasure can only be in her care. We're nothing but bait. Even if you kill us, you won't get anything out of it. Fang Min held out her head. The old man looked back at the previous leader, and he attested. Clan head, the strongest girl is indeed not here. They must have split up and had her deliver the treasure. Where is she? The old man fixed his gaze back on Fang Min. Speak and you may go. Otherwise, Fang Min paused. 3 days ago, after the attack, junior sister took a different route, just to be safe. I have no idea where she could be by now. You could just trail back and maybe still find some clues. Find some trackers and get me her direction. The old man's piercing gaze never left Fang Min. Girl, lie to me and I'll be back at any time to send you all to hell. Let's go. He shot into the sky, gone like the wind. The rest gulped and gave the 6 pretty girls one last look before leaving as well. Even with all the danger gone, the girls still looked to be in despair. Getting dressed again and picking up her ring, Fang Min had a smile of utter scorn on her face. Humph, here's what you want, you old fart. Come and get it. Senior sister, are they gone? Will they come back? One girl was still shaken up from the deadly pressure even now. Fang Min grew grave. Yeah, once he finds junior sister doesn't have the purple gold glazed cup, he'll be sure to storm back. Sisters, we're detouring to Mist City. Leave not a trace of your energy on your way so they can't find us. Yes, head senior sister. They all cupped their hands, but then one girl shyly said, What about little junior sister? When they do find her? That's her problem. It was either sending them after her or us dying instead. What would you prefer, her or us? Fang Min snapped a cold glare on her, shutting her up. She had a cruel smile as she then took the lead. All the rancor eating her up these past days gone. Girl, you won't be missed. Humph. 5 days went by, with a girl carrying on her back a thin man and taking a totally different path from Fang Min's group. In flying, she spoke her worries. Zhuo Fan, is Mist City this way? Why haven't we met with the others yet? Not to worry, my sense of direction is perfect. Zhuo Fan grinned, feeling warm and gooey inside as he gazed upon her adorable and worried face. Perfect direction? Ha! Well, of course, I've been roaming the sacred domain for ages that I know it like the back of my hand. While omitting the fact I'm taking the wrong way is a different story. Rather than catch up to those third wheels, a world just for the 2 of us is so much better. Ha ha, Chapter 1196. Hellish. Huff tilde, it had been a week already, yet no sign of the girls as Chu Qingcheng carried Zhuo Fan with ragged breath. Worry plagued her innocent heart, making her not stop for even a second all this time. Even for a Genesis stage expert, the long travel took its toll. Zhuo Fan was feeling a bit guilty, wiping her sweaty brow. Qingcheng, my leg is healed now. Let's take a rest. No, I've yet to catch up to my senior sisters. We can't stop now. It will only make us lag further behind. Chu Qingcheng was stubborn. You won't ever catch them, not by taking the wrong way at least. Zhuo Fan sighed. Qingcheng, what difference does it make if we can't reach them? They're faster than you anyway, so there's no way you can catch up. Aren't you going to just meet up in Mist City? You'll just see them there, so just take it easy. But this is my first time outside the sect. How should I know where Mist City is? Don't you have me for something this simple? I'll show you the way. You, Chu Qingcheng started looking back. Weren't you out looking for herbs? Won't I give you more trouble for guiding me all the way to Mist City? Zhuo Fan chuckled. What does it matter? I'm just a drifter. We'll just go to Mist City, then you can drop me off on your way back. Oh then, thanks. Qingcheng's cheeks went pink, thinking she would carry him back as well. Though her heart did not seem to mind it, Zhuo Fan snickered, his breath tickling her ear. You don't want to carry me? Chu Qingcheng blushed harder, shaking her head. Would you carry me then? The guy was taking all the advantage he could from her back, making her flustered. Then hold me all my life, all right? Zhuo Fan spoke in an emotional and heavy tone. Chu Qingcheng shuddered, her mind blanking out as she stared deep in those black and tender eyes of his. She just did not know where Zhuo Fan's confession even came from to say something like that. Zhuo Fan looked at her with nothing but love, leaned over and pecked her lips. Dong. Chu Qingcheng froze solid, her mind blown away. Feeling the strange yet familiar male scent, her heart raced. With one shudder, they both fell to the ground. Each left a 2-meter-wide hole. Chu Qingcheng crawled out of hers, panicky and blushing, looking over as Zhuo Fan held on the edge of his hole. Why, you're just toying with me again. Yeah, sorry, I just can't help it, he. Zhuo Fan scratched his head, yet showed no remorse as he smiled. Since I took unfair advantage, why don't you do the same? I'll even let you kiss me for 10 whole minutes. I won't mind it one bit either, ha ha. Why, you're so crude. Chu King Cheng glared at him and walked out on him. I'm ignoring you. King Cheng, don't go. You don't know the way, so let me guide you. I don't need you. I can just ask someone, humph. Zhuo Fan snickered as he gestured for the way ahead. Chu King Cheng had lost faith in this rascal, huffing and flying into the air in anger. Zhuo Fan scratched his head. Too soon. Was I pushing things too hard? Ha ha ha, guess it's not easy chasing girls. I just can't understand how King Cheng stood so loyal for 10 years and endured so much bitterness. Guess I get what I deserve now, with me doing the chasing this time. Zhuo Fan sighed. Let's see what I should use this time for our next meeting. Last time I was getting chewed by an eagle, so that's out. I'm in the bone tempering stage, so I can't just go after her. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan was going through his bag of tricks to hook girls when black streaks flew overhead and darkened the sky. Thanks to his meager cultivation, he was ignored by these powerhouses. Zhuo Fan, however, grew grave from their direction of flight. How did they catch up so fast? King Cheng is all alone, so they should be looking after those broads instead, take their stuff and just leave. So why are they here again? Casting blame, Zhuo Fan vanished the next second. Damn it, they even have an emperor with them. I won't be able to hide this time. Chu King Cheng kept flying and cursing in anger. Rotten, evil Zhuo Fan, you only know how to toy with me. Senior sister was right. There's no trusting any man. They're all evil? Boom. A resounding boom echoed, followed by an unearthly pressure slamming into her and sending her crashing into the ground. Rumble. An even bigger explosion echoed as a crater half a mile wide sprouted, kicking up dust. Chu King Cheng coughed blood and looked pale. Men in black landed in her sights, the leader being an old man. She doesn't look like anything, yet she killed 24 people. Clanhead, don't let her cultivation fool you, she is a freak. The ex-leader whispered in his ear. Chu King Cheng strained her waned face, only to cough blood again. Why you again? Girl, hand over the purple gold-glazed cup, or I'll give you a fate worse than death. Purple gold-glazed cup. Chu King Cheng looked confused. I don't have it, but I wouldn't give Ruby Cloud Sect's treasure even if I did. The old man scoffed. Very well. Bam! Chu King Cheng was sent flying from a kick to the gut. She jerked and coughed more blood, mixed with her innards. How weak, just at Genesis stage. The old man frowned, looking back in doubt. Is she the same expert that had you scared out of your minds? I don't see it. The man's face twitched, hanging his head. Clanhead, maybe she's not herself today, up on bricks. Pa, the old man smacked him hard. You think it's funny? The old man snorted. The other man lowered his head, cursing Chu King Cheng to high heaven. Damn girl, where has all that fire gone? Give me something, even a tenth, so that I can prove to Clanhead my mission failed for a very good reason. As it is now, I'm only being rebutted. There's no way we can prove our failure now. I'll deal with you later. Yes. The old man glared at him before turning to Chu King Cheng. The ex-leader looked like a kicked puppy on the verge of crying. The old man reached the girl and raised his foot. Lass, you killed my men, so I can't let you go like the rest. Since you're so obstinate, I'll crack open that skull of yours before looking for the treasure on your body. The old man stomped. A mighty pressure fell on her face, heralding certain doom. Chu King Cheng felt her weakened body growing heavy and her heart sinking. Am I going to die? There's so many things I want to do. I don't even know my purpose in life, so how can I just... Boom! Her eyes closed just as the old man stomped a huge crater in front of her a mile wide. When the dust settled, the old man shook, his head whipping in another direction and shouting, State who you are! You don't need to know it for where you're going. A pitch-black figure appeared in the roaming dust, its voice eerie and chilling. Even these criminals used to getting their hands dirty felt their hearts seizing from the hellish feeling. Chapter 1197. Imperial Mark. All heads turned to where the wind blew on edge. Even the old man was cautious, taking back his foot. When all dust cleared, they saw a thin man holding a barely alive Chu King Cheng. The men in black gasped. He saved her from under Clanhead's nose without any of us noticing anything. He's a true expert. The old man's eyes shone, his voice low. At least it makes my trip worthwhile knowing there's someone that can take me on. Zhuo Fan traced Chu Qingcheng's unconscious face, looking dark as he turned to the rest. Geezer, you must be rushing to die going after her. Humph, pretentious fool, at least you have skill to save someone from my attack. Though having an unconscious girl weighing you down won't be of much help. Whoosh tilde the old man looked smug with his smile, but then he heard whistling sword waves, instantly ripping apart 10 spirit kings. So fast. Everyone gasped in fright. The old man froze as well, unable to believe what he saw. How is his sword energy so fast that I couldn't even see it? It's beyond even Sword Emperor Ao Changshan's imperial sword wins. What the hell are you? The old man finally revealed fear in his voice for the first time. Zhuo Fan grinned with the ex-leader in black exclaiming, "Now I get it. Clan head, he had to be the one who struck us before, not the girl. He's the monster." Bam, his head got split in two like a melon. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Who sent you and why?" They all gulped, the only sound in the deathly silence. The other men were horrified, glancing at the clan head for any signs of what to do. The old man was sweating now, thinking of a way out. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Since you can't even answer, I have no further use for you." Heaven sealing sword art space seal. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and the space took on a cold glint with all of the others stuck in place. What is this? A spirit king, their hearts jumped in their chests. The elder looked grave, barely budging even as an emperor. With his movements slowed down so much, he began to feel the danger. He's no average spirit king to be able to freeze fellow spirit kings and even an emperor. Just what is he? Why haven't I heard of anyone like him in all my years in sacred domain? Zhuo Fan grinned. Well, feel like talking now? You can opt for silence, but there'll be nothing left of any of you to even bury you. Who was it that said she's weighing me down? I don't even need to go all out against the likes of you, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan drew out 2 fingers, the air warping from the violent forces gathering at the tips. "Wait!" The old man shouted in a panic. "I'll talk." "I don't think Sir is from Ruby Cloud sect, nor do I know why you got involved in this, but I don't think you'll tell me either way. But still, no one wants to butt in the issues of the 8 emperors, I reckon." Zhuo Fan nodded. The old man looked relieved at his attitude. "We are under the demonic emperor, tasked to go after the Ruby Cloud sect disciples and get the purple gold glazed cup. The treasure auction in Mist City has a map of the Nether Sea that everyone wants. It points the way to the Nether Sovereign's home, with the promise of becoming a sovereign, or at least a saint. By taking the Ruby Cloud sect's treasure, it could no longer participate in the bidding, giving us one less opponent to worry about." "Oh, pretty much what I figured as well." Zhuo Fan nodded, flicking his hand, letting the violent energy expand everywhere. The frozen people evaporated on contact. 50 experts died just like that. The old man cried in anger. What are you doing? I told you everything, so why? You did, but I don't recall ever saying I'll let you go." With a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan said, "You hurt King Cheng and expect to live. Ha!" The old man ground his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "This is absurd. I didn't want to get involved with you for fear of suffering pointless casualties. Did you really think that an emperor like me would be scared of a mere spirit king?" Boom! The old man shook and flew out of the frozen space. He started making signs and golden lights spilled out of him. "Imperial mark, ghost skeleton?" Whoosh tilde the golden lights exploded in intensity, and a skeleton hundreds of meters big appeared around him. The golden lights focused then, and took the form of a 4-sided seal high in the sky, encompassing the old man and the skeleton. Zhuo Fan watched it all with a cold eye and a smirk. This was a skill particular to emperors, using one's soul and control of space to form the imperial mark, unstoppable and disregarding all spatial laws. Once the seal fell, the land would break along with any spirit king that tried fighting it. The soul's character would also be shown its full potential inside the imperial mark as well. The old man's soul was a ghost skeleton, of yin in nature, making the attack have an even harsher effect on souls. The moment the golden seal appeared, spilling light everywhere, Zhuo Fan shook as he heard howls of wraiths within his mind. It dazed him for a moment, with his body wobbling. Humph, nothing but a spirit king. You can control space, but can you take on the imperial heavenly brilliance? The old man was out for blood, shouting as the golden seal came down on top of Zhuo Fan. Rotten cretin, I'll make mincemeat out of you now while your mind is hazy. Apocalyptic thunderflame, Zhuo Fan's left eye flared with black flames, while deep in his soul, thunderflames sparked to life. The golden glow met with a sudden blackness, erasing it and making Zhuo Fan's eyes shine. Looking up at the incoming golden seal, Zhuo Fan grinned. His right eye shone in two golden halos. Humph, the imperial mark might be unstoppable, but even it will suffer before my thunderflame. Divine Eye of the Void second stage, Thunderflame Void Annihilation. Whoosh, a dreadful black beam of flame shot at the golden seal. The old man cried out, "What is that?" Boom. The black flame smashed into the seal and availed itself of the Void Annihilation's power to enter the newly formed 1/2 meter wide and hundreds of meters long hole. The old man spurted blood and paled, proving that the imperial mark and he were connected, making him suffer when it was damaged. What was worse, the black thunderflames didn't rest with only punching a hole in the seal, eating away at the remains as well. Ah! With an unearthly howl, the man screamed from having his very soul eaten away. The pain had to be excruciating, enough to make one go insane. He was constantly pleading for mercy, yet Zhuo Fan just stood to the side and watched as the seal was burned to nothing. The old man wailed in pain down to his last breath, his face twisted and horrible. It was a testament to a most gruesome death no one would wish upon anyone. I didn't use the decimating sword art on you as well because I needed your body intact. Zhuo Fan walked over to the twisted body, chuckling. He hooked his finger and a head landed in his palm. Chapter 1198, Gambling Town. Drip tilde the downpour had soaked the land, washing away the blood and filth, leaving no trace behind of the atrocity that happened, while giving the air an earthy scent. In a damp cave with water dripping from the stalagmites, the girl laying on a stone bed muttered as she woke up, Where am I? Oh, King Cheng, awake yet? Zhuo Fan lit up, chuckling. I can't believe how I ended up saving you in the end. Shouldn't you pledge endless devotion now? Ha ha ha. You saved me. King Cheng was confused, trying to recall the fuzzy details. Then it all came to her in a flash, looking at Zhuo Fan with suspicion. How did you save me? They had an emperor and many spirit kings. Emperor, spirit kings. Zhuo Fan shrugged, putting on a clueless look. I didn't see any. Didn't you just leave me behind? As I tried catching up with you on the ground, I saw you lying unconscious, so I carried you here to nurse you. I never got to see anything. King Cheng's eyes grew hazy. Strange, they were so ruthless, clearly wanting to kill me. I still remember that foot about to crush my head before I lost consciousness. Did they just let me go after finding I don't have it? King Cheng turned to Zhuo Fan, as if in question. Zhuo Fan shrugged, smiling cluelessly. King Cheng thought long and hard, but still couldn't find an explanation, so she resigned to being fortunate to have come out alive. Now she just had to catch up to her senior sisters. Ah! She just got up to her feet when she felt her waist in pain before slumping back down. Zhuo Fan jumped to help her. What is it? Take it slow, King Cheng. I have some bad wounds and can't move very well. King Cheng winced and took a red pill from her ring. She ate it and sighed. Now it'll be a miracle if I get to Mist City on time, let alone catching up with the others. Zhuo Fan smiled, his mind calculative. Did you forget about me already? Last time you carried me, so now I'll carry you. You? Yep, with you unable to fly, my running has to be way better than being stuck here, right? King Cheng yelped as he up and put her on his back, taking a long whiff of her scent while plastering a smile on his face. Oh, my wife's smell is so unlike everyone else's. I'll be sure to engrave it in my memory to hold it close to the end of days. Bam. King Cheng smacked his head, blushing hard and chiding. Cut that out. I am not your wife. Yes, you are, miscreant. Maybe not now, but you soon will be. You can never escape from me, he. Zhuo Fan held onto King Cheng's supple legs and lifted, eliciting another pleasant yelp from her before he started walking. Chu Qingcheng glared at this rotten man, but for some reason, her heart just wouldn't match her thoughts. His wide back called to her to just rest on it. As a strong girl, she, of course, pushed through the thought with sheer determination, despite her heart's constant hammering in her chest. Zhuo Fan carried his darling, asking about her life till now. Qingcheng, who gave you that name anyway? It sounds so nice, like those kingdom-toppling beauties. Is father-in-law a Chu? Stop that nonsense. Chu Qingcheng blushed again, but she replied still. Master named me when she picked me up. I heard that the ground collapsed just as Master passed by, revealing these characters, thus taking me and naming me after them. Oh, I see. Zhuo Fan nodded. That old man from my soul was very thoughtful for me. To make sure I found Qingcheng, he left clues of her birth, but... And your parents. Didn't your master find your parents? Chu Qingcheng lowered her head, sighing. Master said I don't have any, that she only found me alone. I always wanted to go out and find where I came from when I left the sect. Any idea where to begin? None. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, his mind making the right adjustments to the plan. Then leave it to me. I will make it clear as day. You don't believe I can do it. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, smiling. I've been roaming the world for so many years, and where I lack in strength, I made up with knowledge in spades. They don't call me an information broker for nothing. There's not an obscure rumor or far-fetched myth I didn't hear. The demonic emperor's high treachery, or the enchanting empress's twisted love life throughout the ages, I know everything. Pa, his head snapped to the side from the blow as Chu Qingcheng yelled at him. Don't you dare vilify my master. Why would I even want to? While the crone is hardly amazing now, back in the day. You're still saying that? Fine, I'll stop. It's not like we all haven't been rash and reckless in our youth. Zhuo Fan smirked, feeling gloomy inside. What's so great about that biddy anyway? Something's definitely off here, just taking Qingcheng to the sect and raising her. I'd better get those guys to look into what went on a century ago. Zhuo Fan walked on, his mind on different matters. Chu Qingcheng saw him silent and asked, Are you angry? Oh, not at all. I could never be angry at you. Zhuo Fan beamed. Chu Qingcheng brightened and her heart swooned. In her joy, her head leaned on his back, at peace and happy. Zhuo Fan caught her look and was just as content. Zhuo Fan walked with Chu Qingcheng on his back for 7 days before she finally got better. She could pretty much walk on her own and be off on her merry way, but these short days had worked to get the destined couple to grow much closer, as well as Zhuo Fan's persistent demand to guide her. Chu Qingcheng thus let him do what he wanted, with some reluctance. She ended up carrying him as they flew, reaching the gates of Mist City 3 months later. The two entered the bustling city hand in hand. Everything drew Chu Qingcheng's eyes, amazed at any sparkling or cute thing, being her first time outside the sect. Zhuo Fan acted natural, except for that eerie light in his eyes. Qingcheng, Mist City is known as Gambling Town in Sacred Domain, with a gambling game at every corner of every street. In the city center, the treasure hoarding palace took the best spot of all gambling dens. The treasure deal you are all here for has to be held there. This is a gambling town. Isn't it 7 Treasures sect's domain where deals are made? It is, but the sect leader is a renowned gambler, dubbed the Gambling Emperor, making the deals made here resemble gambling. When conducting business with him, you either lose or he loses. There's no such thing as mutual satisfaction. What? Chu Qingcheng gasped. No fairness. Who on earth would bet with him for anything then, as one of the 8 emperors who'd win against him? Zhuo Fan smiled. A true gambler knows when to accept a loss, or there would never be anyone willing to risk gambling against such a man if there's not a chance of winning. A gambler would be down without a buddy to gamble with. That's why the Gambling Emperor is only letting luck decide. Regardless of the loss, he'll never go back on it. This is the rule of all gambling. The moment he breaks it, no one will ever come to his town ever again. Chu Qingcheng nodded, and then her eyes shone. Zhuo Fan, have you ever bet against him? Ha, nah, it can't be. Why would he bet against someone like you? And you don't look to be having anything worth his time either. Oh, I did bet. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. I offered a heaven-grade cultivation method for his heaven-grade martial art and won in the end. He ended up crying 3 whole days before he finally gave me the martial art. Chu Qingcheng gave him a long look. A bone-tempering cultivator with a heaven-grade cultivation method betting for a heaven-grade martial art. If you're going to boast, make it believable. Reading her like a book, Zhuo Fan held her gaze before finally chuckling. Qingcheng, can't believe you fell for it. Without me around, I fear someone's going to cheat you out of your spirit stones, ha ha ha. Why you tricked me. Chu Qingcheng gaped, then started chasing Zhuo Fan around. He played along, enjoying the rare moment. Qingcheng, what are you doing? Chapter 1199, Gambling Town's Upstart. S. Senior Aunt May. Chu Qingcheng jumped in fright, looking back in anxiety where the voice came from and stiffened like a child being caught. A woman in her 50s came over, a mid-stage empress with sharp eyes and an ashen face wearing plain clothes. She glared at the two, approaching with authority. Her fierce attitude only worked on girls, not on seasoned demons like Zhuo Fan. Mei Sangu hasn't kicked the bucket yet? What a drag. Zhuo Fan cursed her inside. Mei Sangu reached them, and her eyes never left Chu Qingcheng. Behind her were Fang Min and the other girls, along with one young man. She pointed at Zhuo Fan's face while cussing. Qingcheng, who's this? You're a Ruby Cloud sect disciple, yet are gallivanting with a man in broad daylight. The scandal. Senior Aunt He. Chu Qingcheng was embarrassed, stuck unable to even introduce him. Fang Min butted in, ever unhelpful with making things worse. Senior Aunt. He's the thug we found in the forest looking for herbs a few months ago. He's nothing, but he must be one smooth talker to actually get in Junior Sister's graces to follow her here. Junior Sister, if you were looking for a man, you sure have poor tastes. Just what are you up to hanging out with a nobody like him, ha ha ha. The other girls giggled at her expense. Senior Sister, you misunderstand, He's? Chu Qingcheng rushed to explain but got stuck again. Mei Sangu rushed. Qingcheng, just what is going on here? Explain yourself. You know very well of your master's high expectations. Don't throw it all away on a whim. Senior Aunt just tell them already. Chu Qingcheng kept stammering, so Zhuo Fan intervened, grabbing her hand and declaring, Forgive me, but she is with me now. You all better be nice to her, or else. Everyone froze, their hearts shuddering from shock. Mei Sangu could hardly believe her ears. Qingcheng, why you've already? And no, we didn't do anything? Chu Qingcheng blushed hard as she explained and cursed Zhuo Fan. What are you saying? I'm not yours at all. Could you please stop lying to everyone? What did I ever do to you to shame me so? Zhuo Fan shrugged. I'm not shaming you. You were mine to begin with. Be it now and forever, no one can take you away from me. Chu Qingcheng gave him a long look, still distressed and red, but his bold declaration touched her. Ha ha ha, a bone-tempering punk goes after a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. Not even the last dead girl will be a fit for you. Humph, she's way out of your league. Fang Min laughed, throwing him a despising look, then turned to the handsome youth. Ah Sheng, are the Sword Cloud Palace disciples allowed to have affairs with bugs? The youth smiled condescendingly. We aren't fools to resort to such absurd means. Or does Junior Sister think she is only fit for this guy? Well said, Junior Sister must surely know her worth, ha ha ha. Fang Min loved to mock the two. Chu Qingcheng hung her head with guilt, tears flowing. Mei Sangu sighed and pulled her shoulder. Come with me, girl, you shamed us enough as it is. You're to reflect long and hard when we return. Chu Qingcheng followed out of instinct. Qingcheng, it's fine, just come find me if you need anything. I'll never let them touch a hair on you. Zhuo Fan shouted after the two. Fang Min mocked. Boy, you're so yellow on the inside that you're now running your mouth. You call that skill? If you're a man, just go take Junior Sister from Senior Aunt May's hand. Oh, look who I'm talking to. Of course, if you do that, you'd end up flattened with Senior Aunt's temper, ha ha ha. Brother, may I know your name? Zhuo Fan only addressed the youth next to her. The guy was surprised, then sneered. I am Zhu Zhensheng. What may I do for you? Nothing much, just meaning to give you a word of advice. Zhuo Fan snickered. Catching a woman's heart is like looking for a needle in the haystack. You have to grasp what she values. Your approach won't get you anywhere, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan left him to digest that tidbit, while Fang Min and the girls stood there stunned. Fang Min asked, "What did he mean by that?" Probably nothing." Zhu Zhensheng was out of sorts, making a random excuse while his heart was in awe. He doesn't look like it, but this guy's like a love doctor or something. Go after what she values. It makes perfect sense. He butted in just now so the junior sister would be at odds with both parties, having no choice but to go with him. What kind of person would ever want to live their lives under constant nagging? This was a clear tactic of taking advantage of the situation to get the girl to his side. They could just elope later on. Absolutely brilliant, but what's the point of getting the girl to follow him when he hasn't got the skill to fight back the Ruby Cloud sect's hunters? If he can't handle them, why resort to dissent? He doesn't look like the reckless and impulsive type either. Zhu Zhensheng couldn't figure him out. Fang Min and the girls gave him odd looks. What's with Ah Sheng? He's been out of it just from a couple words from that guy. How peculiar. Mei Sangu brought Chu Qingcheng to a tavern in Mist City, where she interrogated her over what she went through. You're saying that you've been hurt badly and he guided you here. You were just using him to show you the way, and that's all there is to it. Senior Aunt, that is it for now. What's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me later you... Not at all. Chu Qingcheng shook her head and Mei Sangu finally sighed. I hope so, Qingcheng. You are the favorite disciple of my senior sister. Don't do anything that will bring the sect shame. Since it was just a misunderstanding, we can let it go. But next time you are to stay clear of men, understand? Yes, Chu Qingcheng squeaked. Mei Sangu gestured for her to leave. Go and get some rest for 2 days. In 3 days, the exchange gathering will commence. We have to get the Nether Sea map. Yes. Chu Qingcheng was downcast as she left, with Mei Sangu sighing from behind. Girls yearn for love. We better find them a betrothal instead of having some egotistical cheat toy with them. Zhuo Fan held a green jade slip, following the map inside to the center of town, to a large courtyard guarded by 2 Genesis stage experts. This is the place. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. The 2 guards blocked him as he tried going inside. Halt! Only honored guests of Mist City stay here. Laborers have no place here. Step aside, I'm one of them. You, sizing him up, the 2 mocked. Have you ever seen some bone-tempering bug treated as a guest? I'm from the Luo clan, now move. Luo clan? The 2 started, but their disdain of Zhuo Fan never diminished. Kid, now you're trying to scare us. The Luo clan became an honored guest only a month ago. They squandered billions of sacred stones and earned our city lord's personal invitation here. They have many experts, of which over 20 spirit kings. Yet you're saying there's also you somewhere in there. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Then just call someone from the Luo clan and it will all be made clear. Why? Is a bug worthy of the audience of such an important guest? Steward Zhuo. A cry came just then as Lai Jingshan rushed over upon noticing Zhuo. Steward Zhuo, you're finally here? You almost made my heart stop with your year-long disappearance. Ugh, the guards blinked in stupefaction, a silly smile on their faces. Sir Lai, why you know him. He is the Luo clan's head steward. Be nice to him, or any slight done to Steward Zhuo is a slight to the entire Luo clan. We'll be sure to settle this debt. Lai Jingshan gave them a tongue lashing and grabbed Zhuo Fan's arm with a smile. Steward Zhuo, we did as you said in the jade slip and spent a ton of money without a care. We almost bought the whole town, ha ha ha. Good, in 3 days at the treasure gathering, we must succeed. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he left with Lai Jingshan. The 2 guards were still staring with goony looks, their faces twitching. What's a powerful clan doing with a bone-tempering nobody for a head steward? From the looks of Sir Lai, they value him greatly too. Chapter 1200, Treasure Gathering. 3 days later, at the treasure hoarding palace, placed in the center of Mist City, an endless crowd had gathered. Some were officials, others were average people, but they were all there for the great treasure exchange, though that was just a fancy word for gambling. As most treasures were never seen in public, some would end up spending a fortune, only to get nothing in return. Others had the fortune of using just 10 spirit stones and becoming set for life. This was the thrill of gambling, fraught with dangers, but the potential to win a reward so valuable that it could put you in power overnight. Everyone here walked in line, for on this day there was no status separating anyone as they entered the hall and got to their seats. The place housed hundreds of thousands, gathered around a stage where the city lord of Mist City awaited. Today he was not just the city lord, but the host for the occasion. With this exchange holding some very incredible items, he had to come out and handle this big event involving powerful people. Taking a deep breath, the man of the hour overlooked the stands, tensing as he lingered a moment longer on the 9 covered private booths. Therein were the other representatives of the 8 emperors. All were a headache to deal with and could trash this place without fear of consequences. It unnerved him, but he tried to focus and calm his mind. We've been here for a month, yet still haven't seen the city lord such a nervous wreck. In one of the booths, Lai Jingshan glanced at the fretful man and turned to the other booths. Steward Zhuo, today we're up against the 8 emperors in the open no less, but isn't it a bit too early with barely a year of preparations? Even Mist City Lord isn't ready to face the others, and he has the gambling emperor behind him. Zhuo Fan sat in a cozy chair. Yes, the risk is great, but we have to grasp the opportunity. It's the best chance we have of involving ourselves in the 8 emperors' conflict. Who's to say there'll be a next one? Also, didn't I say I will be taking the lead in this? Young Miss Murong, what are you two even doing here? Zhuo Fan looked back at the 2 girls. As the young miss of the Luo clan, I have to be present at such a huge event. Luo Yunchang shrugged from her own fancy chair. Murong Zhu gave him a look. I'm not about to miss out on the chance of seeing the sacred domain's big shots. So far, it doesn't look any different from the mortal domain. If it's all the same, why come? Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes. We're here to show these big names in sacred domain what we're made of, not strut about. You're both here for nothing. Hey, don't talk like that. Who's in charge of the clan here anyway? Settle down now. As they were about to bicker again, Zhuo Fan intervened. Since we're all here, might as well enjoy it. Young Miss Luo is correct, though. At such an important event, a steward isn't enough to represent the clan head's intentions. It's only normal for the young miss to be here. Luo Yunchang rose an eyebrow, shooting Bali Yuyu a smug look. The cold lady huffed and flicked her head away. The others chuckled at their antics. Bang tilde a deafening ringing echoed as a bell was struck. The stands went quiet, with the city lord walking forward with a smile. Guests, the 1784th Treasure Exchange gathering begins. Be it the poor or the rich, this very hall offers the same opportunity to all, an opportunity to change their destiny. Life is hard and cruel, so don't wait for it to get better. Take out everything you have and go after those treasures. The crowd went wild. We'll start off with our first item of the day. At City Lord's shout, guards pushed in a trolley. It had a black cover, blocking any prying eyes as the host gave his speech. This is a fascinating spiritual weapon for the ladies and an obsession for the men. It is a treasure that drives shock into all. You can't possibly imagine the world could ever have something so incredible. What is it, you ask? The eyes below the stage glittered, trying their best to guess what this amazing bauble could be behind that thin veil. With a cryptic smile, the city lord resumed. I don't know it, and neither do any of you. Per custom, it can be something grand and unique or as common as dirt. Let the blind bidding commence, and may the highest bidder win. Opportunity rarely knocks in one's lifetime, people. Don't miss your chance at glory. 100,000 spirit stones. A shout echoed the instant he finished riling up the crowd, followed by a flood of others. 1 million. I must have it. It has to be amazing to make women fascinated and men obsessed. 5 million? The people whispered, then checked their pockets to see if they could afford it. Some had the means but not the will to step in, for fear of going bust. Zhuo Fan sneered at the bivalent crowd. That's the gambling emperor's ploy, all right, plan to hike up the bidding. That means the item must be junk to raise it so high. Why? People would feel sorry spending a fortune over something cheap, but it garners attention, while buying something valued with a lower price would cause excitement and greed. All these years, the gambling emperor has been using this trick to cheat people out of their money. It's an old tactic, but there's plenty of people out there who would fall for it all the same, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shook his head in disdain. Lai Jingshan nodded. Yeah, but what kind of fools would fall for it? Do you need to ask? Us, of course. Lai Jingshan flinched. Steward Zhuo, you know it's a trick, yet still go for it. What else do you expect from an upstart? You're saying all those sacred stones you wasted the past month are to be for nothing? Zhuo Fan smiled. The Grand Eight Emperors are high up on their throne and hardly anyone could get close. The best way is to find some dumb and gullible moneybags. Who wouldn't want a friend, a pawn like that? That's how you gain value by joining their circle, taking back what you lost plus interest. Lai Jingshan grinned. Steward Zhuo, you always look ahead. Then let's bid, but what's the price at right now? 8 million. Then we'll add one more. 10 million. A shout came first before Zhuo Fan got the chance, filled with power. Zhuo Fan's eye twitched looking over, one of the 8 emperors. Sheng, we're not here to have some bet with the gambling emperor, nor do we have so many spirit stones. The map is all that matters? In the booth where the last bid came from, an elder with white eyebrows eyed Zhu Zhensheng with a grave look. Zhu Zhensheng smiled. Senior uncle, I'm buying with my own money for a girl. As long as she likes it, the price won't matter. It won't affect the sect's coffers by a single stone. He then gave Fang Min a dazzling smile. She felt her insides tingle, then she preened at her junior sisters. See that? My man knows how to please his girl. Envious much? Ha ha ha. The girls nodded like good children, with only Chu Qingcheng depressed, her mind always on Zhuo Fan. Sir Liu, Sheng looked smitten with Amin. It won't be long before they tie the knot, ha ha ha. Third Aunt May giggled, showing her white teeth, a stark difference from how she acted around Zhuo Fan and Qingcheng. Her mind was another matter, however. Amin is good at this, having the kid wrapped around her finger. Humph, let him waste his money on the junk, and then they won't have anything left to bid for the Nether Sea map, damn broad, going as far as using a honey trap. The elder frowned, reading her like a book. He says he's using his own money, but isn't your pocket money taken from the sect? We're in gambling town, and he should know its standards. What if you're wasting just that little bit of money? We might need to place a winning bid at the very end. How is that going to help the sect? The elder glared hard at Zhu Zhensheng. He caught his meaning, but showed no reaction. Chasing girls is pricey. That guy used the elder's nagging to make the lass fall for him, then elope. I'll just use money to buy a girl's heart. Isn't that the same? And regarding eloping, bringing the Ruby Cloud sect's head senior sister over to the Sword Emperor's sect will earn me bragging rights. Some glittering rocks can't ever compare to that. 20 million. Zhuo Fan shouted an even higher bid.